Opie and Anthony.
Radio Shock Jocks.
Opie and Anthony.
Radio Shock Jocks. The biggest are Opie and Anthony.
These people say shocking things that border on offensive in order to entertain their audience.
I refuse to sit here and think that radio has to be nice. Why? Why does radio, out of any other medium, have to be nice? We are being now held to a standard where we have to be nice and make people feel good. Go screw!
Radio bad boys, Opie and Anthony.
Controversial radio personalities, Opie and Anthony.
Infamous DJs, Opie and Anthony.
Talk show radio hosts, Opie and Anthony.
Opie and Anthony.
Opie and Anthony.
Radio shock jocks, Opie and Anthony. Opie and Anthony. Shock jocks, Opie and Anthony. Shock jocks, Opie and Anthony. Opie and Anthony. Shock jocks, Opie and Anthony.
Testing 1 2 1 2. Po po boo bo banana nana banana fana fofo fee fi momo po.
Who thought you were dead? The people you were partying with?
Dealers, yeah.
Dealers and stuff, and they just threw him in a dumpster in London.
Well, you know,
and left him there.
I think it's pretty funny. No one wants a dead rock star.
This is where entertainment is going.
I shot my computer. You can't shoot guns in suburbia.
And I fully expected the police to show up.
This is showing responsibility.
Opie and Anthony.
I think worse than having sex with a man would be, as you're kissing one, to feel his man hands holding your head like the sweat of a man hand right on the nape of your neck. This is the worst. This is the worst show I've ever been on.
But enough of this palaver. Let's get the show on the road.
And the phones are lit already. Happy Phone Call Thursday to everybody listening to the Opie and Anthony show.
I don't realize how quickly weeks go by.
Yeah.
Until I hear that it's yet again Phone Call Thursday.
Phone Call Thursday.
The most useless, dumbest radio promotional day in the history of radio.
And it's going to be a mess today because it's Phone Call Thursday. And also today we start our $1,000 giveaway.
Oh, right.
How weird does it feel to actually have something cool to give away every day?
Cold hard cash.
We've been working together about 13 years now. And we've never had anything really cool to give away on our radio show. Sometimes we're involved with a big station giveaway, like a dumb car or something, or a trip to Jamaica and hedonism, something, I don't know.
When was that?
Oh, yeah,
I don't even remember those.
Good point, sir, good point.
Usually it's a DVD that no one really wants.
The best of Alec Baldwin?
Yeah, something like that.
The SNL
on
years?
SNL.
Yeah. But we have $1,000 to give away every single day for the next 4 or 5 weeks. I'm going to say this once.
Oh, it doesn't matter.
No, actually, I'm going to have to say it a few times.
Oh,
let's be honest with each other.
All day long. All day long.
Between 7 and 7:30 today on the Opie and Anthony show.
Yeah.
If you are listening to us live right now, I don't care if you're listening to us live on a CB radio, you have a chance to win $1,000 between 7 and 7:30.
Between 7 and 7:30.
Jimmy's a little confused. He wasn't here yesterday. We have this really simple contest, Jimmy. $1,000 to give away a day for the next 4 or 5 weeks.
You think
the company's finally doing something really cool. They can't figure it out, though. Yesterday, we explained how simple this thing is, and then the phones rang all morning long. Call now, call now. No, the contest starts Thursday, meaning today. They thought it started yesterday. And then I said, no, it's between 7 and 7:30. They were calling at 7:45. They were calling at 8. When are you going to play the sound clip so we can win $1,000? No, the contest starts Thursday, and it's only between 7 and 7:30, and only when you hear a specific sound clip.
They didn't get it.
It couldn't be easier, but these dummies... And a lot of people get scared when I call the listeners dummies. The ones that are listening right now, they know they're not the dumb ones.
You're not the dummy.
They're in on the joke when we say the dummies.
The dummies don't even know they're dummies.
Right. That's
the beauty of the whole thing.
So this is the deal. Between 7 and 7:30 our time, we're broadcasting from New York City. So you figure out the time zone.
Here, isn't it our time?
Right. You figure out the time zone. I can't do that for you.
Yeah.
Okay, but between 7 and 7:30 Eastern Standard Time.
Yes.
We're going to play this.
I like turtles.
When you hear that, what I just played, between 7 and 7:30, you give us a call at 877-212. Oh, my God, they're calling.
I see that.
God. Oh, my dear sweet Jesus.
If it happens at 7:31,
oh, my God.
Doesn't matter.
Oh, my God, they're calling.
6:59, doesn't matter.
Oh, my God, they're calling right
and
now.
7:30. I know the phones are completely blinking lit.
Between 7 and 7:30 when you hear.
I like turtles.
You call 877-212-ONA. If you're the 10th caller, you win $1,000. Now, here's where it's going to get a little confusing.
Oh, no.
Because that's one of our clips we like playing a lot. Tomorrow, we're going to do the same damn thing between 7 and 7:30, but it's going to be a new clip.
New clip.
That will decide later on the program today.
Right.
Sometime today, a little later on, we're going to give you tomorrow's clip you got to listen for.
So tomorrow, guaranteed tomorrow between 7 and 7:30, if we just happen to play the I Like Turtles clip, the phones are going to go crazy.
Just happen, we're going to play between 7 and 7:30 so I can prove how stupid our listeners are. Not all of them, but some of them.
Well, they know who they are.
They don't know who they are.
No, the smart ones.
The smart ones know that we're not talking about
the dumb
them.
ones, they don't even know.
No, you'll just sit back and laugh along with us.
So if you think we're talking about you, it's not you.
No.
It's the guy that's saying, I'm not dumb.
All right, so, wow, we can't even go to the phones because between the contest and Phone Call Thursday, we're F today. It's also Perv News Thursday. We got a good one for Perv News.
Is it fun or is it tragic?
It's Perv / Halloween.
Oh, okay, that's good. A lot of the pervs come out around Halloween.
It's a pretty good story. We'll do that a little later, though. Also, Fun Fact Thursday.
I like that. Anytime you can learn something.
Why don't we go with a fun fact from D in Nevada. D, what's up?
Hi, guys.
Hey, D.
Using the proper typing techniques, that's where your left hand and the right hand is split by the T and Y, the G and H, and the B and N. What is the longest word you can type with your left hand?
I'm going to go with who gives a S. with no spaces in between.
It's stewardesses. And the longest word you can type with your right hand is lollipop.
I'm looking at my keyboard and I'm figuring it out.
Lollipop is actually incorrect. That was stewardesses is correct. Lollipop is wrong.
Really?
No.
I kind of want to hate D, but now I think I want to try this.
It's absolutely. I'm looking.
What if you're Rich Voss, though? What's the longest word you could type with your left hand?
What did that idiot say? Yes, succeed.
I succeed. I succeed.
Succeed. Yeah, you win. I succeed.
Right. Instead of saying
secede
or cede the point.
Right.
We don't even know what he's trying to say.
I have no idea.
Hey, D, thanks for that fun fact. We're all going to try it.
All right, you guys have a good day.
All right, there's D from Nevada. Also, it's I think we got to retire one of our themes.
Thank God. Is it Phone Call Thursday?
No, Extreme Male Camel Toe Thursday.
And that's because of you.
Yeah.
You refused to bring in your Extreme Camel Toe Thursday sweatpants.
That I wear to the gym, and my lovely girl there hates when I leave the apartment wearing my thick gray sweatpants.
You can't help but tent in those. You just can't help it. It's like you're trying to sneak Pinocchio out of the house.
All the moles in the neighborhood are going to see that and follow you home like the Pied Piper.
Yeah.
Here he comes.
And I'm last night I'm catching up on Biggest Loser and laughing at all the fatties losing weight and stuff.
Yeah.
And love the show, actually. And all of a sudden I get a text and I get all excited, like, ooh, I got a text, and I go run to get my phone. And it's from Than. And he writes, Ope, this is where I get to remind you to bring your sexiest sweats to work tomorrow. See you in the morning.
Good man. He's thinking ahead.
And once again, I left the house without the sweatpants. I think I don't want to become a prop jock.
You don't want to be like Carrot Top of the radio?
Yeah, I don't want to be a prop jock where I get a big, huge laugh for wearing,
bad,
ill-fitting sweatpants.
that go up to your nipples and reveal a ridiculous camel toe.
Well, yeah. That's when I pull them up.
Yeah.
But before that, it's just...
Oh, it's just hanging. I don't know what it is.
It just looks like I have one of those, what do they call it, gourds?
It looks like they should...
a gourd in my pants.
Be able to hook a milking machine up to you.
I don't know what the hell it is with these sweatpants, but it's quite impressive.
Sweatpants are just by nature. You really kind of need tighty-whities underneath them.
Yeah.
To just kind of fasten everything down, to batten down the hatches. Because if you're just wearing sweatpants and you're just, swinging free, it's going to be a wreck. It's just going to be a wreck. It can be very obvious that you're going commando.
Well, Sergeant G from Iraq, he writes, you can't retire extreme male camel toe Thursday. There's a sweeper. It's irreversible.
Ooh.
You hike your pants up.
Extreme male camel toe Thursday. Extreme male camel toe Thursday.
Everything sounds cooler if you add extreme to it. Extreme.
Extreme is good.
Yeah. Well, so what are we going to do? Like, if I come in with the stupid sweatpants and get it over with, can we retire that one?
Yeah, but you got to do it at some point, you know.
All right, well.
You can't just retire it. Unceremoniously.
Lucky fan, he gets to remind me next week.
Yay.
By the way, half the staff is a little sleepy today. No, I don't even know if the word's sleepy.
It's not sleepy, it's just my eyes.
Yeah.
My eyes are going crazy.
Half-Life 2 took out half the staff last night.
Yeah.
Half-Life 2, what, was released yesterday or this week?
Half-Life 2 Part 2 came out yesterday. It's a part of the trilogy, new trilogy of Half-Life 2. And I was playing a little of that. Great game. Love the Half-Life series. But they added 2 other games along with it, which is really cool. Like, for the price you're paying for one game, you get 3 games. You get Half-Life 2. You actually get more. You get Half-Life 2 Part 1, Half-Life 2 Part 2, and then you get Portals, and you get Team Fortress 2. So I was playing Half-Life 2 for a while. Pretty cool.
Wait, all in one box?
Yeah, all on one disc.
Hey, that's a great idea.
Yeah, it's pretty good. They put everything out. I think they had to because everyone was so PO'd that it took forever to come out with Team Fortress 2, which they were talking about, I swear to you, probably about 10 years ago.
Wow.
They were talking about Team Fortress 2, and it just took forever to come out, and it's really kick-ass. I didn't get to play that, but I played Half-Life 2 Part 2. I'm stuck on one mob. That is just, it's one of these situations where, and this is what I like about the game. It's not just run and shoot, run and shoot, run and shoot. Those get pretty boring. There's things you got to do. They make it very difficult. There is some creature that looks like a giant praying mantis after me, and I can't kill this thing. I've pumped grenades into its face. Machine guns, the shotguns. I throw grenades first before I jump down this little cliff that prompts it to come out. And then you can't jump back up the cliff, so you're committed to battle this thing. So then I backtracked through the entire game, picked up first aid kits, and then I'm throwing them all over the place where I'm going to have to battle this thing so I could kind of get some health back as I'm fighting it. And it just, with one swipe, just knocks me off a cliff and I plummet to my death. And I can't figure it out.
You don't really have a life, do you?
No, I have Half-Life. Why would I don't need
exactly. Exactly. You have half a life.
I don't need whole life. I play Half-Life. Half-Life, Brian. Half-Life. Even if you got whole life, you could play Half-Life.
You got half a life going on.
Half-Life.
Yeah.
But so I got stuck there for a little bit. So I was able to save the game, pause right there, to put it away for a little bit and play Portals. And this game is hysterical because it really doesn't have a purpose, but it's addicting as all hell. You have a gun type thing. It's first person perspective, and you can shoot a porthole into, let's say, the wall.
Oh, we got dummies listening.
You shoot a porthole. It's like a hole in the wall.
Just a hole. Just say
a hole. Yeah. You shoot a hole in the wall.
Yeah.
Then you shoot a hole in the floor.
Yeah.
If you jump into the hole in the floor, you'll pop out the hole you made in the wall. See, so like it comes in handy when, let's say there's a machine gun, automated machine gun turret that you have to take out. You got to kind of put a hole above it and then find a box and put a hole under the box. Now, the box will drop through the one hole you made and fall out the other hole you made. You can only make 2 holes at a time. And it'll fall on the machine gun, and you go along your way.
So it's a little puzzle game.
Jimmy's just looking
It's
at
a
me.
puzzle game.
Yeah, it's a puzzle game.
Don't even turn me on to this crap, man. With my OCD, I would play Portal.
Dude, it's so addicting.
I would play this one.
That's the one I was playing like for a few hours last night. Dan got it like yesterday.
Yeah, I discovered Portals at 10:30 last night, unfortunately.
Oh, yeah.
I'm a little
woozy.
A little, blind and tired.
It gets, the first couple are easy. They're just kind of training you how to use the thing. But then it gets to the point where the puzzles are so intricate that you got to go through about 5 or 6 steps to get through these things. You shoot a portal, and you got to launch yourself over a wall that's just seemingly impossible. So you got to find a real high place to go, shoot down about like 50 feet and make a hole so that the speed you build up falling through the hole launches you out of the hole you made in the wall. So if you're falling, the speed you build up falling is transmitted to the same speed as you come out of the wall. So then you could launch yourself and fly over another wall if you need to. And then there was one part me and Danny were laughing at because you actually had to jump through a hole, and as you're falling, shoot another hole real quick in the floor and jump through and fall into that hole in order to pop out the correct hole.
Oh my God.
It's hysterical. Very addicting.
Porthole.
Yes.
Or Portal.
Portal or porthole,
I would
however
play
you
this for
say it.
5 minutes and realize I didn't know what I was doing, and I would break the thing.
But the thing is, and it's a good thing the way Half-Life and all the games have been over the years, they really give you good training at the beginning of the game. Right. They run you through the training course, so if you don't know how to use anything, they kind of make it interesting and fun. It's not just like you got to run through and learn how to use it. They do it like in-game kind of. And really show you how to use everything, all the weapons, so you're not stuck and lost.
I'm a big fan of puzzle games. I would get into this one.
Well, that's why I like
I would get into this.
Half-Life, especially the first one when it came out in, I think it was 98.
Yeah.
It was just, it blew all the other games away because it wasn't just run and shoot, but it wasn't like that Lara Croft jumping game where, you spend 8 hours trying to jump from one cliff to another, falling to your death every 2 seconds, and have to do the whole thing over again.
You bring up a great point. I think that game wrecked it for me as far as those type of games go. I used to play Lara Croft, and you would get so far within a board, and you couldn't do the next move, and like you just said, you have to go all the way back. They didn't have unlimited saves. Or
That's what I like.
that.
Unlimited saves. I get through a point, it's like, wait, why should I have to do it again? I did it.
Now
People are like, unlimited saves. You should only have a certain amount of saves. It's like, wait a minute. I got through this part. Let me save it so I don't have to do it again. It's not like I'm cheating. I got through it.
Because the pressure you feel when you get to that point where you just suck at, knowing you're going to have to go all the way back, it's not fun at that point.
No, it's not.
And Lara Croft did it to me. Tomb Raiders, all those type of games, I stopped playing because of that.
Yeah.
Maybe I should get back into it again.
Half-Life's a great game to play because you don't have to go through that. You have unlimited saves. And then there's like puzzle things that you got to work out, but not stupid puzzle things. Like in order to get from point A to point B and get onto the next mission or thing you have to do, you might have to go through 5 or 6 steps of going back, turning something on, then back upstairs.
Right.
And then you got to find something to make a generator work and then plug something in. So there's like a lot of little things you got to do in order to get along. And all that time, something's trying to kill you or head crabs jump out of nowhere and scare the crap out of you.
Do you need help getting past that section?
No. I don't use cheat codes. I don't want spoilers.
Cheat code. Rule.
No.
Run-throughs. Walk-throughs.
No.
Rule.
No, you know who's a big fan of the cheat code?
Well,
Steve.
Honestly,
Steve is Mr. Cheat. He goes to God mode and unlimited ammo the second he loads the game for the first time.
Actually, everyone has their rules. Actually, I hate cheat codes, but I do love walkthroughs. I'm like, look, if I can find a walkthrough and then figure out, half the time you can't even figure it out after you read the walkthrough because these dummies don't know how to write it the right way.
I've used a walkthrough, but I will only use it I swear to you, if I've gone probably 4 hours trying to get through something,
Right, I don't mind walkthroughs,
cannot for the life of me figure it out.
I don't do the cheat codes because then it gets just boring.
Never cheat code though.
This gets boring.
No.
Unless you could use cheat codes to all of a sudden make bikini models show up everywhere or some ridiculous.
Oh yeah,
thing.
like something like that is cool.
The best cheat code was in Grand Theft Auto where I forgot exactly what it was, but bikini babes followed you for the whole game, but they kept coming from all directions. So by the time after throwing this cheat code in, within a minute, you had hundreds of bikini babes following you. And now you can't get anything done because
they're just all following you.
I used to love that dumb cheat code on Grand Theft Auto.
I liked when you were able to put a code in to get the pixelation off of the Sims.
Right.
So when they would go in the shower, they'd be completely naked. We were all searching to find that one for a while.
There was a cheat code. I love sports games, too. One of the hockey games where you can make certain players really, really ridiculously large.
Oh, like giant on the ice?
It was hilarious. And,
it was funny.
And you have a tiny little, skater, battling this monster. And the guy would get so big, it would pretty much take up just about the whole screen. And all of a sudden, he's going down ice with this tiny puck, shooting at the goal.
Some board engineer is at the software engineers.
So I guess what I'm trying to say is
I
use the cheat codes just to get silly with my gaming, not to actually try to beat the game.
I won't use cheat codes.
Bill from Waterford. Goodness gracious, the Opie and Anthony staff has been taken out by the Orange Box.
The Orange Box.
You should see the O&A staff.
It's wonderful.
Anthony is nodding his head. Jimmy Norton doesn't care.
Jimmy's completely disgusted at the way they talk about video games.
Jimmy is saying nerds.
I wish I knew to play them. I would probably like them a lot.
Yeah.
I don't play any of them.
You probably would.
I think I would.
There's a few games out there you would probably love, man.
Yeah.
I mean, and now with the nice computers we all have, with the screens, and the letterbox and stuff, it's just...
The screen is huge. And by the way, it's no different than when your parents told you not to sit that close to the television, because I cannot have a big enough monitor. I want to feel like I am in the game. And you sit so close that you're like inches from the monitor.
Right.
I'm actually moving my head up and down to look at what I'm doing.
Hey, what happened?
Shouldn't have to do that.
Whatever happened, and we were one of the first people to introduce pretty much the world to this, the video game glasses.
Oh, the goggles, they never really took off.
They didn't take
the resolution just stunk.
Maybe the old listeners, when we were at NEW, we were one of the first people to have those.
Yeah.
And you hook it up to your console, like your PlayStation or whatever, and then you could play the game on the ceiling or whatever.
And it would look like virtually a big screen television, even though it's little screens right next to your eyeballs.
I used to turn off all the lights in my house, and my brother would come over, and he would get freaked out because he would hear these noises coming from the living room, and he's
playing a game,
sneaking around my apartment. I would be laying on my couch with these goggles on, pitch dark, and the whole screen was my ceiling.
Yeah.
It was awesome.
Yeah, those things,
and
they weren't in very good resolution.
We probably have brain cancer or something because they never came out with a second generation of those things.
No.
So something went horribly wrong.
No. I used to watch TV with them. I hooked it up to my cable box, and I was able to watch TV without disturbing the girlfriend because she didn't like the TV being on. And you're just sitting there, you put the earplugs in, you lay down, you're watching TV.
Yeah, that would.
And the room is pitch black.
Those things never took off, unfortunately. They would try to use our show to get the word out, and I don't know. They just whatever. Something happened to that whole
fall
technology.
asleep, burn out your retinas.
All right,
your eyelids.
Speaking of Susan Waldman,
Susan Waldman.
We haven't played the latest clip from Jimmy.
I haven't heard it.
Susan Waldman was crying because Joe Torre's probably going to be let go.
Sure.
But now they're saying that some of the players are fighting for him to stay. But it's not about that. It's about Susan Waldman crying as she's doing her dugout report or clubhouse report after the Yankees lost.
Well, it was very emotional with Joe Torre, his career hanging by the skin of his teeth, as they say.
By the way, Dan from Ohio is writing boring. Sorry, Dan, but there are a lot of gamers out there that found that kind of interesting.
Shut up, you jackass. We take a few minutes to talk about a big video game that came out just yesterday. That's it. What do you want to talk about? Cars? What do you want to talk about? Airplanes? Rocket ships? What are you into? God, just relax. If you don't like it, go away for a few minutes and then come back. How could someone just yawn?
I hate people that listen to the show that consider themselves a faithful listener, and they critique the show minute by minute.
And they think they know everything.
Take the show as a whole.
How about this? Halo came out. Halo 3, was it? Just came out?
Yeah.
Yeah. And outgrossed every movie that ever made.
Yeah, there's an interest in video games.
Yeah, I think people kind of are interested in video games. You dumb
If you consider yourself a faithful listener,
say it.
Hold on. If you consider yourself a faithful listener to the show, do us a favor. Just look at the show as a whole. As a whole. Did we have a good show today, Thursday? That's what we need to know by the end of this. Not, from 6:10 to 6:20. They were calling it in. They really sucked during that.
Talking about video games,
but it's 7:05 to 7:20. They were on their game. They were on their game.
Yeah.
Just take it as a whole, you ass.
The whole show.
Especially if you consider yourself a faithful listener. I mean, we got casual listeners. They don't give a crap. They hear us talking about video games. They're gone. They're doing something else, and they never come back. We understand that. But if you're a faithful listener, hang in there and just, we'll get to something that you'll find interesting.
If any one person thinks they could listen to any show and every subject that's mentioned they're going to be interested in, and that's what they're going to be into, you're out of your mind.
We got people that are interested in just winning money today. They don't even give a crap.
Oh, my God.
We got, want to say good morning. Want to say good morning to all the concert pigs out there listening to us to try to win $1,000.
Big prize pig.
They don't know whose voice is who. They don't know the name of the show. They just know that sometime today we're giving away $1,000.
Yeah.
So good morning to you asses.
They're waiting.
This is the Opie and Anthony Show. Hey, good afternoon, Cleveland.
Yes.
Hey, good morning to everybody else, including Long Island.
Susan Waldman.
Yeah, we're going to get right into Susan Waldman here. I just want to say good morning to Long Island because my Islanders kicked the Rangers' ass last night. Hockey season is here, alive and well.
When did the deal go through that when you bought the team? You said you're Islanders.
I'm skating with the team.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. My team. Until they start losing, then,
Yeah, then it's just the Islanders, not your Islanders.
True. And Tom wants to have some crazy bet. Who would have the better record at the end of the season, the Rangers or the Islanders?
Yeah.
And he's still trying to get money from me from the last bet.
Yeah.
The Van Halen bet.
That's when, what was that bet? That David Lee Roth's version of Van Halen sold more than Sammy Hagar's version. Yeah.
But the Sammy Hagar years, they had some monster records, songs.
Big pop hits.
But what I didn't take into consideration is that the David Lee Roth Van Halen albums were around for a really long time. Like the kids today are still buying Dark Side of the Moon.
Yeah.
So you got that same thing happening with the old Van Halen records.
They're just available for sale longer. Yep.
So I guess I blew it, but I'm not really sure because I saw some figures that say that Sammy Hagar sold more.
I don't know. Every figure that every figure that was shown to us showed that it was the other way around.
Yeah. Well. And Tom, every time he sees me, where's my $50? So I better just pay it.
Yeah.
But he wants to do a Ranger Islander bet as well, now that hockey season is here. Speaking of the Islanders, hey, Philly. Hey, who's got a pair of tickets for Saturday? Who's got them? Who's got them? Is this legal?
What?
Is this thing on? Is this legal?
Soliciting for tickets?
Is this legal?
Can't do that.
The Islanders are playing the Flyers. That's another great game to go see.
It's not. You can't say that Friday.
It's the game Saturday in Philly. What do you want, Jimmy? Ask for anything.
Just ask for something.
Yeah, I'll have tickets on my desk tomorrow. I don't know where they came from.
I'd like to ask to not be prosecuted along with Opie.
I want something similar.
Yeah.
Jimmy, what do you want? What do you want?
Freedom from being jailed.
I want people to come see me in Denver.
Oh, wow. 19th and 20th?
Of course.
In Danbury? What's the name of the establishment?
Treehouse, just whoring myself.
The Treehouse.
Wait.
Cheep, 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 cheep.
Oh, yeah.
By the way,
Jimmy will come up and offer to give you favors. Just make believe you're asleep.
By the way, if Elliot Spitzer's office is listening.
Elliot Spitzer, he's our governor now.
If the authorities are listening, I have to just play this.
I was only joking.
All right, there you go.
Of course.
See, that made it better.
Everyone knows that.
But was I?
What's wrong with wanting to go to a game that you're going to, watch? What's wrong with wanting to go watch a hockey game?
Oh, I could get my own tickets, I think.
Of course.
Shouldn't have to. You're famous.
All right, this is what we're going to do. One last time. Between 7 and 7:30.
It's coming up.
The contest officially starts in 20 minutes.
But you don't know.
Right.
Could be at 7 exactly. We could wait until 7:30.
Right, and I think we're going to, just kind of throw the sound clip in there. We're going to just be in the middle of the show talking and stuff, and all of a sudden you're going to just hear that in the background.
Oh, no, they're all going to call.
And when you hear that between 7 and 7:30, you call 877-212-0-A. 10th caller gets $1,000. We're going to do this every day with a different sound clip, but that's today's sound clip that you got to hear. As we're just talking about anything, you'll hear it in the background. It's not going to take away from the show or anything.
Right.
Okay?
People are going to call now and just not stop calling.
So you got to listen closely, because just in the middle of talking about, we're going to be talking about Susan Waldman in a few minutes here. And wow, that was just in the background, right?
Yeah.
That'll prompt you to call the radio show.
Yep.
Going to make it it's just going to be there in the background.
Between 7 and 7:30.
Right. Okay?
They got it.
And then a little later this morning, we'll give you tomorrow's sound clip that you have to listen for. God, I hope that's easy.
East Coast time.
East Coast time, right. Susan Waldman's in the paper today, and I have a feeling that they're talking about us.
Yeah, because everybody was talking about it.
We have the Susan Waldman clip from the other day.
We were really goofing on her.
And some people, I got some email from people saying, I hate when they talk about the Yankees and stuff, but it's not that we're talking about the Yankees. I mean, we are, but this is, we bring everyone in. I mean, you got this broad Susan Waldman, and she's a nice lady and stuff.
Broad.
But she's very dramatic when she's talking about her beloved Yankees, even though it's so obvious she's from Boston.
Yeah, she's got a very thick Boston accent. She's a Yankee fan.
Well, she's a Yankee fan because they're the ones that got her a job.
Yeah, they got her the gig. I kind of think, I don't know her as a person. She could be the nicest person ever. But to me, she just sounds ridiculous.
Yeah.
In whatever she's saying. Well, she just sounds ridiculous.
Well, we got the famous Susan Waldman clip about of all the dramatic things. Goodness gracious. Do we have that? Yeah, why don't we play it one last time?
This has been
old time.
One of my favorite clips so far of the year.
And know what's funny about listening to this clip now? She finds out for the first time live during a Yankee broadcast that Roger Clemens is coming to the Yankees.
Yeah.
And the whole thing was Roger Clemens was going to save the team. They sucked at this point. Let's remember the Yankees really just were just blowing.
Yep.
And they're bringing Roger Clemens aboard. And the team did turn around, obviously, so that I guess that kind of helped the team. But they brought him back to the Yankees to win in the playoffs. And now we all know he lasted 2 1/3 innings, and he was a bust.
It was ridiculous.
And he gave the most uninspired speech ever. This idiot stands up in Steinbrenner's box. He's like, well, something like, I'll be talking to you all again soon.
Yeah.
Will you?
Well, yeah.
Saying what? I'm sorry for the postseason.
Yeah, he's not talking. Right.
Reminded me of when you used to watch I Love Lucy, and they would have a celebrity on there, and it's like, well, I hope you go and see my new picture, the Flying Leathernecks. They just throw a plug in there for something. That's how uninspired he was. Well, I'll see you real soon.
Yeah.
Out on the field.
Yeah.
Will you?
I'm back, or whatever. What did he say? Do we have his voice, too? It was just...
He's back.
We're playing the whole clip. We usually just play a little snippet here and there. Hold on a minute. I got to take care of Ken in Philly. Ken, what's up?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey.
Hey, what's going to say what's up? First of all, Jimmy, I love the book, man. It was awesome.
Happy endings.
Thanks, buddy.
Still selling in bookstores.
Great. Hey, so I got a pair of tickets to the game, but brother, man, I'd rather wait my ass with them than give them to you.
Ooh.
What you did to the Phillies, man.
Yeah, see, See, Ken doesn't
I
want
love
to.
you guys to death, man. You guys, I'm in the turns the rest of the year. I'm on the road all day.
But Ken, I didn't do that on purpose to the Phillies. I really wanted them to win it all this year.
It just happens.
No, I don't know about that.
But that's why he won't give me the tickets to see the Islanders play the Flyers in Philly because of the sports curse.
I can't make it to the game.
His girl's from Philly, so he had a natural inclination to go for Philly after the Mets were out.
That's right.
I don't know, man.
All right, Ken. I get it. You
sour grapes, Ken.
All right, here's the original Susan Waldman clip.
Thank you all. Well, they came and got me out of Texas, and I can tell you it's a privilege to be back. I'll be talking to y'all soon.
Privilege to be back.
Roger Clemens is in George's box, and Roger Clemens is coming back. Oh, my goodness gracious. Of all the dramatic things I've ever seen, Roger Clemens standing right in George Steinbrenner's box announcing he is back. Roger Clemens is a New York Yankee, and there we go, John. You don't have to. There we go, John. The rotation. You should see what's going on in the Yankee dugout. Big grin on Jorge Posada's face.
He's
Andy
grinning.
Pettit knew. Big signs. Roger Clemens is
He's
now
grinning.
A Yankee.
There was a
Attention,
grin.
Fans.
One guy
He is
grins,
here,
one
and now
guy
we don't
knew,
have to discuss
and that's
who takes
supposed to
that
be
place
New
in the
Year's Eve.
I love that part.
I know.
The Yankee dugout, big grin on Posada.
So you fast forward, 4 months, something like that? And you get the same Susan Waldman after the Yankees were knocked out of the playoffs, and this is her.
And then he said something that everybody in the room, we all looked at each other.
Talking about
He said,
Joe Torre.
"This Yankee team has a great future. It's got a lot of young kids. There is no question about the ability of these people. They're very impressive." He said, "You think it's going to last forever?" And
the
Punt?
CD player decided to just stop. Are you kidding me?
Maybe it got said.
then he said something that everybody in the room, we all looked at each other. He said, "This Yankee team has a great future. It's got a lot of young kids. There is no question about the ability of these people. They're very impressive." He said, "You think it's going to last forever?" And this is rough. He's your friend. He said,
I can smell your...
"This has been
I had to do that.
Threw it in
again.
Steinbrenner's face. He went by with Clemens, New Jersey.
Oh my God! Multiple Miggs is throwing out his own. I wish I had my beep.
All right, if you want to play that game, all aboard.
Multiple Miggs is throwing all over the place. It's in my hair. And he said I could smell your...
All right, if you want to play that game, here we go.
I like to wear fingernail polish.
Hey, don't wreck the bit before we do it.
He's your friend." He said,
I like turtles.
Oh, so close. Oh my goodness gracious!
"This is rough. He's your friend." He said,
My name is William, and I like fingernail polish.
William just knows how to seduce you.
Okay. Where you gotta stop it there again.
All right.
"This is rough. He's your friend." He said,
You can act like a man. What's the matter with you?
All right.
"He's your friend." He said,
I like to make werewolf movies.
All right. Well, let's see what else.
"Rough. He's your friend." He said,
Damn, you just been pwned.
"He's your friend." He said,
By the way, that's the new one. We're going to get stuck in your head. We'll explain that a little later.
Did she
Oh, maybe.
Oh, yeah.
Last forever. And this is rough. He's your friend. He said, "When takes for nothing."
Yeah.
Yeah, wow.
It's rough. He's your friend. He said,
"And punt."
Good afternoon, Cleveland. How you doing today?
Let me...
What? Oh.
He's your friend. He said,
I made an ass of myself.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's see if he said anything else here. Let's see.
Yeah, I think he could say something.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
All right, hold on.
rough. He's your friend. He said,
"I'm sorry I did that. I'm embarrassed that I did that."
Well, let me, he might have said something else here.
Oh, really?
I'm sure he did.
Yeah, let me, let's see.
this is rough. He's your friend. He said,
"You're a filthy whore."
Only 5 banks to go.
Yeah, I think he said something.
He said something?
Yeah.
this is rough. He's your friend. He said,
"I bring nothing to the table."
this is rough. He's your friend. He said,
"Torture! It's torture!"
Yeah, well, you should have won it all with that all-star team, so it would be torture.
All right. Maybe something else. I think something was said.
All right.
Yeah.
this is rough. He's your friend. He said,
"Good evening."
Good evening.
said, you think it's going to last forever. And this is rough. He's your friend. He said,
"You're gonna be okay."
What did he?
this is rough. He's your friend. He said,
"Oh dear Lord Jesus, this ain't happening, man. This can't be happening, man. This ain't happening."
Yeah.
Yeah, it's tough.
forever. And this is rough. He's your friend. He said,
I'm being honest. I don't know anything.
Well, is it time to find out what he really said?
Yeah, I think
it's going to last forever. And this is rough. He's your friend. He said,
"You folks fell on your face. You get an F- in my book."
Yeah, wasn't happy.
Was that what he really said?
I think that was a misquote.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
All right, these people have been waiting a long time. Let's finally get to it.
Yeah.
And this is rough. He's your friend. He said,
"Show me with your mouth. Show me with your mouth."
We just go on and on.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, he could have said something.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
All right, hold on.
I have the clip ready.
Okay, finally.
"Ed, you think it's going to last forever." And this is rough. He's your friend. He said,
That's terrible. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Let me see. All right. Obviously, we've been goofing, so we should play the clip for everybody. They've been waiting a long time.
Yeah.
All right.
and this is rough. He's your friend. He said,
"I hate this place. Nothing works here."
Well, he would say that, right? All right.
Yeah.
Who was she talking about instead? Was it Tori or one of the other coaches?
Yeah, Tori.
Yeah, what, yeah, I think I am.
Yeah.
Forever. And this is rough. He's your friend. He said,
"Goddamn rich boss."
Well.
This is rough. He's your friend. He said,
"A Negro." Why would he say that?
I don't know.
Okay, I
think
got
we're running
exactly what it just said.
I think we're running out of he says.
Exactly.
This is rough. He's your friend. He said,
"This sucks."
All right. What the hell did he really say?
Yeah, okay.
I'm out.
forever. And this is rough. He's your friend. He said, "Kiss my fat ass."
I keep thinking you're just going to play it.
What? All right. Should play boring at this point.
When she says this is he's your friend, who's she talking to?
I have no idea.
It's everybody's friend because, I mean, Joe Torre is one of those guys everyone loves. Everyone loves. I think other sports fans for other teams even love Joe Torre. He's just one of those guys.
Can't believe he's been at 12 years.
This is what we're going to do. We got to take a break. We'll tell you exactly what Joe Torre said. I promise. After the break, and also we're going to give away $1,000. You just stay right there. It's Opie and Anthony. Opie, Anthony, Jim Norton, the Opie and Anthony Show. Phone number 877-212-ONA. Also, check out onaradio.com. It's a very basic Opie and Anthony website. Has all the basic stuff you need for the show, including the show rundown, which is really, really good. I love reading that every day. I read it later in the afternoon. It has all the links of things we talk about on the show.
Oh, Steve's doing that, right?
Steve from Bayshore doing a great job. That insecure mush that he is.
Insecure mush.
Every day in instant feedback. Have you read them? What do you think? What do you think so far? What do you think? What do you think? We hired you because we already think that you're really good, Steve. He's a very good writer.
Is he calling it Mine Rundown?
He's a fan of the era.
He's a fan of the era.
Anthony,
we get along so well.
It's
my cat Jack.
It's 7:04. What's going on? Why don't we do a reset here?
All right. Well, I guess we should give people a reminder that there is a contest going on.
Yeah.
We played a sound.
The last couple of days.
Yeah, last couple of days. And even earlier this morning, we played a certain sound clip.
Yeah.
And we are going to play that clip again at some point between 7 and 7:30. And it's going to be pretty much during a conversation. You're going to have to listen pretty closely because it could be over what we're talking about, under what we're talking about, something like that.
Yeah, we want to make it perfectly clear that you got to listen very closely.
Yeah, because we don't want to just, we
don't want to stop the show.
Yeah, that's not what this contest is about.
I mean, contests are cool, and the fact that we're giving $1,000 away a day is really, really cool. But we don't want we don't want it to affect the show.
No, so it's just got to kind of fit in there, and we continue doing what we're doing, and you gotta listen close and make sure it happened, and then call in.
We're not going to even acknowledge that we played the sound clip. It's just going to play.
Yeah.
That'll prompt you to call, and if you're the 10th caller, you're going to win the $1,000.
$1,000, and we're going to do that for a long time.
And
what I hear.
So for the faithful listeners out there, listen closely. Listen very closely for that sound clip. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Finally, the Susan Waldman clip, and she's kind of mad. Yanks broadcaster cries foul, calls criticism of her tears sexist. This is the clip.
Sexist?
This is the clip they're all talking about today.
And then he said something that
talking about Joe
in
Torre,
the
obviously.
room, we all looked at each other. He said this Yankee team has a great future. It's got a lot of young kids. There is no question about the ability of these people. They're very impressive. He said, you think it's going to last forever. And this is rough. He's your friend. He said, This has been the best 12 years of my life. I wouldn't have missed this for anybody. Now, I was okay, actually, until I went into the clubhouse, and the coaches are sitting in Torrey's office, and they are watching this. And the tears that you hear in my voice are coming down the faces of the coaches in that coaches' room.
Yeah?
I'm absolutely crying over here.
You know who else is crying? You blubbering idiot.
Get the whole thing.
The fans That ticket prices go through the roof when they brought that lump Alex Rodriguez in, who has been, thank God, a bust.
Oh.
Another 50-year-old pitcher.
Playoff kryptonite.
That's who should be crying.
Yeah.
Randy Johnson's back surgeon is smiling. Nobody else.
There's no crying in baseball.
Oh, it's just revolting what they've done.
So Newsday wrote a little article, and we're very suspicious. I think they're talking about us because we made the article yesterday. David Hinckley pointed out that we were goofing on that exact clip by playing the smokers laugh under it.
Yeah.
And pretty much everyone else handled that with class.
Yeah, they just discussed it, and
for the most part, I'm sure there's got to be another show out there that goofed on it.
We just completely goofed on it.
Susan Waldman's teary report from the Yankees clubhouse late Monday night has been a source of amusement on the radio, on the internet, and in print across the continent. To her, though, there is nothing funny about that. This one's getting me angry because I don't play this card a lot, but this is as sexist as it gets.
Is it?
The Yankees radio analysis said yesterday, what's the big damn deal that I cried for 4 seconds of a 10-minute post game? The idea that I can't choke up because a man I went through cancer with 11 years ago is going to lose his job, and I was describing his coaches crying? It's absolutely ludicrous. I'm not Walter Cronkite, she said. Who are these?
Cried.
Yeah, exactly. When Kennedy was assassinated.
Yeah.
Not when a $5 billion payroll lost to a team in the Midwest. You idiot.
Exactly.
Of course you're not Walter Cronkite. You're more masculine than he was.
Yeah, Cronkite teared up a little bit when he announced JFK was dead.
Exactly.
And he had just heard it, you know?
Well, she goes, I'm not Walter Cronkite, she said. Who are these arbiters of journalism who are ripping me on the radio? That would be Opie.
The Opie and Anthony show.
Anthony.
Yeah.
Like we're going to go hide because now it's in an article. Oh God, it's
she's mad at us.
It's Mike and the Mad Dog. No, it's Opie and Anthony. We think it's hilarious when people cry.
She's crying like a bitch there, Mikey. Unbelievable.
It was the second time in 5 months Waldman was criticized and or mocked for her emotions on the air in May. Well, we know what happened in May with the Roger Clemens announcement. I almost understood the Clemens one because I did get excited. It was during the game, she said. But who decided all this? The rules change all the time. It's, you're a journalist, for Pete's sake. I'm not Walter Cronkite. I'm not talking about Iraq.
She said, for Pete's sake?
I'm talking about a man who is so loved in this city, and we all know what's going to happen. I actually thought I was very poetic. I'm very surprised how it got out that smoothly.
Poetic?
Waldman called the reaction anti-female and insisted she serves a valuable role. I take it seriously that I'm a conduit between that locker room and fans, she said. Every person was so busy ripping me for crying, they didn't hear what I was saying. If I got choked up doing it, so what? We just find crying, especially in sports, hilarious.
Yeah,
hilarious.
It's sports,
exactly,
and they're crying.
I mean, who doesn't find, except for Philly, of course.
Well,
she's a big Muppet face. I love Susan Waldman's big Muppet face. Doesn't she have a Muppety face? There's a tear rolling down that cloth face.
She certainly does.
Eric, can you show another Muppet face picture of Susan Waldman?
Get a Muppet face picture of her up there. I want to see that.
Blithering idiot.
She's your friend.
She should be crying when she watches that money be thrown in front of an oscillating fan and blown into Scott Boros' pocket. That bum, Alex Rodriguez.
That bum.
Who has won nothing but a pseudo-hooker in Toronto photos. You dummy.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Perfect.
That's worth tearing up over.
But it's not a sexist thing. We just find crying in sports really, really entertaining. Like, here's the Mike Schmidt one.
Some 18 years ago, I left Dayton, Ohio, with 2 very bad knees and a dream to become a Major League Baseball player. I thank God the dream came true.
Dream came true.
He's crying because his knees are sore.
Ow.
How can you not find that funny?
That's great.
Mike Schmidt was one of the greatest baseball players ever. When we had the tour down there in Philly, they have a plaque right outside the clubhouse. I took the picture. I'm like, wow, look at that.
It's a tampon and a hanky.
The chicken.
You man up, you fruit. You threw a ball around for a few years. So what?
This has been our bit for years, and Susan Waldman's the latest casualty. We just love when people break down on live TV in front of the media.
Get over
it. Or as part of the media. And then, of course, you got this famous clip that we love, the wrestling fan.
I just want to thank each and every one of y'all for all you've done to your bodies. It's still real to me, damn it. I mean, thank you.
Take it easy, man. Take it easy, man.
You're awesome. Thank you so much, Mr. Funk, for saying what needed to be said. I don't want to see another one of these.
Well, thank you. And I don't even give a crap what he's crying over. It's just funny.
He is the best. It's so real to me.
And we'll introduce a new one for a lot of people out there. We worked with this guy at XM. What was his name again?
Bruce.
Bruce. What was Bruce's last name? Bruce Kelly, right.
Bruce Kelly.
You know, a radio guy that's been around a really long time. He's no longer with XM Satellite Radio, but XM was doing this thing. What was it? Live Aid. Okay. And Bruce Kelly got to go overseas, and the Who performed.
Yeah.
And I guess they had some kind of video montage of probably like starving kids, because, you know, that's the video that always gets us in concert, where they have to show where the rest of the world is suffering and we're great.
Yeah.
And maybe we should take some of our greatness and help the rest of the world.
And they're selling $8 bottled water.
Yeah, it's such a predictable thing that a lot of rock acts do in concert.
Yeah.
To make you get emotional. So I think they had some kind of video of starving children before or during or after the Who performed.
But the Who was the thing that really got him.
Yeah, so here's Bruce Kelly live on the air, representing all of XM at Live Aid overseas.
Yeah. He saw the band, went back to the two people that were on the air, and was supposed to report on the Who's their little segment of the show.
Right. Oh, by the way, Awful Me, great instant feedback coming in. That accent could read Shakespeare and it wouldn't be poetic.
Yeah, she thought it was poetic.
Yeah, here's Bruce Kelly crying.
Is this live?
Yes, we're live. Bruce, where were you, buddy?
I was right up under the photogs.
You know, it's amazing watching Pete Townsend and Roger Daltrey perform these songs after all these years and still have the full spirit of what they do under control. I mean, you know, Townsend just continues to be an amazing guitar player.
I'm sorry. I'm absolutely crying. I can't help it. I really can't. This is no fake. The whole moment just kind of got to me with that video.
Yeah, the video was very powerful.
Yeah, that was. This is very awkward. I'm sorry, but it was just very. I mean, it's just the Who. I can't help but be a 14-year-old kid out there with the Who. And that's it. I'm sorry.
You were seeing them live. I guess that was in color.
Yeah. They were live on stage, but the black and white was happening on the big screens too. So
Through your tears.
Wow.
Through your tears.
Two more to go here at Hyde Park, and the crowd.
Like an idiot. I'm sorry. Really,
okay.
no.
You are.
It's just overwhelming. Yeah,
that's what this. That really is what this is all about. There are certain moments that touch everybody.
Yeah.
No, what's great
men
about
turning into fruits.
Maybe a little too inside, but the guy at the end of that is George Taylor Morris. He's a legendary radio jock. He's seen it all, and I know he probably wants to go. Look, ass,
lighten up.
I used to do drugs with Jim Morrison and jump off roofs. Get a hold of yourself. It's the stupid Who, 20 years past their prime.
And that's not what it's all about. It's about helping starving children. Not about an overweight man remembering his own stupid privileged boyhood.
14 years old, seeing the Who.
And hope of being a happy suburban kid again.
That was a real moment. I respect him because it was a real moment, but like George Taylor Morris should have been like, come on, dude. What are you doing?
Dude, what are you doing? It's the Who. And
then the other the girl there was like,
she is great.
All dramatic. Through your tears.
Through your tears, you wanker. Through your tears, you poofter.
She used to work for XM. Her mother was the weakest link lady.
Yeah.
That was her mother.
Yep.
So what are we gonna do next here on this show? Let's see what we got planned.
Oh man.
Here. There's a story here.
Yeah.
I like turtles.
So people say if you blink, you missed it.
Well, let's see. Where were we?
Like I said, see, doesn't affect the show at all.
No.
just kind of in the background.
Yeah, that's how it's got to be. Jesus Christ.
That made us laugh. What the hell? That's all that matters in the end, right? Oh. All right.
Wow.
Yeah. Phones are ringing like crazy.
Look at that. I wonder why.
I have no idea, Anthony. 877-212-ONA.
Yeah, I better give that number out.
Yeah. Because it's time to win $1,000.
Oh, it is?
Well, because that was the sound.
I totally missed it. We were talking about, geez, I forgot we were even talking about.
People crying?
Right.
Yeah. And, I don't
like
know.
caller number 9 will be?
Oh, yeah. Do we have a winner yet?
Oh, my goodness gracious.
Let's.
Travis is in the box.
Hi, who's this?
This is Jennifer.
Hey, Jennifer, where are you calling from?
Oh, come on. I'm calling from New Jersey.
You want to win $1,000?
I would love to win $1,000. Am I the 10th caller between 7 and 7:30 today for I Like Turtles?
You heard I like turtles, right?
I Like Turtles.
You're the first caller. Hi, who's this?
Hello?
Hi, who's this?
Alejandro, what's up?
Hey, why are you calling the show today?
Because I like turtles.
And what does that mean?
That I probably won $1,000.
And we're looking for the 10th caller.
Excuse me?
And we're looking for the 10th caller.
Yep.
So
you're number 2.
You get nothing. You lose.
Hi, who's this? Hi, who's this?
This is Paul.
Hey, Paul, you calling for the contest, the Opie and Anthony contest, $1,000 giveaway every day for the next 4 or 5 weeks?
Paul looking to win $1,000, a cool grand.
$1,000
A G.
Is that why you called, Paul?
Yes, I did.
Yes, I did. You're the third caller. Get lost. Hi, who's this?
This is Greg.
Hey, Greg, how are you, buddy?
What's going on?
You're the fourth caller. Hi, who's this? Hello?
Hello?
Hi, who do we have on the line?
Who's on the line? Looking for $1,000.
Hi, who's this?
Hello.
Hi, who's this?
It's Lou.
Hey, Lou, you're the fifth caller. I'm sorry. Hi, who's this? Hello, who do we have on the line?
Who's on the phone?
Huh?
This is George Baker from Salem, Mass.
Hey, George, how are you, buddy?
Good, how are you?
What's the phrase that pays?
The phrase that pays.
Yeah.
Oh, man. I don't remember what that is.
Okay.
You don't remember what that is?
You're the sixth caller. I'm sorry. We got to move on. Yeah. Hi, who's this? Hi, who's on the line?
This is Anthony.
Hi, Anthony. Where are you calling from?
Manchester, New Hampshire.
Yeah, a lot of New Englanders.
Yeah.
Calling for the contest. You're the 7th caller. I'm sorry.
Hi, who's this?
Hello?
Hey,
Hi, who are you?
it's Rich.
Rich, looking to strike it, Rich.
That's right, Anthony.
Rich, looking for that $1,000, are you?
Yes, sir.
How bad does it suck that you're what? Yeah, you're the 8th caller. You were so freaking close, and I got to tell you, there has to be at least 100,000 people calling right now, and you were 2 away from winning the $1,000. That's really got to suck, huh?
You get nothing. You lose.
This is the one.
Good day, sir.
This is the one I'm looking forward to right here.
yeah, this is the one.
This is the reason for the bit.
Hi, who's this?
Hi, who are you?
Hello?
Hello?
Are you calling for the contest?
Yeah, calling.
Yes, I am.
Calling to win that cool $1,000.
Oh, yeah.
Who do we have on the line? We should get to know the caller. What's your name?
This is Steve from Clifton.
Steve from Clifton.
Clifton, New Jersey. That's right. And why are you calling the Opie and Anthony show? Why don't you explain it to everybody out there in Radio Land?
Because I want to win $1,000, and I like turtles.
You heard the I Like Turtles clip, and that prompted you to call us at 877-212-0-A. And we're looking for what caller?
Caller 10 we're looking for. Absolutely.
How bad does it suck that you're 9?
Ah!
Oh, that sucks for you.
Sorry.
And punt.
Yeah, Hi, who's this?
This is Phil from Boston.
Hey, Phil, what's going on? Why are you calling?
To win the grand.
Yeah, you heard I Like Turtles between 7 and 7:30, and you called, right?
Exactly.
I think you could tell in my voice that...
There's all kinds of people already.
Huh?
Is there all kinds of people already waiting to be...
I mean, let's be honest, Phil. Wait, where are you calling from?
I'm calling from Boston.
Boston. Let's be honest. I mean, this contest, it's tough. You got probably, I don't know, 100,000 people calling all at the same time. What are the odds, really, that you would win $1,000, Phil?
I guess pretty slim. I understand. But
no, actually, pretty good, Phil.
Whoa,
you
Phil!
won $1,000. We got a winner. Phil Connors. Phil?
Yeah. Hey, Phil?
We just gave you $1,000.
Dude, that's crazy. Are you serious?
We're serious.
Serious as a heart attack.
I love turtles.
That's your favorite show on the radio.
Opie and Anthony.
Of course it is.
All right, listen. Now we got to record the promo that's going to run all day long on this fine radio station that you're listening to us on. So just go, hi, I'm Phil from Boston, and I just won $1,000 listening to my favorite radio show in the whole wide world, Opie and Anthony. With some excitement, sir. We're going to play
a lot
this
of
all day long.
excitement.
Here we go.
Hi, I'm Phil from Boston, and I just won a grand from Opie and Anthony, man. I love turtles.
And you love?
Turtles.
And you love?
Turtles.
And you love?
Turtles.
Opie and Anthony.
God. The turtle isn't going to pay you.
And say $1,000.
Right, I'm sorry.
Yeah, and don't say $1,000.
No, seriously, they're recording the other studio. We need a nice promo that runs all day long here, Phil. You're going to be a star all day. All right, so you know what you're going to say? I want $1,000.
Okay.
I like turtles.
I'm stupid, Phil.
I'm stupid, Phil.
Oh, come on.
Can't take any direction.
Can't take any direction.
La, 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 la.
And the Red Sox are going to blow it.
I don't think so, dude.
And Tom Brady's going to break his leg.
Wow.
All right, why don't we get the promo? Why don't you help him out here?
All right, Phil.
Yep.
Now you're going to say, I'm Phil from Boston, and I just won $1,000 listening to the Opie and Anthony show. I love Opie and Anthony.
And I love turtles.
Yes.
With excitement, sir. Seriously.
Come on now, with excitement, like a real hack radio station.
That's right. Let's go.
Hi, I'm Phil from Boston, and I just won $1,000 listening to Opie and Anthony. I love them guys, and I love turtles. Red Sox rule.
Hey, that's not in the rules.
That'll be edited out.
Yeah, we'll cut that out.
And he improvised.
Yeah.
He didn't like my script where I go, I love Opie and Anthony.
Hey, come on, I'm nervous right now, you know?
And
I'm
nervous?
trying to follow your script. The moment you say it, I forget what you said.
He made it his own.
All right, listen. I'm gonna put you on hold. Line one.
Uh-oh.
Phil, I'm dead serious. You just won $1,000. All right.
Well, hey guys, thanks a lot, man. You guys rock.
All right. Okay. Fuck off.
Wait a minute. You can't tell the winners of contests to F off, Opie. It's not good. It's not the good protocol. F off.
And I will.
All right, Phil.
Jesus, how long are we going to do this? For a month?
God, and every day we're going to be just as obnoxious. All right, Phil.
Hey, thanks, guys, man. You rock.
There you go. You're the inaugural winner of this contest.
And now I got to figure out which button puts Phil on hold. Is it this one? Uh-oh. You better check this in.
Oh, boy. What if we lose him? What is the ruling? Do we have to get another winner?
I don't know. All right, listen. We're going to have another chance to win $1,000 tomorrow between 7 and 7 a.m. Oh, 7.
People have to call in nanoseconds.
All right, listen. Let me try that again. We'll have another chance to win $1,000 tomorrow between 7 a.m. and 7:30 a.m. Today's winner's from Boston. Very good. And you want to pick the clip right now that they have to listen for tomorrow?
Yes.
Sometime between 7 and 7:30 tomorrow, we're going to play that. You call 877-212-ONA. If you're the 10th caller, you will get abused, and you'll win $1,000, courtesy of your pals, Opie and Anthony. It's Opie and Anthony. Thanks for checking us out today. Jim Norton in studio.
I forgot to mention Saturday my HBO special premieres at 10 o'clock, so if you want to watch that, it's on this Saturday.
Oh, how could you forget to mention that,
Honest
Jimmy?
to God, did I plug a Danbury, Connecticut gig?
I know.
The HBO special. That's why I'm a zilch.
Let's see. Should I promote a gig that's going to sell out in 5 minutes and there's going to be about 100 people there because you decided to play smaller clubs to work on your next hour?
Yep.
Or should I plug something that's going to be on HBO and seen by millions?
Yes, so this Saturday the 13th.
That is very exciting, Jimmy. 877-212-ONA if you're trying to get a hold of us. It's Jocelyn from New Jersey. What's up?
Hey, how's it going?
Hey.
Hello?
Hi.
Yeah, what's up?
Hi.
Hi.
Hi, what's going on?
Not much. I was calling to say good morning.
Okay.
Because it's
And
phone call
I was
Thursday.
heading home from the gym this morning, and I heard the whole I love turtles thing.
Okay.
And I thought it was a sign, so I got in my car real early to go sit on Route 80, and I kept dialing in, and my phone sucks because Nextel sucks. So it kept cutting out, and
How's that? It just cut out again.
Here's tomorrow's clip if you want to win $1,000. We're going to play this between 7 and 7:30 tomorrow when you hear it.
Yes.
Very easy. Call us at 877-212-ONA If you're the 10th caller, you're going to win $1,000. We can't make it any more simple than that.
Yes, this isn't for now.
No.
It's for tomorrow. This is tomorrow's sound.
Yes. Ara, what's up, Ara?
Hi.
Hi.
What are you doing?
I just wanted to check that I had the right phone number.
Make sure you have the right phone number for the contest. You're going to be listening.
Right.
Going to be listening all month long. Try to win $1,000.
I like turtles, but it didn't get me anywhere.
Oh, no, huh?
Do you like the Opie and Anthony show?
I do now.
Yeah.
Yeah, you do now. That's what we want to hear. All right.
What is your favorite Opie and Anthony bit? We've been on the air for quite a long time now.
I just started listening yesterday.
Yesterday. All right. We got a name for you. New listener. Yeah.
Well, one of many names we have.
All right. So how did you hear that there was a contest going on?
Well, I turned on the radio, and you got my attention, and I heard I like turtles, and I thought it was funny. And we started listening again this morning, but we didn't win.
All right, now, what do you know about the show so far? You've been listening for about a day, a couple hours. What do you like about it so far?
I think you guys are hysterical.
Oh!
So why didn't you listen to us before now?
I don't know, because I like the different station, I guess.
What? What station did?
106.3.
What is 106.3?
What is that? What is that? What kind of...
G-Rock. G-Rock?
What is G-Rock?
G-Rock?
Progressive?
What's G-Rock?
Progressive.
G.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Where is it?
It's in Jersey. That's the station that does Tubes Day.
Ew, you're a fan of Tubes Day?
You like Tubes Day?
No, I never heard of that.
Oh.
Are you sure you got the right station?
Are you?
They play like all new music.
All right, so basically you're a prize pig, and now you're going to listen to us for a month because we're giving away $1,000.
Absolutely.
You're really just in this for the money, aren't you?
Not necessarily. That's how you got my attention, but I might stick with you.
Oh, okay.
I think you guys are great.
All right.
Very funny. Had me laughing all yesterday.
Right, we get it.
The audio.
Wait, what?
Sorry.
Wait, we had you laughing yesterday. What made you laugh about the Opie and Anthony show?
You guys are obnoxious.
Obnoxious. Yes, we are obnoxious.
Listen for this tomorrow between 7 and 7:30. Okay? Between 7 and 7:30, and they're calling now for whatever reason. I have no idea. Stephen S. from Bayshore. Of all the dramatic build-ups to a clip being played. We said we wouldn't stop the show. We wanted to just be in the background, just one of these things.
A lot of negative feedback on the show rundowns, too.
Oh, yeah. God, people hate them.
Well, old school from Grand Rapids, Michigan.
Poor Steve, I can't even say that. He's going to be all bummed.
I know. Old school from Grand Rapids, Michigan. You guys need a dumb contest to boost ratings. Wow, you have sunk to a new low. Hack. I don't know if he's kidding or not, but yeah, we're doing this to get ratings. You're absolutely right.
No, we're just giving away cash, stupid.
Yeah. Yeah, you're absolutely right. So now what? Now what?
But that's the only reason anybody does anything entertaining on the radio is to get ratings.
Right.
Yeah.
People, if they would pay you the same and say we don't care what the ratings are, we would all just sit here and like talk to each other without headphones and not care whether you heard it or not.
Yeah. Big breaks of dead air.
Yeah. I just talk to my pals.
Just get up and go to the bathroom at any time you want.
Penny, Long Island.
It is like the show.
Yeah. Penny, what's up?
Hi, I just wanted to let you know I'm a long-time listener, and I just thought that it was hysterical, the contest that you just did.
Dear Penny.
Oh, thank you, Penny.
Thank you, Penny. Woo!
Yeah, we're going
The
to...
lead-up was so funny, and then busting everybody when they weren't the 10th caller was just hysterical.
That's something people don't do on
radio. You know,
on radio because the
that's
PD tells you don't do that.
Yeah, because you don't want to like insult or piss off a listener
or make the listeners mad. So never take the call from like the 9th caller if you're taking the 10th call.
Who gives a crap, man? That's what you want to hear when you're driving around and they do this type of stuff. Who wants to polish crap? You want to hear like the disappointment in someone's voice when they're the 9th caller.
And usually they tell you not even to talk to them. You just plunk the lines down and go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. You hang up on them, and then you take the 10.
So they don't know that.
So they don't even know that they were, because you want them all to think that they were that close and have a chance. So they keep listening.
We like to wallow in it. We love wallowing in it. Thank you, Penny.
Thank you, tranny voice.
Jocelyn's back. Jocelyn, New Jersey, what's going on? Didn't we just talk to you?
Yeah, I missed you guys already. It's been a whole 5 minutes since my phone cut out again.
Your phone cut out. What service do you have? What do you have, that iPhone?
I have Nextel.
Oh, see?
Nextel. All right, so where were we when your phone cut out?
I was over by the Rockaway Mall on Route 80.
No one cares. No one cares.
But
I mean, as far as our conversation was going.
Yeah, where
what
were
we
you?
Talking about?
Not literally, where were you?
Well, I was telling you guys I like turtles, and it was a sign that I should have called this morning.
Yeah, I know. We got through that. Oh, we were asking you what you've been listening for only a day, right?
Oh, right.
No, not me. I've been listening to you guys for years, and I'm glad you guys came back.
Her story changed.
Or wait, you're the other. Wait, who?
Yeah.
So
I'm
what?
The first girl.
So what happened when your phone hung up?
I don't know. I stood there and I looked at it, and I'm like, oh, crap, I got to call back.
Well, what were we talking about at that very moment? Did we ask you a question or something?
No, nothing. My phone just died. So you can go ahead and ask the question now if you want.
No, that's all right. Get lost. Anita.
Hi, did I win? I love turtles.
Hello, who's this?
Anita from Long Island.
Hello?
Hello?
Anita.
Debbie. Is it Debbie?
Anita, hello?
Who is this, Debbie?
Debbie? Yeah?
Anita?
Yeah?
Wait, who do we got in line? Anita? Who? Seriously.
Look, listen, guys, I didn't think I'd go through.
Wait, who do we... Hold on a minute. We got Debbie or Anita?
Anita.
Oh, we have Anita online.
I'm here.
Wait.
Hi, Debbie.
Is Deb?
Hi, Anita. How you doing? I'm good. How are you? Hey, just put a big loser on my head. I just called the number to make sure that it was the right number for the contest. I think you got the right number.
Yep. 5 minutes from now, they'll be trading brownie recipes. Stupid toilet cleaners.
Toilet cleaners. Yes, both of you are caller 638.
Right.
I think you just missed.
The contest ended about 25 minutes ago. Why are you still calling?
Yeah.
Okay, listen.
Oof.
What?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I just called to make sure I had the right number. I didn't think actually I would be on the radio.
Now, why didn't you have the number before this?
Pardon me?
Why didn't you have the number before this contest? Do you listen to the show?
Oh, absolutely. Every day. My son turned me on to it months ago.
Oh.
But can I tell you something? Can I tell you something that's a little weird? When someone gives me a phone number in my regular life, like, hey, if you need some painting done, here's my phone number. I don't sit there and then check to see if it's the right number.
Let me call.
I just assume it's the number.
Hey, how you doing? Do you want some painting done?
No, I just want to make sure this is the right number.
Right number, so when I do need some painting, I know that I won't get a wrong number.
Why would you check to make sure it's the right number?
Jim, are you there?
Who the hell's Jim? Oh, Jim Norton.
Yes, ma'am.
Of course. Precocious James Norton.
I'm here and slightly hurt, miss.
The sad part, I really meant that. But I thought there might be another Jim on the line. All right, sorry.
I'm here, madam.
All right, go ahead. You're talking to Jim.
Okay.
You're talking to Jim.
Yeah, I'm right here, miss.
Yeah, Jim, I'm going to watch your HBO special. You're awesome. You're
Who
great.
isn't?
Thank you, miss. But that was just kind of an anticlimax.
To sweep the nation.
I was eating fruit on the other side of the room, and I ran over to the mic.
We want to be considered awesome, too, but if we continue with your phone call, people aren't going to think we're as awesome as we really are.
No. The awesome gauge is going down.
All right.
We need to fill up with some awesome.
Yeah, right now we're tools.
Yes.
All right, we got to say goodbye to Anita and Debbie, the prize pigs.
The low awesome light is on.
Yeah. The awesome alert is
it went up.
Is that a green? No.
Hello?
All right, thanks, ladies. We got to get rid of those prize pigs. That's what we have to deal with for the next month. Thank you, Tracy. Thank you. This is how we're going to get people listening. Great, thanks. Thanks a lot. Let's say hi to Gene in Connecticut. Gene?
Yeah, hi, Opie and Anthony.
Yeah, what's up, Gene?
Nothing much. Everything's good. Love you guys. Great show.
Thank you.
Wanted to tell you it's a funny bit you did against the Maxwell show in Cleveland that time.
What did we do?
It was actually, the whole thing with the and punt and the
and punt
the guy has. Well, anyway, I called the radio station and I wanted to tell him that because you guys gave away the number.
Right.
And the guy picked up the phone and he's like, "Yeah, dude, what's up?" I guess they all talk to people that way.
The dude thing, yeah.
They're just a bunch of radio posers. We put out a challenge, and of course they didn't take our challenge, so we're done with that dopey show. They think their guy's funnier than Jim Norton, and we were confused. We thought he was a comedian, so we're like, all right, send in your best set, and we'll play it uninterrupted on our show.
Yeah.
And we talk to close to 2 million people a day. So that would be great exposure for a guy that's kind of doing radio in Cleveland. And then his excuse was, well, I'm not a stand-up comic. I don't do comedy clubs. And they're saying that he's just funnier on the radio. So then we said, okay, send the funniest thing you've ever done on a radio show to our show, and we'll play it uninterrupted for 2 million people. And that would be great exposure for this guy that's hanging out doing radio in Cleveland. And, of course, there's a new excuse. So we're just done with these idiots because they're just a bunch of radio posers.
Well, anyway, and I told the guy, I started telling him how much they suck, and he's like, well, look, you obviously listen to them, trying to paint me out as kind of like a passionate listener.
Yeah.
And I said, well, actually, the only reason why I know who you guys are was because of the Opie and Anthony show. And he's like, okay, thank you. And then he just hung up on it.
All right.
Thank you.
Yeah, we like beating up on those guys, too, but I think we're done with them because, we threw out a realistic challenge, and they pushed out.
And they started it. We didn't know who they were. We didn't start trashing them.
Yeah, who the hell are they?
We'd never heard of them, and all of a sudden we get audio of them just bashing us.
Right. All right, Gene.
Whatever. Cheers.
Thank you, Gene.
All right.
And by the way, we love Cleveland. Good afternoon, Cleveland.
Good afternoon, man.
Let's say hi to Mike in Boston. Mike.
Cleveland.
Yeah.
Hey.
Hello.
Hey.
Hey, guys, what's up?
What's up?
Not much. Just calling to say good morning. I love listening to the show, so... And I think you're right. Jim Norton's much funnier than that other guy was.
Thank you, sir.
Why are you calling?
Huh? Checking up on the I Love Turtles things. What was the sound for tomorrow?
Oh, my gosh.
This contest is going to be all-consuming on this program.
Tomorrow, listen for this. Between 7 and 7:30.
I can't even tell you how much I despise that sound from that song.
It's a funny song, though.
Yeah,
shut up. It is not.
See,
it is not funny.
Within a week, you'll be walking around your place going, duh.
I don't doubt it. But it's horrible.
It'll be as great as this one was.
My name is William, and I like fingernail polish.
The worst. Jimmy, you got one?
I just like that one. That's my favorite.
No, I mean, do you do it or what?
Oh,
like I even do a little thing with my arms.
I just go da ha ha ha, and I throw my arms open, and whoever's next to me finishes it.
Ah, there you go.
That's how I meet people.
Except me.
Yeah, come on.
I will not.
You are
be party to that.
A stick in the mud.
Call me a stick in the mud.
Corinne, what's going on?
Stick you in the mud.
Oh my God! I just heard the sound clip. I've got the phrase that pays.
Hi, Corinne.
Oh, Jesus.
Corinne?
Yeah?
Jeff in Buffalo, what's up?
You guys are killing me with this contest.
Why? It's bad, right?
It's hilarious. You need to do this all day, every day. How about
Aren't we?
Exactly. That's the problem.
Jesus.
We agreed to this dumb thing because we're like, okay, we'll play a clip real fast and we'll continue to do our fine radio show. And maybe it'll get more people listening. Who knows?
Yeah, I like the meetings we had. It was like, yeah, well, it's got to be unobtrusive, and we really got to kind of get it in there and get it over with so we can continue with the show.
I think we even said, look, we're willing to, kill about 2 or 3 minutes every morning on the bit. We talk for 3 hours on this side, so like 2 or 3 minutes, fine. We'll promote it. We'll play the clip. We'll take the winner. 2 or 3 minutes tops.
But we get
now it's completely taking over our lives. Look,
we get so into things.
Logan in Delaware, how are you, buddy?
Pretty good. How you doing, man?
Hey, good. Why are you calling the Opie and Anthony show?
Well, I just wanted to say I'm sitting in a warehouse and I'm listening to you guys every morning from a ham radio.
Oh, thank you, sir.
I have a radio from like 1976 from Radio Shack. That's all I get out here. It's the only station I get.
Yeah. What is a ham radio?
Ham radio.
No, it's
big
a
big ham with an antenna.
That's the first thing I thought of, believe me.
Isn't that what you think of? Just a big, slimy piece of ham?
Just Bob Kelly with an antenna sticking out of him.
Stupid Bob Kelly. God, I was so aggravated.
Hold on, Logan. We don't really care much about what you have to say.
Or you personally.
Yeah, hold on. Go ahead, Ant.
Stupid Bob Kelly.
Got married online.
Yeah.
And it was like we would watch him and his fiance get married on the computer because he's in Hawaii. He's in Maui.
He's in Hawaii. He sent out a bunch of invitations to join him in his wedding. And it's like, wow, Maui.
Yeah, thank you. I got the same invite. I started getting excited. I'm like, oh, my God, I'm going to Hawaii for a wedding. This is awesome.
No, his invitation had a website on it. You go to the website, and you supposedly get to watch the wedding, the nuptials on the beach, on the internet. You know, a little streaming video of his wedding. So I go there, and I couldn't get on. I couldn't, there was no link. I was supposed to be emailed something. I got emailed the thing, but all I was emailed was something that gave you a link to a video to make sure that your computer could handle the video. And then after that, I couldn't find any video, any links, anything to click on to bring up his video.
It was really nice, especially when the guy doing the ceremony said, "Do you, Colonel Kurtz, take this woman?" His fiancee Dawn looked really, really great. It was on the beach. It was just him and Dawn and the guy who does the wedding. I don't know what they're called in Hawaii. Just, Hawaii. We get it.
Hawaii, they say.
Just a shoeless man doing the ceremony. But it was pretty nice. And I couldn't hear as well because I watched it at the Comedy Cellar, and all you could hear is DePaulo and just stupid Colin firing out vicious lines at Bob. But it was very nice.
God.
They read their vows to each other, and I could see Bob dabbing away at his eyes.
Oh, he gets very emotional.
He is an emotional wreck.
Mm-hmm.
But I unfortunately couldn't hear whatever probably poorly written vows he said. I'm sure hers were flowery and lovely.
Oh, his is probably some kind of
I'm sure there's a
poem with roses are red, violets are blue in it.
Roses are red, violets are brew. Violets are brew. Violets are brew. Oh, I should just eat a shotgun blast.
Don't call.
That's for tomorrow between 7 and 7:30. $1,000, yes. Let's say hi to Mike before we take a break here. Mike in Florida.
Mike?
Yo, guys, what's up? I am a long-time listener, first-time caller.
Yeah.
Wank, wank.
That's a joke. Listen, I've been listening to you guys since AEW. Moved down here from Long Island, good old Long Island. And I'll tell you, if they lose you down here, it's really going to suck. Because the state of Florida sucks as it is anyway.
It's kind of too bad. West Palm Beach doesn't really want this radio show. It's unfortunate. They're looking for another show, and that's the only reason we're still on the air. And I think after a year and a half, we finally have hit our stride. So I don't know why they would give it, get rid of it now.
If they yank us off, dude, just get an XM and listen to us that way. What can I tell you?
Yeah, what can we say?
We want to stay on that station. If they yank us off, just do that. You can hear us that way.
There you go.
Well, I'm actually moving back to New York because the state itself is a bunch of Bible huggers, and that's exactly why everyone down here has no sense of personality, no
Bible
sense
thumper
of humor.
and a tree hugger. I think it is, right?
And everyone,
Bible thumper.
Yes, it's a Bible.
Oh, sorry, we're just commenting on your stupidity.
I know, and especially since they're all Jews down there, so they're basically Bible deniers, or at least part of it.
At least the newer part, I guess.
Exactly.
It's a Bible thumper.
When are you moving back?
Hopefully soon. Hopefully within the next.
Hopefully soon. That really narrows it down. Why? Gonna give him a room there,
we gotta
Jim?
Wait on some. We have a house down here.
Don't care. Don't know. Don't care.
I was just curious. I mean, this guy, it's weird.
Were you really curious?
I was actually.
I don't think you cared.
What kind of
really.
work do you do?
Oh my god! Oh my god!
What do you do? I am curious as to what you do. What do you do that you would then come up here and be able to get a job?
I work for one of the cable companies down here.
Oh, well.
Cool.
Not so much fun.
I love stupid tasered college douche.
Speaking of being unobtrusive.
Don't taste me, bro. Yes.
Speaking of being unobtrusive, like we're being with this contest of ours.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, before we take a break,
we have Mark Maron coming in a little after 8.
After the break.
Yes.
I have a feeling to talk about crap you might be having lying around your apartment that you have and stuff.
Huh?
Most of it's crap, but you might have gold or, I don't know, jewelry laying around. Yeah.
People do. They got old jewelry laying around the house. What are you going to do with it, though?
Look, this has 2 days left, so now I could read an instant feedback that really made me laugh.
Yeah.
The guy goes, okay, yeah, let me get this straight. You guys want me to just take my golden jewelry and throw it in an envelope and just send it off, and they're going to send me money.
Yeah. That's how it works.
People are pessimists, but they do send you money.
Of course they do. You think a place that stay in business that just took your jewelry?
Maybe it's good that we're mentioning that, because you don't have to worry, but I guess if you just listen in that way, it is kind of strange.
Because it's not just like you're putting it in an envelope. You will receive a, what is it called?
Cash?
No, the package you put it in.
I don't know.
Package? Oh, a jewelry shipping package thing.
No.
Oh, a manila envelope?
No, it is called...
Or is it vanilla?
Yes.
Vanilla.
It is called your request a pack.
Oh, yeah.
Once your golden jewelry arrives at their facility, your money goes out 24 hours later.
Yeah.
See, that's what you do. With requestapack.com. Yeah, you request... No.
What?
It's cash4gold.com.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Or you could go to iLikeTurtles.com, right?
No.
What?
No, this is an opportunity to clean out the your house, get rid of the garbage, and pick up some quick cash with cash4gold.com. It's easy. You get the request a pack, you send your jewelry in, and then you get 24 hours later, you're getting cash.
And you could call them, right?
You can call them.
Yeah.
It's the number's easy. It's 877-GOLD Gold 590. 877-GOLD 590. See, it's easy.
Hey, Coke Logic writes, mugged an old white bitch? We got a website for you. No?
No. They don't want stolen goods. They want your old jewelry that you're not using anymore. Don't you understand? And if you use the promo code VIRUS, you pick up an extra 2.5% value on the jewelry that you send in the request a pack envelope.
Oh, okay.
And your money's sent out 24 hours later.
Really?
Yeah, they just sit on it for 24 hours.
This is a good thing. I haven't heard about this.
Of course it is.
I hope we talk about this tomorrow.
Sure we will.
All right. Mark Maron next. It's Opie and Anthony. You're checking out the Opie and Anthony show. I think we got your mother on the phone, Ant.
If this is... Oh, boy. Hello?
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 Who's this?
This is Ro. This is not your Anthony's mother.
Of course not.
My Anthony works for Ron and Fez.
Oh.
And you're calling why?
Well, I want to know if I could enter the contest.
What contest?
Tomorrow. The turtle contest.
Well, the turtle contest was today.
Yeah. Oh, my God.
You're not having it again
tomorrow? No, we're not having the turtle contest tomorrow. We play another clip today.
Oh my God, now it's known
and
as
if you hear it tomorrow...
Now it's known as the turtle contest.
It's the turtle contest.
And you guys thought we were joking about people being stupid.
It's called... it's just you win $1,000 contest. But you have to listen for a sound that we play the day before. See, now tomorrow, between 7 and 7:30, Ope, do you have the sound?
Here it is.
Unfortunately. Do you hear that awful part of a song parody?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, when you hear that between 7 and 7:30
tomorrow,
you call in. Yes. And if the 1,000,000,000 to 1 odds are with you and you are the 10th caller, we'll give you $1,000.
Yeah, all right? There's no entering. You just got to listen to the Opie and Anthony.
It's not the turtle contest. And who's
you know what I'm doing?
Who's Anthony with Ron and Fez?
Pitts.
Oh, see, we know him as Pitsy.
Yeah.
Which one's Pitsy?
By the way, he's an employee. But I don't think he's
friends and family.
But he's friends of the show somehow.
Yeah,
now you can win. Just let her win. Who gives a crap?
Let me win.
She'll never get.
And by the way, now that it's known as the Turtle Contest, between 7 and 7:30 tomorrow, you will hear. I like turtles.
I like turtles, and people will call up like crazy trying to win.
All right, thank you, Pitsy's mom.
Thanks a lot.
Goodbye, madam.
We got a very funny comedian in studio, and we're wasting time with you. I don't know what's wrong with us.
Pitsy's going to be mad at you. You're dissing his mom.
Well, I think he would too.
Yeah?
Yeah. Unless he's still.
Moms are kind of off limits. Unless you're really good friends with somebody, then you could call, their mom a whore.
Unless your mom lives in the attic and tries to kill herself, then
Oh, Jesus.
Anyway, Mark Maron's in studio.
Yes.
Oh, thank God.
Hi.
How are you?
Good.
Let me take my nicotine gum out of my mouth.
Oh, you got that going for yourself there, trying to quit?
Trying to quit? I haven't smoked a cigarette in 7 years. That's a pathetic part of it.
He's still chewing the gum.
Have you been on the gum for 7 years?
No, I don't know what the hell happened, man. I haven't been smoking cigarettes in 7 years, and then at some point, I picked up a cigar like Colin. I'm like, I didn't smoke cigars. And then I'm like, I'm smoking 4 a day, and my entire life is built around cigars. And then where are they? How do I get them? How do I get more? I got things coming in the mail, bundles. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
So now I'm on nicotine gum again. 20 pieces a day
to get off the cigars.
I don't know what to do with it. I just so I feel better. I don't know. I'm just putting things in my mouth to feel better.
What does the nicotine gum do?
It just fills you up with nicotine. It's beautiful. I'm lit up right now because of gum, and now they got it in flavors. I'm all set.
Flavored nicotine gum?
Yeah, if I had an IV unit with nicotine, I would roll in here with it.
See, you know what it is, though? I don't think the nicotine was why I smoked. I just enjoyed the whole ritual of smoking.
Of searing your lung tissue with hot smoke?
Exactly.
Yeah, that's the good feeling when you wake up and you're like, your lungs aren't supposed to make that noise. I'll just burn through it with a cigarette, then I'll feel better. Just plow through it with some hot smoke.
Yeah, you gotta blast through the blockage and start anew.
Yeah, you gotta just burn off the fog that's in your lungs.
Right, and it feels like you're actually doing something. You look forward to it, man. When I smoked, I used to get up, I'd have like a triple espresso, I had like 4 cigarettes, and my body would just deplete all its energy processing toxins. I have to go to bed again. Literally, I was exhausted. I was sweating and exhausted after 5 minutes.
Yeah. It was always about like having a cigarette though and a drink or something,
Cigarette and drink, cigarette
after
and lunch,
eating,
cigarette and sex,
something like
cigarette
that.
and driving.
Yeah, cigarette. But I think it was more than it's not something gum could take the place of.
Really, with me, it became this thing where I used to do drugs, so I know what the commitment to it is. and I feel. I feel bad, honestly, for people who've never been addicted to anything because they're the real losers. Because on some level, they just don't know what it's really like to want something, and get it again and again and again until they're sick and have to stop. That's passion. I didn't quit doing drugs because I didn't enjoy them. I quit because I couldn't handle the commitment. So what happened is that these cigars, I didn't realize what was happening because I'm not a cigar snob. I don't care. I'd smoke them alone. I don't care if anyone sees me. And I'm just sitting there in my own house plowing through these cigars, and I realized, this is an hour of just, nicotine distribution. You could sit there for an hour and you just become like a nicotine sponge. So it wasn't even the oral thing or anything else. It was just like, I need this stuff in my body at all times. And the gum is the way to go right now.
Yeah.
Because I was inhaling the cigars. You feel disgusting. My hands.
Wow, you were inhaling the cigars?
A little bit. My hands were getting numb. I was having chest pains. I'm like, is this how I want to go out? Really? Is this how I want to go out with a cigar in my mouth? I want to be that guy. And you rationalize it though, Jim, because you're thinking like, hey, Milton Berle smoked cigars his whole life. So I'm like Milton Berle. He's still alive. He lived to 90. You always find that one guy who outsurvived everybody. Your barometer.
And that's going to be the benchmark.
Exactly. That's my guy, Milton Berle.
If you have to follow a guy, you might as well, pick someone like that.
Yeah, exactly.
Not the guy that had his jawbone cut off at 22 years old.
What's the fun?
I don't want to hear about it.
Hacksawed it
That's
off.
what was killing me. I was sitting there going, I think my jaw is a little sore. I think I did it. I think it's
you
over.
got it.
It's not like open my mouth looking for purple spots. It's ridiculous.
How long have you been on the cigars?
I was on. Why? You think it's over? You think I'm done?
No. Colin was going through them.
I know. Well, that's
nonstop.
I remember when he was on that, and then I got into that situation because when you got heads like ours, you got this idea that like I'll just smoke one on Saturday, and then 2 days later you're smoking 5, and I don't know how the hell it happened.
As I'm listening to Mark talk, I haven't smoked in 5 years.
You want to smoke?
I'm dying for a cigarette right now.
No. Don't even think about it.
No, I won't touch the nicotine. It'll pass. But I'm just saying, listening to somebody describe the Jones, he's describing it like it's a bad thing, like because it is.
Yeah.
But it's like I'm such a sicko. I'm like, God, I would love a cigarette right now.
You know, it's like your soul is itching, like something you're inside your body, like scratching at your skin, and the only thing that's going to make it better is a cigar or a cigarette. But the gum will work for now. I'll figure out something else.
Hey, now we were catching up. We haven't had you on the show in a while, and I was thinking to myself, why haven't we had Mark Maron on the show? You're hilarious, and you're playing comics here in New York this weekend, and we were catching up a little bit, and you said that your wife left you?
Oh, well, what happened was she brought it to my attention that I have an anger problem. But she said it differently. She said, I'm leaving.
Wow.
And she, let me tell you.
Now,
man.
is that why you're smoking the cigars?
Dude, it's well, right now.
Is it all related?
No, it was before that. I don't. This is the weird thing. It's like when that happens after a few months, I'm looking at Jim and I'm like, I don't care. I'm over it. It's been a few months. And then when you see anybody that might know you, have you seen her? Did she say anything?
Oh, Jesus.
I don't know where she is. I don't know what she's doing, but I'll tell you, man, I have never been hit that hard. I've never been like I'm almost grateful to be honestly heartbroken because I need a new hour. And and I got and I got about 45 now, and it's looking good. So who's ever expecting politics at comics, forget it. It's going to be borderline. It's going to be rational misogyny, I think, is what it's going to be.
He's been very introspective as a comic. Mark is not just political. You talk a lot about your own dysfunction, which I always liked about you, your own psychosis.
Well, that was a misunderstanding. I mean, I was never really a political comic because when you talk about that, when someone says a political comic, you're like, well, I think I'll watch TV then. Because what is it? What is it? Well, a political comic's a guy who does one-liners about things that people barely care about. I mean, always pretty broad, comics. But yeah, so she takes off. I didn't see it coming. I was deeply in love with this person, and it was brutal.
There was no hint there was problems in your marriage?
Well, apparently she knew.
Obviously. But you had no idea, and this came out of the blue?
Well, look, it's like, okay, so I gotta, so I'm a little angry. Sometimes I wake up angry. What are you gonna do? I mean, I don't know. And it got out of hand. I'm not gonna take that away from it. I do have a little bit of a rage issue.
Yeah.
But over time, I thought we were working on it. We were going to couples counseling. I'll be honest with you. If you're in couples counseling and you're a guy, that is basically an ambush that you pay for. Do you understand? You are paying somebody to sit there and witness your wife call you an ass over and over again, and for you to go, I know.
Yeah, and you just have to take it.
Well, that's what I'm thinking. We could spend this money better. Let's go to a dominatrix. She can do me with a strap on. You can watch it. Who knows? Maybe I'll learn something about myself, and we can broaden our sexual horizons. But no, we got to waste money on this old Jewish lady. We go to this lady who's supposed to be an anger person, and this woman who I'm seeing. That's the racket too. It's like we're going together. She bolts, and then all of a sudden the therapist is like, "Well, I was on your side anyways. Why don't you keep coming?" Oh, I get how this works.
Right. Oh, okay.
That's the racket.
Yeah.
So this woman, she's like, she's in her 60s. She can't hear well. So now I go in. It's ridiculous. I go in there and I'm like, and I think I'm feeling a little sadness today. She's like, why? I'm like, I feel a little sadness. I don't know what you're glad. What are you glad about? I'm sad. Why are you sad? Why are you yelling at me? Why are you yelling at me? My mother yelled at me, and you're yelling at me. And she's like, see, I think we made some progress.
Mark, were you guys trying the same problem, man, with the anger? It's like, were you yelling at her, or was it just like she would watch you raging at other people and go, you're a psychopath?
Well, here's the thing, though, Jim. It doesn't, after a certain point, look, I believe, and I believe this for a while, that if you want to get honest about it, that if you're ever yelling at a woman, all right, if you're ever yelling at a woman, and you know, if you're a rage guy, you know what it means. You feel it coming, and you're like, don't do it. It's not that important that she didn't move the pencil. You know what I mean? That whatever the hell you're about to lose it about, and you feel it happen, and you're in it, man. It's like drugs. It's like anything else, and you're just like, you're in it. You can't think about it, and you know, there's no happiness until she's crying, and it's bad.
Jesus Christ. There's no happiness till she's crying.
You ever avoid her apology because you're like, I like the anger so much sometimes, like you want to keep the anger, and she tries to say sorry, and you're like, I don't want to hear it. I want to be mad.
But it's not that. It's because you don't believe her. You know, you don't believe it that when they're apologizing, like, well, why'd you do that? I think generally you feel like you've been disrespected somehow if you're yelling at them. I would yell at her or to her or you know, yeah, but it wasn't. The thing was, I was working hard on it, and what I was going to say is, I believe that if you're ever yelling at a woman, 99% of the time, all you should be saying is, why can't you be my mommy? Why? Why can't you be my mommy? Why aren't you my mommy? You know, so if you just say that instead, maybe it'll disarm it a little bit, and we can understand what's going on. But ultimately what happened is, even though, you know, we were working it out, or I was trying to work on it, that she had filled with my bile, and she'd, you know, gotten enough resentment to make a case against me, and when she saw her opportunity, she took off. And it's awful when someone leaves, because you realize there's no way to leave. There's no way to do it gracefully. You know, if you're going to leave, you leave. It's like one day I get home, she picks me up from the airport, she says, I love you, she takes me home, she says, I'm leaving. And, you know, she leaves. And how else is she going to do it?
Wait, she took you, you came back from a gig or something?
I've been away for a week. Took me home and...
came in the house with you or just dropped you off?
Came in the house. You know, she's like, how's everything? Everything
was all her stuff packed and ready to go?
No, nothing, man. You know, and she just said, I think I want a trial separation. Like, what does that mean? And I'm like,
yeah,
really? What the hell is that? You know, and she's like, yeah. And then she just walks out the door, right? And I'm like, what am I supposed to do? Here's what she said. It was classic. She goes, well, maybe you should call somebody.
Oh... I don't mean to laugh.
No, it's all right. I want people to laugh directly at my pain. I'm cutting out the middle part, the joke. I'm just inviting. I think jokes are for wussies. I'll just open my heart and want you to just pee in it. That's all.
I think you should call somebody.
That's kind of funny. I'm sorry.
No, wow. That's why I'm here. Don't apologize for laughing.
I want to get into
but
this.
Also funny. Yes, go ahead.
I want to see how Mark handles this, because believe me, I'm next. So I want to know exactly what you're doing so when it happens to me.
I'll tell you, man. And when we go over, why don't we, if we wait till we go over to XM so we can talk about it like men, you know, I'll do it.
With all the curse words
because,
that are...
I'm making some mistakes, you know, and I'm not, you know, I didn't handle it well, and the arc of this thing has been profound, because I'll be honest with you, I don't know if I've ever been in love with somebody, you know, deeply, because this thing was like, this was a gut punch, because the horrible thing you realize when this happens is like, wait, I don't have complete control over her? You can't stop it, you know, it's out of your hands.
That's it.
That's really what it's all about.
How long were you together?
8 years.
8 years, married.
Granted, when I met her, I was married and drunk, but you know, so I was kind of doomed for the beginning. But she did get me sober, and you know, it's all right. But
wow.
So here's the thing: like, you can't. There's only one way to leave somebody. What was she going to do? Was she going to like lead up to like 2 weeks?
You know, give 2 weeks notice.
Yeah. You get the memo. You know?
I'm going to give you 2 weeks notice, and then what about her stuff?
Well, it's still sitting in there. I've got a museum of her in my house. And I don't, you know, but
that's terrible. I remember this one. Let's look at this exhibit.
Well, yeah. Well, at least it's not like Ed Gein. She's not sitting in there dead. You know?
Heads on a stick.
Yeah. You just yell at her. Oh, this is my wife. Yeah.
Oh man.
But I guess I got to get this stuff out of the house because it doesn't look like it's coming back around. I was holding on.
How long has it been?
Well, we did the 3 months, and then I ended up filing for divorce because, you know, you don't want to. You don't want to.
You got to do it first.
Well, it wasn't even a matter. It wasn't even a matter of being petty. It was just that she was unwilling to decide. Like she needed to do this for her. She felt overwhelmed. I got it. There's part of me. That's the thing when you're like us. You know, when somebody leaves, there was part of me that, you know, I was angry, but there was part of me that was like, well, good for her. You know what I mean? That took a lot of guts, and I've been trying to leave me for years. But apparently,
it's just that simple. You walk out.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I can't. I'm like, I'm trying. You know. But so it's been at 3 months. She still didn't want to. She didn't know, and I was starting to drift. So what am I going to do? Just sit here and live in relation to her indecision and wait till she?
Would you guys talk and stuff on the phone?
We tried. She didn't want to, but I did, and I was trying to be cool, and I was trying to sort of give her space. But it's very hard when you're desperate and in pain, and
you're worried about what they're doing, who they're talking to, and
well, I mean, I wasn't too worried about that once I got past. Once I really believed that it wasn't another guy. I just don't think it was, and and after I followed her around for 4 days, I'm kidding. I didn't do that. But it wasn't about that. She what happened was she got a book deal. She's writing a book. She got some bread, and she was unhappy. She saw her window. She got out. So she had a buffer. So and that was it. I'm trying to be a mensch about it, but some days are better than others. And when we get over to XM, I'll
all right, cool. I say the comics this weekend. Wow. That's a great time to see a comedian.
When he's
right after he's been left. That is a damn good time. I didn't see a comic.
And it's interesting that people think you're a political comic. I mean, your political stuff is really, really good. But, I mean, you talk about everything, man.
Yeah, no,
your technology stuff always makes me laugh. You did a whole ringtone bit when I saw you at the Comedy Cellar. I laughed my ass off.
Yeah, I've always been that. It's just that when I did the work on Air America, you get
that's why you got labeled. That's right. Okay, I remember you used to be over there.
Right, and then then people start to expect it. And I got fans that are like that, but I've always been pretty broad.
Yeah, you're definitely a broad comic. I just want to get that word out there. You're going to see a real funny guy if you go to comics this weekend. Tomorrow and Saturday? 2 shows both days?
That's right, Friday and Saturday.
And Comics is a great club. We were there the other day for the Bob Newhart thing, and it was terrific. 212-524-2500 for tickets. And if you, use promo code MM
MM Radio, the 25% off. Oh, MM would be for Mark Maron. Okay, promo code MM Radio.
Well, where do you throw that promo code? In the ticket?
Guess your call. Or
the ticket lady's face? MM Radio! All right.
You got it.
Right.
ComicsNY.com is the website. Maybe it's there. I don't know. But either way, it's a great show, man. Mark is really
got some
fun,
thought starters here. Mark Maron, Scotland, Surveillance, Patriot Act.
Got a lot of stuff.
And something I've been saying for a long time on this radio show. The Chinese are coming. Mark agrees with me.
Well, here's the deal.
We're going to do it after the break. That was a big tease.
Oh, a little tease.
That was a big tease. More with Mark Maron. It's Opie and Anthony. All right, we have an old friend stopping by today, Mark Maron. Haven't seen him in a while.
Oh, I'm so happy to be here.
It's Opie and Anthony, of course. Mark Maron will be at Comics here in New York City tomorrow night and Saturday. I personally recommend you see Mark Maron. Really, really funny comic.
Yeah.
A thinking man's comic at times.
Yeah, and I need help.
And he needs help.
Apparently. This is a weird thing now where... I don't mind given the state I'm in. That sometimes audiences leave, and I like it when they walk out and say that guy was hilarious. I really had a good time, but I'm okay with them walking out going, I hope that guy's okay. I hope he's good.
And all of a sudden you're talking more about your breakup, and I thought I was listening to my pal Anthony because wow.
Yeah. Oh my God.
I guess it's similar no matter who went through who goes through a divorce.
Because I heard you talking about the whole thing. When finances are involved and lawyers get involved and stuff, it just gets so long and ugly and just there's no justice in it.
Well, that's it. Well, and California's a 50-50 state, and I don't really know where we are with it, and I don't have that much bread. I just don't. I'm not some sort of superstar. She knows what we went through. I know what we went through. She always felt like bad that she didn't work more, bring more money in, and I never had a big problem with it. Mm-hmm. And now she made some bread, and she found her window, and there's part of me that's sort of like, well, walk away. Be big about this. You left me. Walk away. Just walk away. Do the right thing.
Just walk away.
Well, there's something to it, but she's entitled to it legally, so why would she not take it on some level? But I don't have that much bread, and the root of this really, and as I was telling Jim, is that she got overwhelmed by my personality, my negativity, my cynicism. Like, even if you're not yelling or even if you're having a good day, you're still, you're kind of like a negativity sprinkler. You just emanate it like you're a negativity humidifier sitting there on the couch. And they walk into this environment and she'd had enough of it. And so I get that. So she takes off and she wants to be independent. I just don't understand, why do I have to finance that project?
Yeah.
Given that she's got a few bucks, but I guess that's something that all men go through with this, and you just got to accept it and try not to hate all women.
God bless you for just sitting there saying you just got to accept it, because we could take phone calls for the next 4 hours. Guys that are having a problem accepting.
Well, I don't know what California law is as far. Is it 50-50 based on what you have at that moment?
Right, it's 50-50 of what you acquired during the marriage. Like if there's stuff before the marriage, then that's not on the table. And the only reason I'm saying that I accept it on some level, don't think I don't have these waves of anger and sadness, is that I first of all I have no choice but to accept it, because knowing me, if I let it eat me up, then I'm going to have a resentment that's going to dig into my heart, and it's going to stay there for God knows how long. And on the other side of that, I know I was an ass. I mean I'm not in the dark about how much of a douche I've been. I'm not trying to deny that. I'm not a complete victim here. I did have some part in this thing. But when you have, that's the thing, Jim, is that when you have the anger thing, when you're done being angry, there's that right after you're like, okay, we good? You know what I mean? You could sit there and scream and yell and rage and accidentally break a chair. It was an accident, I swear. And then right after you're done, if they're upset and they're freaked out, when you're a guy who rages, right after you're done, you're like, I feel better. Do you want to have something to eat? And they're like, no, I'm a mess.
Forget the emotional, kind of hangover they're going to have 3 days from now.
Exactly.
Or a day from now, because what we do,
and you go through cycles like that, which is what I think one of the big problems with her is that she said this happens over and over again. You say you're going to do something about it, you don't do something about it, and then we're back in this. And I'm like, well, what do you mean? And then if you think about it, you're like, oh, crap. Maybe she's right.
I realize that I'm only dating a girl for a while. I'm not married, but I'm 75% of the problem. And I know I am.
Yeah.
I know it.
Yeah.
She's not perfect. She's a boob. But I mean, I am 75%.
That probably means you're 85% of the problem, by the way. I mean,
I'm downplaying.
It's gotta be said.
But when you're like us, so I mean, I have an inner Jim Norton somewhere in there that doesn't have the courage to put myself through whatever the hell it is that you do. But but the thing is that if you have that insecurity, or if you beat up on yourself by nature, you're going to shoulder the whole burden immediately. Like when she left, I'm like, oh, it's all me. I'm gonna go hook myself up to a box that's going to fix me. It's almost like you got cancer. It's like, could somebody lobotomize me? Could you disconnect this thing that ruined my life? Can you help me out? And then as time goes on, you're like, wait a minute. She's sitting here. She's been here for 8 years. It's got to be feeding something. I wasn't holding her hostage except for that once, but thank God she didn't call the cops, because that could really hurt me in court. But it is a 50-50 thing. You know that. It's not 75%. It's got to go both ways, because why the hell is she sitting there?
She's probably working out childhood demons through me. I mean, I'm sure I remind her of somebody awful, and she's just trying to fix it. Believe me, I'm her lamb that she ran with.
Yeah.
She's trying to work something out.
Well, that's what happens.
Hearing the crying.
I've never
That's what
heard
happens.
it put that way before. I like that.
Well, that's what happens. I find that the women that I've attracted in my life, they're cute, they're sexy, they're charming, they're cutting, they're funny, and deep down they resent every member of our gender. That there's some part, and the problem with women, really, all women, I think, is that they all have fathers, and at some point, whatever their father didn't do, whatever they didn't do, or whatever they did do, to whatever extreme it was, men are going to pay for it in their lives. And I'm just that guy. I'll look into somebody's eyes and I'll just see, this hurricane, and I'm like, I'm going in. They're just they're Barbie parts flying around, camp counselors, missed rides. You know what I mean? And I'm just sitting there going, where's the broken daddy box? Where's the broken daddy box? I'll hook directly into it, and I'll just hold on.
It's so true, man. I have made a career in my relationships over my whole life going out with girls that just didn't have fathers. They left for some reason during their life at some point, and those are the girls I've always somehow connected with.
I had a couple of those too, man.
I'm not even talking a couple. I'm talking every single one of them.
It's a continuum.
It's there's just not every single one. Like when I was younger, of course, basically, high school stuff. Of course, some of them had fathers then, but I'm sure they eventually left the family. But
then you have that moment where they do that slip, and it'll always happen. It's once or twice in your relationship, they'll do the hey, Dad, Mark. Yeah.
Awkward.
What was really awkward for me is that my wife called me daddy outside of the bedroom, and I knew that was going to be an issue at some point. And I was always a little uncomfortable with it. Never in the bedroom, always outside of the bedroom.
Hey, Mark, it's worse when they call you father.
Father.
Changing gears slightly here because you really wanted to talk about the Chinese are coming or the Patriot Act or surveillance. There was a bunch of things you were trying to get off your chest here.
Well,
I want to give you the opportunity.
Well, I need to learn
Patriots
Chinese.
Act. That's where you can't film a team from the sideline.
There you go.
I need to learn Chinese because it's now the biggest market in the world. I know the future is Chinese. There's a lot of freaks out there that think it's going to be Mexican. I mean, you watch Lou Dobbs, you'd think he was doing his show from the Alamo. But it is Chinese, and I've become fascinated with Chinese people recently because I really don't know anything about them. I don't know anything. I mean, I just don't know anything. They've been here longer than most.
Very mysterious.
Yeah, they've been here longer than most ethnic groups. But when was the last time you sat down with a Chinese guy and just said,
probably
"Dude,
never.
What is going on?"
I think they're
never.
What's
never.
going on? Yeah.
And I go to Chinatown. I'm fascinated with their food. You ever go down to Chinatown and just spend an hour walking down the street going, "What the hell is this? What is that? Is that a rock? Is that a bug? Is that a root? What is that moss? I think it's a dried clam. What the hell is that? How do they use that? What is that going? Are we eating that? I mean, I wonder how many times Chinese grocers have to see, white guys holding things up going, "Dude, what is that? Eat it. You're high. Come on, eat it."
You think it's a cleaning product? It's dessert?
Yeah, exactly. That gelatinous stuff. But this isn't about food. It's about the future. And I think what you're talking about is
I've been saying it forever.
Yeah, if you look at the
slowly
papers,
but surely coming.
Yeah, most of our national debt is to China. They own this country on paper. The best I can figure, we are outsourced Chinese labor in this country, and our job is, I think, to eat and buy things. And the other thing is that I think that the future is Chinese environmentally, because if you read the reports, if global warming continues at its current pace, all that's going to be left in the ocean is prehistoric toxic algae and mutant jellyfish. And if you think about it, the Chinese are really the only culture that knows how to prepare that stuff.
Eat that.
So I'm saying get a new cookbook, learn a few key phrases, get ready for the new bosses.
Yeah, they do own this country.
Oh, yeah.
That's right. They're holding on to more of our money, more of our cash.
We got no money. This is a complete debt-run economy. It's all we manufacture here is need. That's all we manufacture. It's like we don't manufacture.
Yeah, you flew by that thought. It was pretty interesting that our job in America is to eat and buy stuff. That's it.
That's it. And they manufacture. They try to exploit our desires. Basically, advertising industry. Their job is to desire farm. They're farming our desires to give us new ones that we don't need. You got everything you need. What do you need? You need toilet paper, some food, and maybe what? What else? That's about it. You don't even need toilet paper. So all you need is food and a house. You don't need all the other crap. So that's all they're doing is and that's why I think there's never going to be national health care, because really the economy needs the turnover. If poor people if they can't afford to be part of it, we'll die.
You're going to die, yeah.
We don't need you.
Sorry.
Yeah. What are you going to do?
That's
Adapt
like
or die?
a lotto.
Right. Sorry.
Logan's Run.
Should have kept up.
Yeah.
It's all about consumers, and I have more thoughts on it, but the thing about oh God, what the hell just happened to my train of thought?
Breathe. Nicotine gum. Go ahead, grab another piece.
Well, I was in Scotland. Okay?
Scotland, okay.
I'm in Scotland. Well, this is what made me.
Were we talking about the Chinese though? What happened?
Right. Well, and we're going to follow the thought
worldwide.
We're going worldwide now.
I'm in Scotland. The worst month of my life. I go to the Fringe Festival. And I'm performing for people that don't like Americans. I didn't realize that there were 900 shows going on every night, so I'm drawing audiences of 12. So I go to Scotland to perform for 12 people for 28 days. And I got to be honest with you, I'm critical of this country, but I've never been more patriotic in my life because I resented these provincial alcoholic dummies. I mean, no one has given them the memo that, one, alcoholism is a disease, not a way of life. And two, that, hey, maybe you shouldn't have a piece of pig and butter with every meal. With every meal, you got to have pig and butter. I mean, don't you? A full English breakfast in this country is an attempted suicide. Now, and if I heard one more time in the UK, they're like, Americans don't understand irony. And I'm like, what are you talking about? I'm an intelligent person. I live in the United States. My entire existence is ironic. Now, but getting back to the food thing, this is where it's coming around, is they eat this crap. I mean, the things they eat, in this country would frighten people. And there's not a lot of obese people in Scotland. And I'm thinking, how the hell is this possible?
How does that work? Yeah.
Well, I realize that apparently in other countries, in between meals, they stop eating. Which is just unheard of here. I mean, that's part of our freedom.
Wow,
you got to spare a moment, shove something in your mouth. They're going to change the slogan of the United States from America, land of the free, home of the brave, to America, all you can eat. Step up to the buffet. Quick, get some food between you and your feelings before they lead to questions.
God damn, that is so friggin' right on the mark. It is the eating in between eating.
Oh, yeah. When I leave my house, it looks like I'm going on a camping trip, and I'm just going across town. If I'm at the hotel and I got to get on the subway, I'm like, I need an apple, some water, maybe a backpack, bar, a tent. Where's my tent?
Bar or something.
You just really don't see the amount of fat people anywhere else than you do here. And the news, I love when they do the report. We talk about it all the time when they have to take the B-roll from the neck down of fat people when they're doing the fat story. And we always imagine the person at home knowing that he wore those clothes out and was walking through Central Park, and it's like, oh my God, I'm the fat guy for the fat story.
Fatty number 7 in the montage.
Fatty number 7.
I think it's sad on some level, but I've often thought about how that the government should get involved. I know that a lot of people don't think the government should be involved in our lives, but I really think that they should. The Food and Drug Administration should create a special task force of fat marshals. They have air marshals on the plane.
Yeah.
Supposedly, like, there's a terrorist, they're going to snap into action and take care of it. But I just think that they should have fat marshals that are out at McDonald's, at Fridays, and some of the chain restaurants. If they see a guy over 250 pounds about to dig into a sundae, they just get up and go, put the spoon down. I'm a United States fat marshal. Put the spoon down. Step away from the ice cream.
But I really wasn't going to eat much of it. Get away. Drop
the spoon.
How do you think that this country will just end? Every empire has its day and then just ends. How do you see the United States? Because I'm amazed we can be so much in debt, have such a horribly out of shape people running around, and still be the superpower on the planet. Where does this end?
I've heard one idea. The thing I've always thought is, like, and it's the best thing that could ever happen, is that for some reason on the same day, everybody on the planet wakes up and can't breathe properly. And they finally go like, oh my God, maybe there's a problem. If this is a common experience, perhaps, maybe the capitalism at this extreme wasn't that great an idea. But I think the one thing I read that I thought was funny is that America just ends with a traffic jam.
You think it's just a big, no one can get anywhere?
Right, exactly.
That's it. Okay.
There's people outside the cars, everyone looking at each other like, what the hell's going on up there?
It finally happened. Just
everywhere.
Complete gridlock for the entire country. No one can get to work.
Like a clogged artery.
Right. And our empire crumbles.
The end. That's pretty good, man. Mark Maron, we got to end this side of the show. Unfortunately.
Mark is at the we're going over to XM now. Mark, who's coming with us, is at Comics tonight and tomorrow and Saturday, Friday, Saturday, 8:30, 10:45. Comics here in New York on 14th Street, 212-524-2500. And the tickets are 25% off with the promo code MMRadio. I don't know what that means. Just scream it at whoever you're buying it from, or you put it in the website.
I think if you get the tickets online.
Oh, comics.
Yeah, I believe. Comics with an X, NY.com.
Mark is a really funny comic. He has just been left. It's probably going to be great shows. No better time to see a comedian than in the height of depression.
I haven't seen it in a while. I'll be there Friday, Mark.
Thanks, man. Thanks, fellas.
This weekend, I'll be there Friday to see Mark Maron.
Appreciate it.
Hey, we're going over to XM. If you're not joining us, have a great day.
Bye.
The virus is spreading. Opie and Anthony.
Welcome to XM Satellite Radio.
All right, let's crank this up.
I think we're ready to broadcast. Mark Maron in studio for the XM portion.
Oh, I can't wait.
And go fuck!
Exactly.
Get one out.
Oh, I'm gonna get a few out. I've got some sort of Tourette syndrome now that my wife left. You know what that is?
Oh, yeah.
It's a heartbroken Tourette. This is where I can be just in regular conversation with somebody. Like, be with a bunch of guys. My friends know I have it. They don't bring it to my attention anymore. But I could just be in a car and be like, hey, let's go to In-N-Out Burger, get a cheeseburger and some fries. Fuck her! What the fuck? Who the hell just leaves? That is bullshit. Just leaves? And a shake. I think I want a shake. And then maybe we'll go to that movie later. Fucking bitch. What the hell is that? Sorry, fellas. I have no control. Maybe I need medicine.
Are you better after 3 months?
It's been like 5 months. I'm a little better. 5 months? Yeah. There's waves of sadness, and then there's waves of anger, and then there's waves. Then there's the idealizing. That's the one I hate, where you're sitting there like, oh, it was so perfect. How could she be gone? I used to make her pancakes. I just remember making her coffee. Everything was great when we had breakfast. It was all the other time that was difficult. But right when we wake up, things weren't polluted yet.
Right.
I used to do that. I used to bake, and I'm not, I like to cook, but I used to do these things. I think it was to sublimate a certain amount of anger. You know what I mean? Because I don't know if I'm very good at being selfless and nurturing and really showing up. But I used to bake her banana bread and pancakes, and then I realized, like, oh my God, given my attitude, I know that's going into this cooking. So now, literally, I'd bake a cake. Like, here's your hate cake. You want a hate cake? How about some spike muffins? You want how about a scone of resentment? Would you like that? See how that feels?
Fucking cake shaped like a hangman's noose.
Oh God! Man, I just turned 44 years old, and this was a sad moment, though. On my birthday, like I was with 3 guys, and here's how you know you get older, man. There was a moment we ate dinner, like, so what do you want to do? You want to go? You want strippers or just get some ice cream? And, you know, and it was a tough decision. You know what I mean? Like, I know ice cream's going to deliver. Yeah. You know what I mean? I know that bowl of vanilla ice cream is going to deliver.
Half the guys want ice cream, half the guys want strippers. Right?
Yeah, exactly. Like, you eat a bowl of vanilla ice cream, it tastes like vanilla. You go see a stripper, you smell like vanilla for 3 days. I don't know. But we did both. We did both. Yes. We did, and you know, the ice cream was consistent, but it happened to be. And I don't do the strip club thing, so it was all very exciting to me because I still believe.
Yeah.
And I don't know if it was a slow night or what, but these strippers where we went, it was crazy.
Believe.
It was crazy. I know I
can't be believe guy.
No, I'm not. I know what I'm getting into, but in my head, because I'm sort of a stripper neophyte, in my head, that's sort of what you're paying for. I mean, I'm not paying because it's either believe or you end up, you know, dating them for 3 months and watching their kids while they're out lap dancing. So that's really the choice. So if I'm going to pay for it, I think I want to believe, and I did believe, and she gave me your phone number, and I'm like, I'm not calling. I don't believe that much. I don't need to.
Wow.
You know.
She gave you the number, though. They don't always do that. To be very honest, they really don't.
That probably means he was generous at the club.
Yeah. Well, I wasn't that generous. Like I said, I'm not a rich guy, but I know it was a slow night. But I don't know. I don't go to a lot of strip clubs. But the fact that, you know, she put my hands right on her breasts was sort of like,
that's kind of a,
that was different, right?
Yeah.
That doesn't happen. See, I am special, Jim.
That was an indicator.
I got through.
You should believe then.
Well, where was it?
How many
different California?
It was in California where you know, they only do boobs. Only tits with booze, but without booze, you know, you can't serve alcohol where they show their pussies, right. And which is understandable because you know, pussies and alcohol.
Oh my God,
that's nothing but trouble, especially when you got a bunch of lonely, angry guys sitting there. Pussies and alcohol, you got to be careful.
Once you're showing snatch, you could get a drunk guy just diving into.
Yeah.
But I never understood that rule. It's kind of silly. It's going to be the booze that makes you like penetrate the woman live in front of everybody.
I know your dick is limp when you're fucking drunk enough. That's the best time to show a cunt. Your fucking dick doesn't work.
Hey, why? You don't need any more coffee, Mark. What's going on over there?
I don't know.
You got 2 different kinds of coffee over there.
Here's what happens.
I wake up Starbucks, and then you got the Mangia, whatever.
I wake up, you know, seething sometimes. I mean, I'm one of these people. Like, I wake up, the alarm goes off. The first thing out of my mouth is, "Oh fuck, again? Really? We're gonna do this day thing?" Yesterday was difficult, but I'll try. And so the best thing to do when you're seething is to have 19 cups of coffee, so that anger becomes formulated and takes shape.
It has fuel.
Yeah, and then in L.A. you get on any highway, and then the anger just, you know, it has a purpose. I really believe, and this is a true thing, I believe that traffic kills empathy. Let me explain. You ever been stuck in traffic for 25 minutes and then just dissipates for no reason? You're like, what the fuck was that?
Yeah.
That was about nothing? How could that be about nothing? And you feel like there's no justice in the world and that God's screwing you somehow. But if you get stuck in the same traffic, here's how it kills empathy. If you're in the same traffic for 25 minutes and you see the worst accident you've ever seen in your life, all you can say is, "Oh, okay, good. That's why."
Good. Yeah, at least there was a reason.
Yeah, that's good. That's it right there.
There's a reason at least.
At least there was a reason.
Yeah, there's justice in the world. I have to stop myself from... literally, like I have moments in the car where, because I'm in LA now, where I think it's a good idea, not a fantasy, to just plow my car into the car in front of me. just do it. And I know I'm going to do it. Like one day I'm just going to, poof, and I'm just going to see the guy in the car in front of me get out and go, "What the fuck is wrong with you?"
You weren't moving.
Well, no, and I'm just going to go, "I don't know, but I feel better, man. You help me out."
And then REM, Everybody Hurts, has to start playing. Everybody hurts.
Hey, I had road rage severe. Like,
today?
I don't have it as much anymore. But I used to just rage on the road, where I would punch the steering wheel and yell at the top of my lungs,
drive on sidewalks,
just go like fuck.
Fuck.
Oh yeah. No, now I just break the law. Now I
drive up on the sidewalk.
I will drive up on the sidewalk. Well, with the way I go home,
through this part of Queens. There's nothing but warehouses in between where I am and the expressway. So as I'm driving through, a lot of tractor trailers are backing into loading docks. Yeah. And the roads are narrow. These warehouses were built when, like, the fucking little horse-drawn wagons were backing into the warehouses. And we're now delivering blocks of ice or something, dumb. Now there's giant fucking tractor trailers trying to back in, and it takes them forever. And I will go around everyone on the sidewalk and just pop down the intersection when I'm done and drive off. And lights, like, if I'm the first guy at a red light, or I can get around the guy that's the first guy at the red light, I will look both ways. And if no cars are coming, I'll fucking go. Yeah. I go through red light because I don't need to sit there and get pissed off that someone in front of me fucked me, made it through the yellow light. He was doing 3 miles an hour the whole way down the street. And then the light turns yellow. He fucking takes off like a Top Fuel dragster and leaves me ditched at the red light.
Oh, I get so... I hate people.
I fucking can't stand people on the road. So now it's driven me to just break the law. And so I can put all that other shit behind me. Like, I made up time when I blew the lights. I made up time driving on the sidewalk. I made up time when I was able to do 110 on that stretch of expressway. And now I'm in traffic, so now I can kind of sit and go, all right, I'm still ahead of the game.
Don't you hate that moment where you where everyone's going slow and you start driving like a race car driver, like bam, bam, and then like you end up at the light with the same 3 people you pass. You're like, oh, you can't even look at them. You sit there like, don't look at me. Well, I made an effort.
Yeah, making amazing moves to get ahead of them. And I have a thing when somebody's in front of me and they're not going fast enough in that left lane, and it happens every time. I don't know how they don't see the parade behind them and the clear fucking road to the horizon in front of them. But when I go around that person and then I speed up and I see there's a lot of traffic, and I'll go, now I know what this person's thinking. See, you got you real far, didn't you? You cut me off. But all I could think of is if I was ever confronted by that person, I would turn around and say, yeah, and if every one of these motherfuckers wasn't an asshole like you, I'd fucking be home right now.
Do you understand,
it's not me being the douchebag. It's you being the douchebag.
The fact that you've played that scenario in your head.
Oh, I have.
Proves you're a fucking kook.
Of course
You've actually planned like a dialogue between you and some anonymous driver.
It's usually a slender woman I can punch. It's never a big guy because I would go, I'm sorry, sir.
When you're in the car, you got to think about something. You know what I mean?
Yeah, what are you going to do in the car?
Well, that's what we were talking about before, about this jealousy thing. Now, your issue is you're a jealous bastard. And you got no grounds for it.
My girlfriend, I firmly believe, doesn't cheat. Like, I really just don't think it's her nature, because I was friends with her for years before we date, and I just kind of know her vibe. And I think that when she's done, she's done. But I'll paint these scenarios with her and other guys in my head, and all of a sudden, I'm running with it, and I know I'm creating this, but then I'm reacting to her in real life the way I've painted this scenario. And it's fucking psych. I'm mad at her. Yeah, I'm like, you fucking cunt, and she didn't do anything.
I used to do that.
I'm nuts.
I was one of those guys. I was one of those guys, man. I would leave the house. This was years ago. I can cure jealousy. I got a couple of pointers for it. But I used to leave the house literally, and within 10 minutes, I'm like, oh, she's fucking 2 guys in front of a picture of me laughing. You know what I mean? And you carry that with you, and then you go back to the house and you walk and you're like, what's going on? Yeah. Where are the guys? What's up? She said, what are you talking about? Don't fuck with me. You know, and then you're a lunatic.
Holy shit.
Then a couple of things happened as I got older. Was that, first of all, my wife was beautiful, spectacular looking. And I once said to her, I said, do guys hit on you? And she looked at me, she goes, look at me. And I'm like, okay, I get it. I can't afford to think that way. I got to trust you. And then what happened was, after a certain point, I realized I cured it with mathematics. 2 ways I cured it. Math, and I'm not a math guy, but I was with her long enough to where, we had sex, probably 1,000 times. So I started thinking, like, okay, so if she fucks some other guy once, I'm still way ahead. Yeah, I'm still winning.
Oh, my God.
All right? And I'm not easily erased. And then the other weird thing that happened was, and I don't know why you haven't picked up on this, and to me, that what happened was, I'm in the middle of a jealous fantasy, right? And I'm like, oh, she's probably fucking my friend. She's probably fucking that guy, Paul. Because I know she likes Paul. And then I'm thinking about it, I'm like, fuck. And then all of a sudden something changes. I'm like, yeah, she's fucking him. Yeah, it's hot. Yeah. And now, and then I'm in the fantasy, and I'm like, all of a sudden I'm jerking off to my jealous fantasies, and they took a whole different light.
Wow, that is bizarre.
Is it though?
No, it's I've done the same fucking thing where I try to conquer my jealousy because I'm such a loon that I'm like, let me just picture her fucking other people, and boy, it does help. It really does help. I love it.
Don't you think possibly help?
Look, there's websites dedicated to it.
But don't you think everyone has that thought in their heads? You guys are making it sound like you're normal in this.
No, they take it to the umpteenth level, man.
I think every person has that insecurity.
You can have an insecurity
about who they're with.
But when you take anger, actual real anger, out on a real person based on fantasy, I guess that's where you're entering.
That's where they're different. They don't
weird
act,
little zone there.
We wouldn't act on that. They convince themselves that what they're thinking is actually true.
But that fantasy Mark is talking about, I get this. I'll tell you how you can get off to it. The idea of watching my girlfriend fuck somebody else drives, I couldn't handle it. But I love her. So it's hard for me to picture somebody I love as a fucking cum pig because I have a sex love thing. So when I'm fantasizing while I'm fucking her about her fucking somebody, I'm seeing her as a pornographic figure. It makes it easier for me to fuck her and be dirty with her than like just to go like, you're the girl I had a crush on.
That's interesting because I would think a guy that has had his dick where you have had yours and over a certain period of time that some of that would be demystified in terms of sex. You know, like, because I think the jealousy thing is really about trust and betrayal. It's not about sex, really. It's it's about not knowing and feeling like a clown, really. You know, and oh God,
exactly a clown. It's exactly what it is. You're afraid of being a fucking clown.
You're a douchebag.
Yeah.
Well, that's it. But you're going to be the thing
Everyone
about guys,
knows but you,
right?
Yeah.
You might as well, like when I was married the first time. You know, I was married once before, my first wife, and that was sort of a mistake because I married a Jew and. But I'm a Jew, so let me explain that because I just found if you're a Jew and you marry a Jew, that means everything you hated about going home is now in your house.
But you thought you guys would get married and make a positive.
Yeah, exactly. But the weird thing is that the scariest thing about that is that I've been in relationships where I haven't been straight and I have fooled around. And the truth of the matter is that after a certain point, if you're with a woman that you're doing that to, when you go out for dinner, you go out to a party, you might as well say, wait, you forgot your clown shoes. Because everyone knows. It's like you're saying, and you might as well just wear a nose and a clown, and because that's what everyone's thinking anyways. And it's sort of a cruel thing to do to people, and you don't want to be that guy. No. Because you're going to be a clown anyways. And a guy in any relationship ultimately is a clown. Because my wife was 12 years younger than me. And I knew going in, how the fuck am I not going to be a clown at some point? How am I not going to be old guy? How is that not going to eventually happen? If you're dating a woman who's significantly younger than you, the first time you go down on her, you better look in the mirror because you're wearing a clown's nose. You just don't see it. Because you're in, you might as well, it's just a matter of time before you got the whole outfit and she leaves. That's it. Shit. Yeah, that's right. She leaves and you're at the door going, what should I do? She says, you better call somebody. Like, do I have to take off my outfit? No, leave the outfit on.
You're still a clown for a while.
You just earned your clown stripes, my friend.
I'm taking the car. You could take the little one with 12 of your friends in it. Pile out.
That's exactly it.
Yeah. Let's go to the phones. We got Shane in Sacramento. Shane, what's up, buddy?
Hey, I can totally identify with Mark. My wife ended up dumping me after 18 fucking years.
Oh, God. 18 years.
Out of nowhere?
18 years, and she has this fucking epiphany after her sister dies, and she needs to move on with life without me. You know, forget about 18 years and forget about that we got 2 great kids and all this. No, she needs to be happy.
Oh, God.
Wow.
I'm sorry, buddy. Unfortunately, I don't have any kids because I can't even imagine what that would be like to have that, because now you got to see her, right?
A complete connection for the rest of your life.
When I go to work, I got to drive by her house, and I just turn into fucking bitter divorce guy. Fuck you, Esther. And off I go down the road. It sucks. It's like, how'd I get here?
Did you go out and fuck her friends yet?
I would if she did, but no.
No.
I should.
I don't know if I would take my advice specifically, but I just want you to feel better.
Oh, I do.
Okay.
I'm actually in a good place. All my friends hate her and have hated her for years.
I got to say, a friend of mine got split up from his wife, and he always told his wife that her friends were cunts, and she didn't believe him. So when they split up, he fucked all of his wife's friends just to prove that they were cunts.
Wow.
I kind of love that he did that.
Wow. Does he feel better, though?
I don't know. I haven't talked to him.
Because I don't know if that's a practical approach. I think in the short term, it probably feels pretty good.
Oh, yeah, but probably just it's a good way to just stick it to somebody.
I don't want to know you anymore. I don't want to know what you're doing. I don't care. Like, if I break up with somebody, it's so, and it's been that way my whole life. It's so completely over. I've never been friends with an ex or anything like that. That's why I'm glad with my ex-wife, I never had kids either. Because the thought, it's bad enough having to deal with the legal ramifications of finances still, 8 years later, I couldn't imagine having a connection with an ex because you have a kid. That's a lifelong connection. There's, graduation and marriages and kids and grandkids and things that you now are connected to a person that, for the most part, a lot of times you can't fucking stand.
And those are the guys with real balls. I'll tell you, my brother, I'm a whiny baby. I was with this woman 8 years. I'm deeply in love with her. We were married for 3. So she leaves. We got no kids. So there's really nothing that's, once the money thing is settled, it's done.
Done.
So my brother's got 3 kids. He's divorced from his wife, and his new girlfriend has 4 kids. So it's like this Jewish Brady Bunch. Right? and for some reason or another, their exes are seeing each other. Right? So it's a clusterfuck. Right? So I go to this ball game with my brother. I go visit him, and I go to the ball game, and his kids are there. Her kid is playing ball. One of the exes is there, and her father's. And I'm like, I got no problems. I mean, this is real balls to accept that and have to deal with that and live with that on a day-to-day level.
How do you do that?
When we're comedians, we're such selfish children. I mean, I really believe that if you don't have kids after a certain point, you're just doomed to be one. There's no way around it. And so, I'm sitting here whining and bitching, and he's got to deal with this on a day-to-day basis with a certain amount of dignity. I mean, those are the guys that you if you really want to have a hero in the emotional light, guys who step up to that responsibility and don't end up killing somebody or beating the shit out of a domestic abuse or ruining the kids.
Yeah.
I mean, those guys are the real heroes. The guys who really accept that responsibility and deal with it on a mature level. I don't know if I could do it.
I thought Robert Duvall handled it well in The Apostle. There was such a great moment.
With that?
He fucking made you. It was such a weird moment. Duvall's wife had left him for another guy. They left a Little League game. And he's trying to rustle his wife. Come on, let's just go. Let's just go. It's like you're watching this guy just trying to make it okay. And she's leaving with the other guy. And he grabs the bat in a moment. And he clunks the other guy on the head. And he kills him. And it's like you so get his moment there. Like, I could absolutely fucking do that.
That's all the murder in general it's always over pussy and money. There's nothing else. I mean, on a global level.
Yep.
Pussy, money, and territory. That's all it is. I mean, that's why there's a really small menu of the way humans fuck up, and that's why there are those laws, because that's all of it. I mean, is that feeling? I mean, what are you going to do? You got a choice. Am I going to be sad or am I going to be angry? Am I going to process these feelings or am I going to live with them for the rest of my life? Hate all women, fuck her friends, and be a miserable bastard and never be able to be intimate again. So that's the choice I'm up against now.
Let me do
that's the precipice I'm on.
Let me do a reset here because they're getting a lot of people in instant feedback saying, "Who is this guy?" They're loving you, Mark. And it's Mark Maron. He's playing comics here in New York City tomorrow and Saturday night. 2 shows both nights. Tickets 212-524-2500. A bunch of us will probably go to the Friday show, man, to see Mark Maron.
And like I said, great time to see a comedian, especially one who's introspective and talks about his life, is one who is going through an agonizing, not to make light of it, but if you're going to watch a comic, you want a comic who has been dumped within 6 months. That's the way to see a fucking comedian.
You're going to get some passion. Let's say hi to Dave in South Carolina. Dave, what's up?
Hey, how's it going? I love the show. I love Turtles. I was with my girlfriend for 8 years, and she started screwing around with me with a doctor at her office. So we were both runners, and so I was training for this half marathon, and I got to the halfway mark knowing that she and her gay boyfriend were going to run the half marathon. I got to the halfway mark and went, fuck it, I'm going for the whole thing. So I only trained for 15 miles. I ran 26.2 miles that one day, the whole time, the last 10 miles going, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. But now her gay boyfriend got cancer, so fuck her.
Jeez, man, wow.
Hey, fuck you, rich cunt. Goddamn rich cunt.
Hey, our own Sonny Forelli's going through a divorce? I didn't know that. Sonny.
Hey, guys, what's happening? The fucking phone connection's really sucky. I can hardly hear you, but yeah, I'm going through the fucking shit right now, and I'm at the fucking point now where I'm taking all the fucking blame on all this shit, and I don't even know why I'm taking all the blame because she was the one who fucking cheated on my ass.
Oh no! God. Is she that girl? I think I met her.
We all met her. I talked to her at F.H. Riley's a couple times.
It doesn't matter in court who did what. It's as far as the finances go, you'll get fucked. It's just what happened.
I mean,
they have this formula in New York that, like, it's just you want to believe that an attorney is going to bust in with some evidence or something. Go, Your Honor, look at this. But they just take a slide rule out and fucking calculator and go, okay, blah, 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 person A, give person B this.
That's it.
There's no personal...
It's better to mediate, right? I mean, if you can, it's better to just settle it.
In your case, Anthony, that slide ruler was stuck somewhere.
Yeah, it was
way to the left.
Yeah, we were able to slide it way the fuck over one way, I think.
My God.
We wound up doing it that way because it just would have dragged on forever.
Yeah.
It reached the point where I just went, look, we got to go in this room over here and just sit and hash this out.
Right, and the sad thing is, I really tried. Right when it happened, I'm like, I'm going to do whatever I can. It was the pathetic thing, man.
What makes it even worse for me too is that I'm a recovering fucking drunk too, and thank God I haven't fucking picked up a drink over this shit.
I tell you, man, saved my life. If I hadn't been in the rooms, buddy, I don't know what the hell I would have done. I have no fucking idea. Yeah, that's the one great thing about being a recovering drunk is that when the shit hits the fan, all of a sudden you got a million people you can call every day, and and if you got to line enough of them up, because at some point you cross a line, and when they see your name on the caller ID, they're like, he's probably not going to kill himself. I'm sure he's got other numbers.
Yeah, listen, I just wanted to call thanks, man. I'm fucking identifying a lot, and I got a shitty connection.
Hey, Sonny, how did you know she cheated? What happened?
I fucking caught her on the phone with a fucking ex-boyfriend.
God.
You caught her talking dirty, or you caught her talking?
No.
Jim's
she was on the phone in the porch. She comes in, she opens the door of my bedroom, she closes the door thinking that I was asleep. Then I go outside and she's out on the porch on the phone, and then she denied that she was even on the fucking phone until I had to rip it out of her hands, and then I looked at the fucking call log, and she's been calling this guy for fucking weeks.
But is that cheating? Do you think she was fucking him or just preparing to?
No, she already came clean. She crossed the line. She made out with him. She didn't actually fuck him yet, but,
Oh, God, it's even worse in a way.
Oh, yeah.
Because that means that they're like dating.
Mm-hmm.
If you're just having sordid sex in a hotel room along the road in New Jersey, I mean, that is what it is. But if you're like talking for 3 hours,
But, right now I'm at that stage where, I'm feeling guilty that I pushed her to that point,
don't do it. Don't do it.
No, you didn't.
Fucking self-centered.
No, it's a two-way street, man. She was getting something out of it. You got to give yourself a break, or you're going to drive yourself crazy. I did that for 2 months. And
I'm about there, because I'm ready to go on a fuck fest pretty soon.
Fuck fest.
I don't think
fuck
that's
fest. I like it.
Yeah, you got to, fuck yourself out of the cage.
Let's talk to Brother Elmo. Fuck fest T-shirts for everybody in honor of Sonny Forelli. All right, Sonny, hang in there, will you?
All right, will do.
You're one of the good ones. You're one of the good ones. Hang in there, buddy.
Sonny.
Sonny Forelli, everyone, from Boston.
That's a bitch.
Maybe Sonny could resume his relationship with Leon. I mean, considering that you robbed a bank for him. He looks so cute in his robe. You're not dying, Sonny. You're killing everyone around you.
You'll appreciate this, Jim. You want to take a call? Can I talk for a second?
Yeah, go ahead, Mark.
Is that... Yeah, I'm grateful that that there was another guy involved, because I thought there was. I mean, she was emotionally detached, but really just. And again, as angry as I am, I understand what she did, and I understand my partner, but the desperation, like when she left, I got her to go to couples counseling once a month, twice a month, just so we could check in with each other. I would dress up. I would buy new shoes. I mean, just seeing myself do that. I started doing shit around the house. I built a table so when she came to get her mail. And the saddest part about it, and this is one thing if there are a lot of women listening, is that after a certain point, she would come get her mail at the house, and I knew it was pretty much over. And it's just like, if you're that woman who left a guy, you're still dangling him. Just have the heart to at least, if you're going to come over for the mail and we haven't seen you in a month and we're in a lot of pain, fuck us. I mean, can't you just fuck us? I mean, I don't know why I didn't get that. Because, after you break up, supposedly, don't you want to try it to see if it's still good? And that is the saddest fucking moment, where you're with your wife and she's come over to get the mail and you try to fuck her and she's not going to do it. And it's like, really, you're not? I mean, don't you want to at all? And she's like, I just don't think it'd be a good idea. And this is a woman that initially you said, I love you so much. I want to be with you all the time. You're the best. You're the perfect woman. And then it digresses to me at the door and she's walking out with her mail and I'm saying, can you just show me your ass and let me jerk off? Could you just do that? And she looks at me and she goes, really? And I'm like, yeah. And she goes, really? You really want to do that? I'm like, I don't know. No, just go.
Was she going to do it?
No, who knows if she was going to do it? With that qualifier? I mean, it's like she made me feel bad for thinking it, and then I realized, like, God, that is kind of pathetic. And I'm like, just go. I'm going to do it anyways.
Hey, I don't want to lose this guy. We have a great call.
Show me your ass.
Yeah. Jeffrey in New York. What's up, Jeffrey? Oh, come on.
Jeffrey, call back.
Jeffrey. This is a really good one, too.
Yeah, he probably would have fucked the story up, though.
It says...
That's what callers do.
Well, maybe Jeffrey will call back if he's not there. It says married 25 years. Wife just told me she wanted someone else the whole time.
Well, now, what the hell good is that?
Wow. The whole fucking time.
But that is
Jeffrey, call back.
That is just cruel.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, I've gotten some of that. You see, that's what happens with the resentment thing. It's like, she was like, she kept me going along, and every time I saw her, she would say something hurtful. And it's a matter of punishment. That's how they're going to get back at me. Like, my wife said, what she said, is a doozy. I'm trying to, like, kind of make common ground. I'm like, look, I wasn't that happy either. And she says, how could you be? You had a wife who was disappointed in you. I'm like, wow. Wow.
Oh.
I mean, was that necessary? I get it. I was an asshole. I mean, what do I got to do? You want me to cut myself? Look, I'm bleeding.
Yeah.
Look, I've cut my nipples off.
Doug in Wisconsin, what's up?
Can I say about that guy Jeff, whose wife?
Yeah, what's up, boys?
Hold on,
buddy. I just want to make a point.
Hold on.
The guy whose wife wanted somebody else for 25 years. If you're going to get divorced, how great is that? Like, haha, bitch, you had to fuck me when you wanted him. Like, how great is that to know I was dumping loads on you for a quarter century and it wasn't what you wanted? I win. You know,
Jimmy spun that knife.
That's the mathematical thinking.
Yeah.
That's it. See, that's the same, the kind of thinking, the mathematics.
Turn that around.
Oh, you wanted him, and this is what you got. Thanks for fucking playing.
Took lemons and made loads of cum that she didn't want on her back.
That's right. We took lemons and we wrecked your womb.
Let's say hi to Doug again. Doug, what's up, buddy?
What's going on, boys?
Hey.
Yeah, so I date this woman all through college. Everything seems great. Getting married right after college, thinking everything's fine. 2 years into it after college, I'm out to dinner with my wife at the time, and we get some people show up that worked with her from the hospital. She was a nurse. Come to find out, there's some drugs missing from the Pyxis. So, anyways, all this stuff unravels. She's been stealing drugs from the Pyxis at the hospital. Ends up trying to sell the stuff. I end up serving papers, divorce her, and all this stuff like that. Just with all this crazy stuff, being dishonest and whatnot else. Come to find out, she's racked up over $65,000 in debt that I didn't even know about. Oh. And the worst thing of all, me being a young guy, got no money, just working my ass off. I got to take on almost $33,000 worth of debt.
Yeah, that's your debt too.
Holy shit!
I didn't even think about that. I don't know. Oh my God!
Oh boy!
I don't even know what her debt is. I don't think she has any. Oh shit!
I think you're staying too close to her. That's why you're still feeling bad, like this many months later. Like, because I'm hearing like coming over for the mail and things like that, and like
that all ended. Yeah.
Clean fucking break.
Well, now she thinks after I filed for divorce, because I filed. Yeah, I did it. You know, she wanted 3 months, and at 2 months, I was like, "This is crazy. What do I got to live in?" She doesn't know what she wants to do. She's dangling me. She's being passive aggressive. She's taking every opportunity to say hurtful shit, and I'm trying my best to get her back. And then after 3 months, I just said, "Fuck it." She's like, "I don't know when I'm going to know," and I'm like, "Well, I'm going to file for divorce." She's like, "I can't believe you did that. Really? You can't believe that after 3 months I didn't want to live in relation to your indecision, and when I'm going to ask you permission to have a life here?"
Were you trying to kind of force her hand, like she gotta get off the pot?
Well, what the deal was, it's like at that point, what are you going to do? You're going to say, okay, you're going to say, look, either I'm going to ask you permission to start dating or to start have a life here, or I'm just going to do this. And you go do what you got to do. And in California, you got a 6-month window. The judge won't look at it for 6 months. So you can stop the process at any time. Go do what you got to do. I just want to have this because I don't want to have conversations with you that are just going to open myself up for abuse.
Do you think she was keeping you hanging on in a way until she was completely over it and could move on? Almost like,
yes.
Okay, I want to make sure the pain won't be bad for me.
Yes.
So I can leave when it's pain-free.
Right. I think she was done when she left.
Yeah.
Was confused in terms of how to handle it in terms of my feelings, because she does love me, and she wanted to do it gracefully.
Hello.
Yeah, sorry.
Jeffrey called back.
Making a point.
His name's actually Everett.
Oh, hi, Everett.
Everett, what happened?
Hello.
Yeah, Everett.
Everett. Jeffrey.
Hello.
Yeah,
Who's
you.
there?
You.
What? Hello.
Hello.
Yes, hello.
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 Your phones are fucked up.
Come on, dude.
Yeah, the phones are screwed up, huh?
No, they're not. If you heard that, then they're not screwed up.
Well,
you're on the air.
Hold on, I do see that this button is pushed. I don't know what that means or anything, but maybe someone should take a look. Hold on, bro. Let me see if I can do it this way. Everett.
Now he's listening to himself
Hello.
on the radio.
Hey, guys.
All right, the phone is fucked up.
No shit.
Well,
but you heard that.
No, because I moved him to another line and it's working.
Can you hear me now?
The studio's got to be set right every fucking day. Come on. Everett, what's up?
Well, married 25 years. Came up on my 25th anniversary. And, I said to the wife, listen, this was before the anniversary. We don't seem to communicate much anymore. Are we heading towards a split? Maybe. Look, I'm not stupid. I know what maybe means. So I see an email that she's calling her girlfriend. She's writing her girlfriend. And in the email it's saying, I just got off the phone with him. Oh, my God, all in capital letters.
Oh, boy.
So I'm like, what's this? Oh, this is a guy I know for 38 years. I've always had feelings for him. Then what the fuck did you marry me for?
I don't mean to laugh, but God.
What the... Holy shit. Plus, I have a radical prostatectomy.
Oh.
She's telling me, go get a girlfriend if you need a woman's warmth.
Oh, that's horrible, buddy.
Hey, life goes on.
Yeah. So what happened?
Well, we're going to get a legal separation. It took us 11 years to have kids. I got 2 beautiful kids, boy and a girl.
Everyone's got beautiful kids.
And
why aren't kids fucking ugly?
Plus, I've got
I want to hear.
Hold on. Fucking set of parents go. I got 2 kids.
I got 2 ugly kids.
Fucking ugly. I love them and all, but they're ugly.
Oh, you never.
So I have 2 beautiful children.
Kids. I got one good one. And the other one, I don't.
or 2. One's really
look. The other
one's just a piece of garbage.
The other one, if it didn't come from my cunt, I would never talk to it again.
I have one winner and one with a Pete Rose hairdo.
No, we're just saying. Jimmy came back in. That everyone always says, I have 2 beautiful.
I got
kids.
3, whatever.
No one's
number
willing
is
to admit that
beautiful
the kid's ugly.
Kids. One deserved a hanger through his head.
Right. But Everett, I got you. So what's up?
Well, I also have a malpractice suit going. As soon as we settle the suit, I'm leaving.
That's what she said?
Yeah.
No, so she's waiting for the payoff?
Oh.
Well, no, she won't get a payoff because, I went to my lawyers, too.
Yeah.
And they're saying, no, that, all she'll get is she'll get $5,000 because you can't walk the dog anymore.
I'll tell you, you don't know who you're married to until this stuff goes down, in terms of,
Oh, it's unbelievable. Unbelievable. But I'm going to deal with it all. Life goes on. I got you guys to listen to, shit like that.
Well, I can't talk about stuff because of pending litigation.
Really? I hope I didn't get myself in trouble.
I'm talking. I was married 8 years ago. 8 years ago was pretty much the divorce, 7 and change. I was supposed to be in court today, and it got postponed until December 20th or something like that. But the idea that much fucking time went by and I'm still having to go to court has me playing livid.
Has you playing Half-Life 2 all night long? Chapter 2.
Portals.
Portals.
Great. Great game.
Distraction.
The amazing hypocrisy of it is that, that since women fought for all this ground for themselves, to get careers and get equal treatment, and which is all fine, and it's good, and I'm happy, and I really want her to have the best, and I really don't. I don't want her to have any pain. I want her to have a good life. I honestly do. But the weird thing about it is that, all through the marriage, you're married to somebody. I didn't ask her to work. I never made any unreasonable demands. I wanted her to have a career. I wanted her to do her stand-up. I wanted to do whatever the hell she needed to do. And I didn't pressure her at all. And she always had some sense of guilt about not bringing money in. I was like, don't worry about it. We're covered. I'm working. I'm doing the radio show. I'm staying up all night, busting my ass, trying to, keep us afloat. And then, she gets a payday. She takes off.
All right. And now, because she's mad at me, now she's like, I'm coming after your money. And it's like, there's on some level, I don't understand that part of the brain where it's like, how could you feel like, it's shameful. It's shameful. Just walk away. You made some money. You know the situation I'm in. I'm struggling too. What do you got to do that for? What does it get? What kind of karma is that going to get you? Because you're legally entitled. You got to be an evil person. And I was nice to the person.
Evil person.
They went from C to B to person.
Yeah, we saw that. Evil blank. I mean, let them fill in the blank.
Man, no, I don't. What you got married twice? So you actually did it twice?
Yeah, the first time it was like it was one of those situations where I'd been with the woman 8 years. I really grabbed hold of her. I was at my brother's wedding. I was the best man, and she was the maid of honor. I was out of my mind on drugs and booze, and I saw her friend. I'm like, well, if you're going to take my brother, I'm taking your friend. And so I married her because I thought it would help. It would be good. I didn't marry her though. I dated her for 8 years. And then you get into that weird zone with that stuff where, like, what am I going to do here? It's been 8 years and they want to know what it's going to do. And, when you've been in a relationship that long, it takes a little momentum out of the proposal. Because I think I actually bought her a ring. I opened the box. I said, so you want to break up or
you get married? You want to do one or the other.
So it was not a great situation. She's turned out okay. I don't know what the hell's going to happen with me. It's starting to think like, okay, so I'm 44. Am I ever going to have a healthy relationship, or am I just going to be like a bad phase in a series of troubled young women's lives? Is that my destiny?
Oh, just this bad memory.
Wow. Yeah.
Hey, that's your legacy.
Exactly.
Just a horrible memory.
I'm not going to be a mythic comic, but I will be remembered. God damn it!
I don't want to lose these two guys. We got two more that are really good before we take a break here. Keith in Michigan, what's up? You're on the Opie and Anthony show. We're with Mark Maron.
Hey guys, what's going on?
Hey man.
Hey, I'm a truck driver out here on the road, and been married for 6 years. I just found out on Sunday, I've been out here for about 2 weeks now. Found out on Sunday, my wife packed up half my house and left.
Oh my God.
What was the reason?
She said because I had anger issues.
That trumps everything.
Yeah, she said she lied to me all week last week on the phone with me every day. Oh, I love you, I love you. And in the meantime, she was moving shit out of my house as she's talking to me.
Did she hire one of your buddies to come pick it up in a truck?
No, actually, she had her ex-husband come help her.
Oh, great.
I'll tell you this thing with the anger, man.
Ex-husband.
The thing with the anger is that, and if I can help anybody, is that you have to realize that if you've got anger issues and you're in a marriage or a relationship, that your wife or your girlfriend is scared of you, and it's a real fear. And the reason that happened is that how could she tell you? Because she was afraid of you. I mean, that's the thing about anger. It's a very destructive thing, and I definitely, I can't be proud of it. You? I mean, you don't want it. It's an awful thing because
it's all consuming. It's awful.
I'm the opposite. I've always been a doormat.
Yeah, no, I never was.
No, I'm not.
No. My greatest terror.
I
like
fight
he
the
said,
doormat.
it's the clown shoe. That's the greatest. It's a great way to put it because you're terrified of all of a sudden walking into a room and everyone going surprise, and it's the humiliation, like they all know.
It's the humiliation surprise party.
Yes, but they've all been watching and laughing and winking and elbowing and nodding, and I will never be that guy. It's just the humiliation.
Hey,
it's so
you don't want to be that guy.
Keith, you all right though?
Well, yeah, it's. I don't think it really going to hit me much till I get home, but.
Well, try.
I talked to her on Monday. She told me I had anger issues and this and that. Then she got off the phone with me. I was in Iowa when she told me, and she got off the phone with me and called the police and told the police that I was coming out to her work. I was 1,000 miles away from home.
Oh, that's a little crazy.
What you ought to do, you're a trucker, you know this. You go into a bathroom, you look for a stall with a hole cut in it, you put your erection through it, and you smile. And somebody will help you out.
Or tap your foot a little.
Or just drive your rig into someone's house. That's not expected.
Yes.
Don't be concerned with the gender on the other side of the hole.
Yeah, exactly.
That's why, man. My first marriage made me like Captain Quint. Like, I'll never put on a wedding ring again.
Oh, yeah?
Not again.
I'll do it again.
Not after the first wife.
I'll do it again.
Would you?
Yeah, because well, the thing was with this one, I fucking loved her. I mean, I was like, I wanted her more than anything in the world.
Oh, boy. Oh, man.
And it feels great. I'm heartbroken, but I needed to be humbled. But let me tell you this guy, the sad thing about anger, is his name Keith?
Yeah.
Is that, this is the worst thing about it. My biggest regret is that it trumps every memory. That no matter what your memory is, you can sit there and it's like, well, what about the time we were in Florence, Italy, remember, and we had that great time? And then it's always gonna be like, well, what about the time you broke the chair? See, the broken chair will trump any good memory you have, and that's what you're up against. And man, I tell you, when someone leaves you, that's when you really find out what kind of salesman you are. Because at that moment, you better have something to say other than, "Hey, I didn't fuck anybody and it didn't hit you." You better have a better presentation than that. But if you have no recourse, if you can't convince them again that you're going to change, then you got no fucking game.
You have one last shot, is what you're saying.
Exactly, and if that's all you got, I'm not Hitler. Yeah, that's
the fucking buzzer. You're on the other side of the court, and you're giving it the heave-ho. It better be a good one.
All right.
Yeah.
Let's think about it, Keith. Keith,
Bye,
hang
Keith.
in there.
Yeah.
All right, Keith. Good
All
one.
right, man. Talk to you guys later.
This one is amazing. It's Dan in New York. Dan, what's up?
What's going on, guys?
Hey.
I got an interesting story for you. My mom and dad are married for like 30 years, right? One day, 4 o'clock in the morning, my dad shows up in my apartment. He's been cheating on my mom for 3 years with this prostitute who's 2 years younger than I am. She's a crackhead. And he leaves my mom for this girl. Starts smoking crack, loses his $100,000 a year job to fucking smoke crack and drink with his fucking prostitute.
Your fucking dad rules.
That's the best story I ever had. Yeah,
That is.
I think Dad's having a good time.
They don't make a Hallmark card for that on Father's Day.
Dad's had it with responsibility.
Yeah, dear mom, sorry dad left. Apparently he used teeth. I love my mother, but if my dad left her for a crack whore and just started doing dope, how do you not love him?
That's a great story.
How old's your dad?
My dad's 54.
54. He was starting a career.
He's going out in a blaze of crack.
You know what? He was ready.
That's great.
He was ready for something new.
That's a hard place to be.
All right, Dan, hang in there.
What a hard place to be as a kid. You know,
no kidding.
My dad was a bit of a mess, but that's just classic. 4 a.m, he's probably all cracked up.
Yeah.
I got a confession to make, and he tells him that story, and then he goes, "You got $10?"
Yeah. Keith, the trucker. A lot of truckers checking in today. Keith,
we just talked to Keith.
Another one.
Good morning, guys.
Hey, Keith.
Jimmy may recognize this. I spoke about this on the very first Black Phillip show. I've been married for 18 years. Been with my old lady for almost 22. She had 12 relations while we were dating, 8 more in the first almost 3 years of marriage. And then she was good up until 4 years ago. As a matter of fact, today is the 4-year anniversary of the 21st affair she had on me.
Wow.
And actually, thanks to a lot of Patrice's advice, even some stuff Jimmy told me that night, we're still together. And I've become so distant that I'm a complete basket case.
There's a couple weird things going on.
A couple.
There's There's a few weird things going on here. First of all, you keep track of how many guys she's been with while married to you.
Yeah.
You're a cuckold.
How does that work?
A cuckold. He's beyond that.
She tells you?
Wow.
I used to think it was 30. As a matter of fact, that's what I had to count.
36 dicks? Why the hell are you still? What are you
lucky
putting?
devil.
What are you, Jesus? What are you putting up with that for?
I'll tell you the truth. She's
what disease you trying to cure?
She's in absolute pursuit of me since I became so distant, and it's actually great from that aspect. She really wants me, really wants the marriage to work.
Apparently so. She's going out.
Got her shit together.
Fucking 21
She's got
guys.
a problem, bro. She's got.
She's bipolar, and to be honest, now that she's on medication, she is a changed person. I don't even recognize her attitude-wise. So bipolar is some nasty shit, and that is one of the biggest things.
Bipolar, that means she likes 2 poles, neither of which is yours.
Luckily, my 2 kids are mine.
She's addicted to dick.
Are they beautiful?
She's got a dick addiction, bro.
What is his addiction to be? To be with somebody that puts
hang
you
out
through
there.
that?
Yeah,
boy, you got to really like getting the shit beat out of yourself.
Now, but when we were dating, I went out with about a dozen girls because I knew she was screwing around. I couldn't meet anybody that quite did for me what she did.
She fucks you well? Is that what it was?
And,
sir?
Even with her walking all over me, somehow this marriage has stayed together.
Sir, is she a great lay?
Huh?
Is she a great lay? I mean, is that what keeps you?
I'd say she's about a 7 on a 1 to 10 scale.
Okay.
She gives one mean blowjob, and she swallows.
Of course she does. She's had a lot of practice.
Of course.
Sorry. The whole 9 yards. She's toys. She'll play with herself for me. Whatever I want, she'll do.
But Keith, how does she tell you that she's been with all these guys? How do you know that it's 21 guys? After each one, she tells you?
We had a real long talk about 2 years ago, and I told her, I said, she always knew I thought it was 30, and I told her, I said, you know what, just to clear up the air, because she's known, what I did while we were dating, and I told her, I said, I want to know the truth. How many was there? But when we were dating, how many in the first couple of years we were married?
That's a loaded
question,
question,
we had 14 years where there was no affairs, and then just this last one 4 years ago, that was the destroyer, because I had a 10-month-old daughter when she decided to go bang her ex-boyfriend. And that's the one that made me a freaking basket
But
case.
14 years of nothing, but I mean, there's a lot of guys. Was she just lining them up outside the house when you were gone? I mean, I just don't understand. See, Jim, this is a great example of a guy that completely accepts the clown suit.
Yes, he does.
I mean, and must get a kick out of it somehow. You got to be getting something out of this because, I mean, to be that guy, to be that much of a martyr and to be that, and to let that humiliation continue on.
And not only does he accept the clown suit, but his ringtone is ba 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 da ba da ba ba ba.
And then he answers it, and she goes, "I'm fucking someone right now."
No, she was never that blatant. She always tried to keep it a secret. But I wear my pain externally. My face is pierced, nose is pierced, nipples pierced. Tattoos all over my arm. It's just
you know what's next.
That pain makes me feel better.
Yeah, clearly you're a masochist, and I think that maybe on your anniversary you should have her nail you to a fucking cross.
I feel like I have been crucified. I've actually used that word to her. I said, "You've crucified me in this goddamn relationship."
Yeah, but
I'm not happy that she did it. I mean, I found a way to live with her.
Yeah, you like something. There's something about this. You like something.
I actually, believe it or not, the only reason why I've stuck with her through it all, I actually love the person I'm married to. Even with all that baggage, I truly, on some level, even though I'm a mess now, I still do love the woman.
Have you tried sexualizing this dynamic? Do you let her whip you or anything like that?
Yeah.
No, she's let me do a little bit of that, lightly to her. But,
how many hookers have you killed because of all this?
No, actually, I haven't. What's the word I'm looking for? I kind of like the idea of being the upstanding one in this. So literally, since I took my vows, I haven't screwed around, even though I've had probably 6 or 7 good opportunities. Because I like the idea that I've got something on her that she doesn't.
That's
and
it.
I held up my vows and you didn't, bitch.
That's it. So you get the righteousness.
So you get
exactly. That's it. Righteous. I feel righteous because I did till death do us part. No other women. I did what I said I was.
Let me ask you something. Do you torture her a bit? Like are you passive aggressive? Do you go out of your way to say, well, you did this, you did that in conversation and?
Mark. As a matter of fact, I'm trying to back off from it because it's getting to the point where I'm tearing her up and I can see it, and I don't really at this point want to destroy her because she has become another person thanks to
that's what you get off on though.
Bipolar medication.
That's the buzz though. That's the buzz. That's what you get off on is that control thing.
Yeah, at this point, well, I didn't have control over before, but since I've taken the opposite stance, I took control of the money. I took control of my own life. I got my balls back. The whole 9 yards. Instead of surrendering myself to her, I'm in control. And I for the last 4 years, I have gotten off on the boy, did you fuck up?
Yeah. By the way, speaking about the clown suit that these guys have been referring to all morning long, Matt from Queensbury writes, clown suit? Shit, this fucking guy rides a unicycle to work, for Christ's sake.
He's got fucking elephant shit under his shoes.
I've got a few regrets, but our marriage still works.
How about 21? Start with that.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, Keith.
Yeah, you're not lying there.
All right, man.
Good luck, man. Good luck.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Good luck, bro.
Later.
Yeah.
All right.
Thanks, Hope.
I know. I'm sorry. We gotta make jokes through this crap. You know that. Hang in there.
Oh yeah, I'm going to. Don't worry.
All right, man.
I got it.
Oh, I didn't mean to do that. I'm sorry. Mark Maron playing comics here in New York City. Where is comics, by the way?
It's on 14th Street. It's a really nice club down in the...
no, I know where it is, but for the other...
14th and 9th.
And 9th, thank you.
Yeah. Cross Street's 9th Avenue here in New York. It's right by the Meatpacking District. It's a really, really cool area, whether you like nice new clubs or trannies. I mean, it's really everything.
Are there still there's like, do they have one tranny? It's a tourist attraction there now?
There's a bunch.
Oh, yeah?
I mean, I think. I haven't been there. Yeah. You know, there's a website, I think.
Yeah, sure.
Mark, you're selling some tickets today. It's markmaron.com as well, MarkMaron.com.
Mark's a really funny comic, man. I mean, it's like, it's fucking cool to see somebody like, cause every time you see him, he's got new shit, which I love when you see comics that are always writing, because it's never boring.
What we're going to do is we're going to take a break, and we got to talk about the phantom shitter that's shitting all over the place in Idaho.
I get it.
They're trying to find him.
Will you get me up to speed on that? Cause
it's
out of the loop.
It's probably the story of the day, and also the surveillance and the Patriot Act.
Oh yeah.
We want to get into that a little bit.
Where's Mark Wahlberg? You're supposed to call in.
Mark Wahlberg.
Oh Jesus!
What's it say?
What happened now?
What is he filming or?
Yeah,
is he traveling?
What's the excuse?
Oh, boy. Wahlberg rescheduled for next week. Roland spoke to publicists. He canceled all his interviews this morning.
All right, let's see if next week he calls. Let's see.
No.
Yeah,
how long's this been going on
Fuck
for?
Mark Wahlberg.
This happens to us all the time.
Fuck Mark
We are
Wahlberg.
the scourge of the radio community. And
we have a huge audience that people are scared to put their people on
publicists.
for some reason.
The people are fine with it. If they would just come in here and have a good time, hang out, like we just fucking talk.
Yeah.
But the publicists are like, are those shock jocks? It's like, do
people even
done that
use
shit?
that term?
Like, I know it's like calling someone a hippie now. You know. It's like, come on, shock jock. Have you been on fucking, break.com or YouTube? I don't think you can shock
right now
with theater of the mind anymore when you could punch up a video like Tub Girl.
When did he cancel? When did we get the notice?
Probably only half hour ago, I would assume. Right?
9:15, 9:30.
Yeah, so fuck him. He's not coming on the show.
His publicist.
Yeah, I don't give a shit.
Yeah, it's publicist.
Tell Roland we don't need Mark Wahlberg on our show. More with Mark Maron, though. We need him, and we'll do that next. It's Opie and Anthony.
You're getting married.
No.
Here's Anthony from the Opie and Anthony Show to help you plan the perfect wedding.
I'm talking to you. Are you listening?
First, you must carefully choose a wedding ring for your gal.
I went into one of those jewelry stores in Penn Station, and I think I spent $300 on it.
Right. Well, you should also make sure your betrothed gets along with your dear, sweet mother.
Your son is a scumbag.
Maybe not. Your wedding night, on the other hand, should be a magical one.
I believe I laid there looking at the ceiling with tears of regret and sorrow rolling down the sides of my face.
Just follow these simple steps and you'll have the perfect wedding. Just like... I got nothing.
I was shocked. I was horrified. I was broke. Hopeless. What did I get myself into? It only took 9.5 years for me to leave. Never marry a wife. I was a broken, beaten man. And I had been married for 6 hours.
Opie and Anthony. Opie and Anthony.
Wow, that's loud. We're back with the Opie and Anthony Show, and comedian Mark Maron playing comics here in New York City tomorrow and Saturday. We got another Keith the trucker on the line.
The first Keith.
I think this is the third now.
Oh, it's a whole different Keith.
He doesn't want to be confused with the other two Keiths. Keith, what's up?
Hey, Jimmy. Love you guys.
Thanks, man.
Thanks, Keith.
I just want everybody that knows me, that knows that I listen to your show and try to call in, to know that was not me, and that guy was sick.
Wait, so the Keith that called that has a wife that cheated on him 21 times, that's not you?
No, that is not me.
So why don't you use your handle or something to get the word out there
What
to
was
the
there,
truckers?
chatter on the CV that it was you? Little chatter?
No, but I'm going to try and put an end to that before it starts.
Well, you got a pretty unique voice. I'm sure your friends will recognize it.
Yeah.
All right, well, I don't know what's going on with that dude, but something's different.
That dude's he's a pain junkie is what he is.
He got the instant feedback going. Philly Tyrant writes, while he drives around playing the martyr, his wife is sucking someone else's cock.
Yeah.
He sure is teaching her a lesson.
Yeah. I'll show you. I'll sit quietly while you blow my friends. Way to teach a lesson, pal.
I'll sit quietly and drive around America while there's a conga line outside the bedroom.
That's right.
All right, Keith.
So punch out, guys. Appreciate it.
All right, it's not you. It's another Keith that drives a truck. All right, very good. Let's say hi to John in Ohio. John, what's up?
Not much. How you doing today?
Pretty good. We're going to try to move on to other things, but what do you got?
Well, my ex-wife and everything, before she was my ex-wife, she came over, got my hopes up, thinking that we were going to get back together and crap. And we started fucking in the chair in the living room and everything, and we're sitting there butt-ass naked. She looks at me and tells me, she goes, I've been cheating on you.
In the middle of it?
And when we got done and everything, but she looks at me and says she was cheating on me, and I was like, you tell me this now? I just pick her up and drop her on her fucking bare ass right on the goddamn floor.
Okay.
And, we were together for 5.5 years, got married. 6 months later, I came home to a Dear John letter, started all of it.
Man.
Wow, that's a strange way to find out.
Yeah, and she just denies it to this day and everything. And the worst thing is I still have feelings for her, and something about her that I love so much and everything, and it still pops back in my mind every once in a while.
Yeah, I know that feeling.
It's just, I wish it would just go away completely.
Yeah, it's hard to. It's really hard to kill the love that you have for somebody, and the only you're just gonna have to process the feelings, man. Oh, listen, I'm Dr. Phil now.
Yeah,
right. Process your feelings.
My friends came over. They were asking about shuttle launch. I was down in Florida one time, and I was showing them pictures of shuttle launch, and there's pictures of my ex-wife right there and everything. It just started me thinking again. It's like, God damn it, why the hell did I bother bringing that up?
Yeah.
All right, bro.
Dr. Phil is such a douche. He's like
I don't even watch where I would know that he's a douche.
No, I don't watch either. But he's shilling for some a flower company, and I hear the commercials when I'm driving in, and they go, and now we have Dr. Phil, or it's not even a flower company. I think it's a dating company. That's what it is. It's one of those computer dating things. And he goes, and now we have Dr. Phil, and he goes, it's okay to feel good about you. And I go, what? Out loud, I'm in my truck going, what the fuck does that mean? What in the fuck does that even mean? Dr. Phil, he just comes up with these catchphrases. That's good. It's great to know your shoes are yours.
Yeah.
What? What, Dr. Phil? What?
And it's the way he says it. He's so, passionate about it. And you just go, wait, feel good about me?
Usually, if I feel good about me, that precedes suicidal thoughts. There's something so troubling. It's like, I'm okay. It's like, oh, God, I want to kill myself.
It's got to be a problem here.
We got to start taping Dr. Phil. I got to hear some of these now.
It's just these catchphrases that he thinks he's going to, cure somebody.
You can like your hair.
Yeah. Oh, I can? Oh, good. Throw away my fucking psycho drugs, and I'll stop seeing a therapist, and everything will be fine because Dr. Phil says my hair's okay.
But I'll tell you, I think that a lot of people ultimately, this is the scary thing about drug companies, is that I think a lot of people who are on medication for depression, they shouldn't be on the medication. They're making up diseases. You know that. If you read the symptoms of any psychological disease, there's 50 of them. You're going to have 3. You read that list. Do you feel hopeless? Yeah. Do you have suicidal thoughts? Yeah. Are you uncomfortable with sushi? I am a little bit. Yeah. Do you sing in your car? Holy fuck, I do sing in my car. I need this medicine. But I think that in most cases, in terms of depression, look, it's not easy for anybody. And the only difference between depression and disappointment is your level of commitment. So just keep that in mind.
I think you got to wonder if people were you had a higher suicide rate in the early days before all these antidepressants, or now.
Well, some people are really sick and really need them.
Does it work?
But they try to make people feel sick, sicker. These companies, and they're very powerful. It's like I think other people have talked about that. But when Zoloft was an antidepressant, then all of a sudden you see these signs on the subway that says Zoloft now treats social anxiety disorder. What the fuck is that? Shyness? That they just now you got nervous leg disorder. I mean, what are we stupid? They got to stockpile these drugs. They're like, what else does it do?
What else?
Put it on a poster. Yeah, it also treats that thing that you do if you lick your lips when they're dry. So if you have that problem where your lips get dry and you use your tongue, you probably need these pills.
How did it get to the point where, every show you watch,
there's a drug right there as you're talking?
See, you're just
now it's Activa, which makes your poopies a little better, but
by drug commercials. When did that start? Growing up, I don't remember seeing anything but
maybe an aspirin commercial,
Joseph's baby aspirin.
Yeah. Bayer aspirin used to have. Bayer aspirin actually used to have. No, it wasn't Bayer aspirin, but heroin. The word heroin was actually a brand name for an over-the-counter medication.
Really?
Yeah, in the early 1900s, if I'm not mistaken. There's got to be someone out there right now. I don't think so, Mark Maron. Click, 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 click.
Well,
click.
of course, you remember the AIDS diet plan. Where
right,
you
the
had
candies?
the chocolate candies named AIDS.
Can we
and
play
then,
that commercial for Mark? We'll change gears a little bit here.
It really...
my mother had those.
Oh, yeah, my mother had AIDS, too.
Yeah.
I ate her AIDS.
Anthony's mom had a lot of AIDS.
I would eat her AIDS, and she would get mad at me.
Yeah. I would eat her AIDS, too. She's like, that's not regular candy.
Oh, stop it.
Here's the commercial.
I was overweight and embarrassed to go anyplace. AIDS helped me get back into a size 12.
I bet.
The AIDS diet plan helped me get back into a size 6.
AIDS helps control your appetite so you lose weight. Yet AIDS lets you taste, chew, and enjoy. And the appetite suppressant in AIDS is not a stimulant.
AIDS helped me lose the weight and has nothing in it that could make me nervous.
Question: why take diet pills when you can enjoy AIDS? AIDS helps you lose weight safely and effectively. Use only as directed.
It sounds like an SNL skit, doesn't it?
Where'd you get that?
It's
a real commercial.
I know it is.
Where? Go to YouTube.
The old internet.
Yeah, YouTube.
Got everything on it.
Find everything now.
They never should have taken that product off the market. They should have pushed it through. Every time fucking somebody dropped dead, they should have said another plug.
Right.
Fucking why not?
I
just watch the stock plummet and do nothing about it.
Yeah.
Stock selling at a penny a share. Hey, let's change gears. We got a phantom shitter. This is a really fucked up story. It's pretty funny. It's the story of the day, I do believe.
Not hard to go outside and get a breath of fresh air.
But one local neighborhood can barely breathe because of a disgusting, gross, vile stench in the air. Channel 3 eyewitness.
How much do you hate the news, Mark? I got to interrupt right away.
I tell you,
it's a dumb shit story, and they have to,
milk it. I've been so disconnected from so much shit because I'm just very busy with,
Well, we watch.
Very self-centered these days.
At this point, we watch.
The chaos in my life.
Well, it should be.
At this point, we watch local news before we get ready for our show because it's a comedy show. It is comedy.
It's not
in
news anymore.
Form.
We're watching the news here. It's a Channel 11 has the local news here in New York. And on Friday, now remember, it's the news.
Yeah.
They do Dance Friday, where the weather and traffic girl and some, I guess, interns, they get out there and start dancing. And the anchor is like, ha, 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 laughing. And I'm like, aren't there people being blown up in Iraq?
That's a downer. That's hardcore. I know. I was watching Anderson Cooper. I mean, interrupt, but on a serious note, like I'm watching. They did like all last week on CNN. They're talking about how in Afghanistan they're going to defoliate the poppies, the opium poppies, right? And there was an issue with Karzai. He says, I don't want to defoliate because it'll ruin other crops. And
but other crops in Afghanistan?
Right, but Anderson Cooper's out there with the people that are cutting down these poppies with machetes. And then here's the weird thing. That's not a fucking story. The truth of the matter is it's a $3 billion a year industry. All right, so obviously there's a glut. There's a heroin glut, and then you see the third paragraph in military officials and intelligence officials don't want to defoliate either because it thinks it's going to give the Taliban propaganda against American chemicals. And I'm like, if that's not a red flag right there, it's like the real question is how the fuck is $3 billion worth of heroin getting out of Afghanistan? How did it get out in Vietnam? It got out on military carriers. It got out through the CIA. So that's the real story. But he's out in the field cutting down poppies, with opium farmers. But no one's saying like, where's it going?
Yeah, how the fuck?
Right, how is it? Obviously there's a glut, and they've got they've got backstock, so now they can do a little political theater, make it look like they're doing something, so they can move the shit they got in the storeroom and make everybody think they're doing something. I mean, the real story is that the black market is more powerful than the regular market, and the people that are involved are the same people that always were involved: the CIA, the government, black ops.
How come?
I think the government is looking out for my interest.
Your best interest. Mm-hmm. How come? They're always talking about our security as far as shipping goes, especially the shipping containers and drugs can make it in giant quantities.
Oh, hell
at a time. It's not one Mexican fucking squirreling a balloon of heroin up his ass at a time. It's like there are giant fucking shipping containers of drugs making it over here. How come those can make it over, but like a dirty bomb doesn't make it over?
It's a fucking lie.
It's like so someone's got to be letting it in, letting the drugs in, and trying to keep out like the bad guys.
And I'll tell you, when they want to, the same people that let 9/11 happen will let a bomb in.
See, now you're going a little far with the conspiracy thing. I knew
I'm sorry.
Here we are in Air America. Our roads would fork off a little. Right. We were agreeing there for a minute.
No. I'm being a little
let's get the poopy. Let's get the poopy story on the air.
I just watched Zeitgeist movie. Have you watched that?
No.
Oh, dude. I'm not a conspiracy guy because my brain will go there, and I'm really not that guy.
Yeah.
But I watched that movie online. Someone sent me the link, zeitgeistmovie.com. All right, and it's amazing what it does because I'm the 9/11 truth thing. The last thing I want to be is one of those guys that every conversation you have with anybody, let's go get something to eat. What about Tower 11?
Yeah.
Explain Tower 7. What about Tower 7?
Tower 7.
I just want to get something to eat, but Tower 7, it looked like it imploded. Dude, you're gonna have to. It's like I understand it. You want to be an independent speculative investigator. Go ahead, but keep it as a hobby. And if you find the truth, because God knows how much. Thank God the conspiracy people solved the Kennedy thing because I'm glad we got closure on that.
Yeah, that's finally over, and no one's talking about it anymore.
But here's what happens with the Zeitgeist
Incidentally,
movie.
just to say quickly, it is beginning to look like Oswald was the only shooter.
Well, that's the thing.
Like it is actually turning around where the technology is almost proving that a lot of the conspiracy stuff was nonsensical.
Yeah. But that's it. But you got people. The thing is that conspiracy thinking, and I didn't mean to shift from poop. But
I like it.
All right.
This is
good shit.
The thing is about conspiracy. Here's my whole bag with this: is that you're no different than a born again Christian if you're a conspiracy theorist because it's the same type of belief. It's fanatical and it's based on speculation. Like if you're a born again Christian and someone goes, "Hey, I don't think there's really no indication that Jesus ever existed." It's like, okay, you want to live in the dark? That's fine. I'll pray for you. Now, and with a conspiracy theorist, they find a series of dogma that they believe in that can't necessarily be proven. You're like, I don't know. I think it might have just happened the way they said it. It's like, okay, you want to live in the dark? I'll pray for you. I think that if Jesus came down from the earth, from the sky, and the only thing he said to the entire planet was, Oswald worked alone, there would be people on the ground going, what the fuck does that guy know? He lives in the sky. He doesn't know anything. I'm down here doing my homework.
I'm reading an excellent book by Bugliosi, Vincent Bugliosi, who was prosecutor Manson. And it's like a 1,300 page book. He said debunking all the conspiracy things. And he raises one great point in the very beginning. He says that the reason the conspiracy theorists are so much more listened to, he goes, they have the more interesting story.
Yeah.
That's a more interesting thing to sink your teeth into.
They got it all figured out.
Every conspiracy is more interesting than what really happened. No one likes to believe that 9/11, we got caught with our pants down and some fanatics were able to hijack planes and crash them into buildings. They like that they wired it for to demolish the building. When meanwhile, if you've ever watched a show on how they demolish buildings, it takes months of preparation. They have to gut the building. They got to drill into fucking cement beams while people are all working in their office. Is Madge looking over his shoulder, wondering why there's a dynamite?
You can't even get a friend past the security guy at the front desk.
At the front desk, and they're going to just bring
a lousy friend like
tons of dynamite.
You got to sign in, show IDs, and get
but it's a more interesting story.
But it also feeds into a sort of a victim, sort of injustice ideology. And the thing that I always say to him is like, okay, if there are questions and you want to investigate the questions, go ahead, but make it a hobby because in terms of making honest to God change within the government, like we were talking about before, Patriot Act, that kind of stuff, that requires some attention, some talking to your representatives, from actually getting involved with the slow process of government, as opposed to saying, I know the truth. You're living in the dark. I mean, there's a power to it. There's a righteousness to it. And that movie, man, it starts off like it spends 15 minutes deconstructing the myth of Jesus. All right. Historically, it says that there was a lot of other belief systems that had similar stories about the sun god. It coincides with astrology. History says that he might not have even existed. And you really buy it. And it's history and it's the Middle East and it's, it's BC and after his death. And you're like, wow, this is really informative. And then it cuts to bam, out of nowhere. Planes flying into the towers. Bam! Now that we got you open, here's another lie. And then it goes into that. It kind of slips it in. And given that I'm kind of vulnerable and my life is out of control, I'm very susceptible to knowing the truth in a broad stroking way about very big unsolvable things. So I'm a little polluted with it right now.
And people also don't like the helplessness. There's an empowerment in thinking the government did it because it's something I can wrap my mind around. It's very difficult, like he said, to realize that it is what it is. A nut probably destroyed what would have been this amazing, beloved American president. I mean, like this guy who was going to change the world was taken up by a nut, and people don't like to accept that because it's just too ugly and small.
It's too random. It's
just too unpredictable.
Yeah, unpredictable.
But the government
right.
conspircy is almost like it's like almost like you've built this thing around it that can be deconstructed and figured out and fixed. Some nut.
But
it's so huge. Yeah.
I got lost on beloved American president.
Right. I'm saying JFK was
JFK,
so
right.
loved.
I thought you were talking about Bush. I'm like, wait, is this the same guy?
I'm saying,
hey, a couple things. We got the heroin bottle on the screen.
I'm beloved.
There it is.
There
heroin.
It is. Heroin. See, they used to sell
Bayer Company heroin.
And what
was
it?
Heroin.
That would be so great on the Lower East Side right now. If they could just go in. If it was packaged like that at the bodegas, as opposed to having names like Pussy or Tango and Cash.
It's Bayer
Tango and Cash.
It's actually better written than the film.
Bayer heroin bottle. What was it though?
Probably a pain relief of some sort.
Of course, it was a pain relief.
Okay,
what do you mean? What was it? It was breakfast.
Wonderful.
That's why they took it off the market. It was breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
Wow, you got a lot of people going, yeah, man. On this feedback. They're like,
heroin, even Negroes can take it. Look at that old bottle.
Well, that's when they made it illegal. And then they switched the market. This is how we can kill them, with heroin.
Bayer heroin, man. That's
all right. Let's get the poop story out of the way, because if we start
get rid of your headache,
then the listeners go, "Where the hell happened to what happened to the poop story?"
Oh, God forbid we don't get to a shit story.
Let's move from global chaos and conspiracy thinking to something we all understand.
Well, poopy jokes. We could all get into a poopy joke.
I'm in.
Right, Mark?
I'm in. Let's do the poop. Always funny.
And just listen to the stupid anchors. I love how they have to fluff up everything and just I don't know.
Not hard to go outside and get a breath of fresh air.
But one local neighborhood can barely breathe because of a disgusting, gross, vile stench in the air. Channel 3 Eyewitness News reporter Mary Sturgill has the scoop.
Jolene, that's right. I wanted to see what all this stink was about. Sure, boy, did I find out. Now, I do have to warn you, what I found was disgusting, so if you have a queasy stomach, you might want to look away during parts of this.
Yeah, like every morning when you shit.
Taking a squat just out back of one Idaho Falls neighborhood.
If the wind blows the right direction, you can smell it through our back door.
I'd like to catch the person, though. I think it's disgusting and he should be put in jail.
So some guy's shitting everywhere?
Yeah.
It's a guy that's just taking
a guy who's shitting, and these people have dogs. They live with, with factories. They're on the highway every day, sucking exhaust into their mouths. But please, stop the clock. Someone's pooping in public.
There's a guy shitting, and it's making enough stink. What is he, fucking shitting rhino piles?
He's a dinosaur.
He's just shitting all over an Idaho town.
But wait,
we got more to the story here.
Here's the scoop on the poop. The city has gotten so many calls about the phantom pooper, they've set up a pooper stakeout to see if they could catch him doing his business.
But from what I understand, they still haven't caught him yet. Even though they've staked out the area and sat and watched, they still haven't caught up with him yet.
Here are the clues to the phantom pooper's identity as we know them.
Is this a joke?
His preferential place to leave a log is under the Lindsay Boulevard overpass. He fancies himself a bit of a Rembrandt.
I don't know why they want to finger paint with it, but leave their mark and go.
He does leave his mark, and he certainly goes and goes and goes.
Come on, this has got to be.
Is this from The Onion?
It's got to be a homeless guy.
This is real. And when they were talking about him being a Rembrandt and finger painting, they had on the screen a shot of I guess he had like airbrushed kind of like onto like a pillar, and they're just showing you that on
like
the
splattered
news.
it.
Yeah, and like it was hysterical to me because the video clip, you know how every video clip has to have some kind of picture to represent the video clip.
Sure.
So instead of it being the anchor, it has something to do with the story. So in this particular clip, it was just the shit stain that was on the pillar as the identifying picture.
This is a metaphor for all news. This is exactly what all news is. Wait till someone comes to theory with that. Maybe there's a pooper cell. It's maybe 5 guys.
We're shitting in shifts.
Yeah,
the last part of the story.
You gotta go. You gotta go. You know.
I mean, okay, once. If you have an accident once.
An accident.
This has happened several times.
Accident.
When you have to go, a little while in advance. I mean, hello. Bathrooms and toilet tissue are not a new concept. They've been around for a while.
Now, I must tell you that in addition to the stakeouts, the city has been cleaning up this mess whenever it happens. And the neighbors we spoke with have offered their facilities. But until the Phantom takes them up on the offer, I guess they'll just have to deal with the situation with a little bathroom humor.
Someone is saying this is
Come
fake on the
on.
line. This can't be real.
It can't be real.
John in D.C.
Oh, hey, what's going on?
Hey,
what's up?
Hi, little Jimmy.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, guys, I'm a TV photog down in D.C., and I've been listening to that shit story.
Yeah.
There's no way that reporter track is real. A reporter would never say leave a log.
Leave a log, kind of.
There's
Yeah,
no
that.
I don't know about that. Maybe.
No, there's no way.
That was my contribution. I don't know about that. Maybe.
But it's on It's on Breitbart. Everything on
I'm with you, man.
Breitbart
It's
is
a
real.
paycheck for me, but the news business is ridiculous now. It sucks. Love the show, guys.
KIDK3.
Thank you.
How much is the guy pooping? I mean, it's like, how small of a town is it that it's really making this much of an impact? There's an overpass. This guy's probably a homeless guy. Apparently, one homeless guy in this town who they want to lay this on. So that what they're doing is they're setting up the one homeless guy. There's dog shit and there's horse shit everywhere, and they're like, let's pin it on one guy and solve this shit problem. To set up. See, I'm conspiracy. I'm telling you, it's in my
conspiracy.
Well, then Jack Ruby threw a log at him once they arrested him,
and then he took one in the face.
Oh yeah, this is any underpass in the city.
Yeah, guys.
What is that? That's homeless garbage.
That's just
look at this lady.
Big fat lady.
Works at Denny's. Yeah, that makes sense.
This is a town full of coprophiles. They're just fascinated with shit. Who the hell does that? That can't be shit.
Come on, that's
that guy would be dead. Look lower. His probably his intestines are on the ground.
That was his spleen.
A colon on the floor.
Mark in Edison writes, when they catch up with this guy, he'll be up Schitt's Creek.
Bang!
Trying to be I'll be here all weekend. Thank you.
That's one of those things where it seems to me maybe some guys are in a car. They've been partying. Some guy goes, dude, I got to take a shit really bad. Pulls over and makes his friends laugh by bending over and spraying that pillar. Like that would make a carload of your friends just laugh their balls off.
They're showing this one pillar. I mean, is that really that important a location in this town? Like, now no one can go under the bridge.
Yeah, and dine by the pillar, which is a popular hotspot.
And I don't see any houses. What's smelling? Why is this a story?
And who found it? I mean,
I'd like to report a shitting.
Yeah, a couple of people would go fuck under the bridge. We're like, we can't even go there anymore. There's our one place.
Phantom pooper.
Hey, Mark,
this is not a story.
Surveillance.
You're just going to throw it into that?
Yeah, let's go.
Well, they're fighting it out in the Congress, and the Democrats are buckling, and this whole Patriot Act idea is the thing. I was talking. We were talking before. Is that, look, the idea that the government can do an unwarranted search of or tap our phones or search our hard drives is just fucking bullshit. It's ridiculous on any level, no matter what the reason. It's unconstitutional. And I cannot stand, and we were talking about this before, I can't stand people that defend the policy by saying, hey, if you got nothing to hide, you got nothing to worry about. Mm-hmm. Because the bottom line is, honestly, I got nothing to hide. But I got a few things I'm ashamed of. And I'd almost rather be caught with a bomb. Yeah, I could explain that. You know what I mean? It's like, what were you doing with that bomb? I was going to blow some shit up with it. But if they were to download some of the stuff on my hard drive, I would be hard-pressed to explain some of that. You know, what are you going to say? Like, I didn't know it was a guy at first. You know? And I just kept looking at it because it was weird. Am I in trouble? What do you want me to do?
Well, the surveillance people talk about in the street, a lot of people are saying there's too much surveillance. There's no privacy walking the streets. But it's like they've used a lot of that footage to actually catch criminals and catch violent criminals. But like I'm talking about the stuff that's out in public. But I can't see where an ordinary citizen is ever going to be bothered or affected negatively by just being filmed walking down the street random. I don't see where that's ever going to happen.
But the idea that we're talking about, though, is that if they can do that, if they can tap our phones and they can look at your hard drives without you knowing it, okay, let's say that's the deal.
Well, that stuff, yeah.
Well, that's what I'm talking about. Surveillance cameras that are set up in buildings or even by cities. You know, I understand that. It makes me uncomfortable. But again, it just... A lot of people believe that it's making them safe when really they don't know when they're going to be the other end of that. And what I was saying to him was that if the administration changes and the law is in place, now let's say some religious fanatic becomes president and decides that, okay, we're not looking for terrorists, we're looking for the guy jerking off to trannies, and those are going to be the guys that we're going to put in prison because we decided that. That means the law is on the books and there's no way to fight it. That they can just change the focus of their thing.
That's usually what happens, too.
Absolutely. And I think that's going to be a way that I actually had this idea that they're going to use they're going to use porn recruiting, that the military is in dire straits. They can't get people to join up. So what's going to happen is the government's going to search what people are looking at what. They're going to call a kid who's 25, and they're going to say, yeah, it's the U.S. government. Have you ever thought about joining the Marines? Like, no, I don't want to be in the military. Well, we know what you're watching right now. And if you don't want us to tell your mother or your wife, maybe you should reconsider. So there actually be a way to blackmail people into certain things to doing. Maybe I'm being paranoid, but I'm just saying once something's on the books, it don't matter who's in charge.
Based on past performance, I don't think you're being paranoid because a lot of times something sounds great. It's always presented as a protection. We're protecting you. It's very convenient. Yeah, this is a good thing for you instead of a right being taken away.
Right, we're going to put a chip in your head so everyone in your family knows where you are. You won't have to, you won't need money because we'll have your bank account on the chip.
That sounds good.
And if you go into debt, we're going to have you taken out. It's going to be a self-exploding chip in your head. Because they're doing that with cars. They got this G-Star thing that if someone steals your car, they'll slow the car down.
Yeah.
And it's a very short jump to having a chip in your head. You're like, this is a great idea because now I won't get lost because I don't know where I'm going. And and your family knows where you are, but everyone else knows where you are. And then if you're in trouble, that's the thing is that if you got a V-chip in, you'll be robbing a bank and just like,
they can go,
just push a button.
Look what he's up to.
It's an aneurysm.
Let's short him out.
And people think that's to protect them. It's so they know where their kids are.
But have there been cases, like it might be very, very, there may be some where that type of stuff has really come back to bite us.
They've used supposed anti-terrorist laws that were put in place, actually laws that were or freedoms that were taken away, wiretapping, things like that. Right. That is presented to protect us from terrorism. That has already been used against the mob, gangs, drug dealers.
They're lumping them all in with terrorists. Right.
I'm not saying this is a bad thing. They're not even lumping them in with terrorists. They're just able to do this now.
Well, aren't they classifying gangs as terrorism? Like they're classifying them as terrorists subtly.
They can then use it.
But they can use it on
will, for whatever the fuck they want.
The thing is that once this gets down to local law enforcement, or once these freedoms are diminished, they can legally say that you don't get to make a phone call, that your habeas corpus rights are suspended for whatever reason. Once it's on the books, any law enforcement agency can say we can do this.
Yeah.
So if you say something shitty on stage, let's say you say something that's provocative in a way that is questionable for whatever reason, why the hell can't they haul you in? Why the hell can't they say you don't get representation? And why the hell can't they keep you in the pokey for 3 months under suspicion if you don't have those protections in place and you didn't fucking do anything? It doesn't have to be specific. It could be anybody. That's a scary thing. And a lot of us think like, well, I got nothing to hide. Well, a lot of people don't. A lot of these poor bastards that were corralled up even on terrorist suspicion may not have anything to do with anything. And they have no legal recourse.
So the problem isn't necessarily the law; it's the perversion of it. Like if they're using it legitimately, like let's say for the sake of argument, they take something like that and they use it completely legitimately, honestly going after guys who they really think are doing stuff and they have good reason to believe, like going after certain
But they can do that legally.
But I mean, not even the legality. I'm saying honestly going after. Where they really think it's a source of terrorism. The terrorism that we as common people know we're talking about.
But there are protections in place, the FISA laws, and there are other laws in place that there's no reason they can't get a warrant. There's no reason that they can't investigate these people without taking civil liberties away.
But don't they have to not? My only thing is this: like there's certain things like they blew it recently where they announced that they had this video of Bin Laden.
The Bin Laden video.
Like they gave up. There are certain things that you do covertly. And I'm not talking about invading Americans' computers, but there are certain things you have to do covertly to protect the fact that you really are going after legitimate terrorists.
But that's a funny example because that's an example of the government outsourcing these jobs and taking them out of the government and using secondary agencies. That was a secondary agency that was on the payroll, is a security agency that had this relationship that was enabling them to get stuff from Al-Qaeda. This was a subcontracted thing. This wasn't within the government. So they get this thing, and the government says, give us the tape, and the guys are like, this is not a government agency. Mm-hmm. Somebody's being paid by the government, and they said, look, don't release it because you're going to compromise our rat. And then the government immediately released it. So now this independent agency that has no legal recourse, and they're trying to do what this government wants, which is outsource everything to non-governmental agencies because they think that's a better way to do it. So the government looks small.
Why'd they leak the tape? It was just stupid.
Because they don't give a shit, and they thought we got something here, and it was an underling, and they processed the tape, and now this company that was working legitimately, like you were saying, probably maybe even beyond the law, because that's why they subcontract, that's why they use people like Blackwater, and here the dumb government went ahead and compromised the whole situation.
Didn't they used to just be called mercenaries back in the good old days?
Oh man, that whole thing is just creepy. Yeah, they work, and their leader has a Christian agenda. The scary thing is that when you got that situation where Iraq wants Blackwater out, and they're bastards and they're working above the law.
They make some great videos. You ever watch them on YouTube or Break? they will use their helicopters and just scare the living shit out of people on the ground for no apparent reason. It's like a bunch of drunks got helicopters and guns, and they're just having a pisser over Iraq.
But this compromises the military too. This is one that I talked to a guy on the phone once who said there was a time where, you know, the reason why the military functioned and why we were proud to be part of it is that, you know, we were the guys there. Everyone was on the ground doing the same job. We weren't there like wondering who's that guy with a machine gun.
They've subcontracted people for a war like the war is a business venture.
It always was a business venture.
Yeah, but no, you look back, like you watched Ken Burns' The War.
Right.
You watched that documentary, and you see Americans. Now, we might have been a little naive back then, but you see Americans knowing that they had to fight Hitler and the Japs and whatever the hell else, the Italians. This was something that had to be done to protect the United States from tyranny.
Yeah.
And they went in droves. I mean, you saw people at the recruiting office in fucking lines going down the blocks.
That's right, and they were all on the same team, and they all had jobs. They weren't hiring outside catering agencies, trucker agents,
subcontracted people. You didn't see a McDonald's or something on a base.
Right. It's a great example of why, you know, the sweetheart deals that the administrations make is diminishing the morale of America, in the sense that if we have a collective purpose there and it's legitimate, then they should engage the military in a way that makes them feel like it's a legitimate purpose, but not unlike Vietnam. You got guys over there, and now it's like, you know, what the fuck is this? What the fuck are we still doing here? I mean, really, what are we doing here? I don't even understand anymore. I don't know who the enemy is. I don't know, you know, whose side we're on. Now there's money going to both sides from the U.S. government to maintain a certain amount of divide and conquer chaos, so they can continue to pilfer. See, I really believe that these neocon guys, wanted to just bankrupt the country, and ultimately that would privatize everything, all social services, right? So that'll make the chasm between rich and poor so extreme that in a few years they'll be able to recruit for the military just by saying, hungry? Need a place to sleep?
And there's a couple instant feedbacks coming in, you know, talking about how they would recruit for the military by looking at your hard drive. You got Florida Steve writing, will I go to jail for a shit hat video? And then you got Bill K from Philly. Hey, yo, holy shit, I'm going to be forced to serve in the military. I'm 35 years old. I'm not too old to jerk off, but I'm too old to serve.
Yeah. Have you ever put something in a search engine that you were afraid of because you hear like, there might be keywords or something. Yeah. Like I've wanted to search for things about Al Qaeda and terrorists, and maybe another guy, a terrorist that gets killed.
Right.
And you want to do a little background on what he did. Yeah. So you're putting his name in there, and you're thinking, you know, what the fuck do I know where this is going before it gets to the server? And, you know, is somebody kind of keeping tabs on keywords? Because you hear that all the time. It throws up a red flag. And what is this guy doing?
You try to buffer it by putting Al Qaeda trannies. Just so they don't know what you really do. You got a few choices.
Yeah. It's just, that's what gets me a little frightened about the whole no warrant thing.
But that's it. But that's exactly right.
If somebody wants to just check out what you're searching for on your computer, more so than phone calls, believe me, if you're listening to my phone call, you're gonna be a bored motherfucker.
Well, that's that's right. But, they're obviously using underlings and they're testing them, like they're getting practice. Yeah.
But as far as the computer goes, that is like your knowledge base. So if I want to learn about something, no matter how the government might see it as being something they don't want us to know about, or maybe they see me looking a little too closely into Al Qaeda and what they're about, or the Taliban. Will they check me out? Will they be looking a little closer into what I do?
That's a good question.
How much leeway do they have? And this I honestly don't know the answer for.
I might not either.
When they're doing a warrantless search, obviously it's supposed to be in the case of there's no time to get a warrant, or we really need to do this. Mm-hmm. What is the leeway they have on having to justify why they did it?
It's foreign phone calls. Yeah, the phone calls have to be international. I think is part of it. That they can't manufacture enough warrants. I don't believe is the deal to tap. It's usually international calls is what they're really concerned with. In terms of the hard drive, I don't know what that is. And then there's a question about which
a lot of
phone
servers
companies
are international. So can that be considered international?
I think that's it.
And do they have to justify it? That's a quick. Someone told me once, well, there's a myth about the Patriot Act where they can just do what they want. They always, someone, and again, this could have been wrong info, said they have to show cause as to why they did it, and you do have to act like it's a warrant, but you just do it.
You have to show cause.
So I don't know if I'm right or wrong.
But wouldn't it be cause enough if you're doing a search on Al Qaeda? Wouldn't it be cause enough if you're calling your friend in Iran? I mean, that seems like if you're going to really broad stroke it, that's cause.
The only way they have to sell it, but the only way the government would have to sell it is we're protecting you. Don't worry. And if it's just for your knowledge and education, we'll know about it. It's okay. Like, that gets me like,
well, the advertisers already, right. The advertisers, you know that there's a certain amount of information going out. By the emails I get, they kind of, like what I've been doing online, I will start getting emails about
exactly.
stuff like
okay.
that.
So now someone knows what the fuck you're doing. I go out, let's say you buy a car. All of a sudden, you're getting shit in your email about the car you bought and you know, accessories and shit like that when you didn't give out your fucking email address. Or if you're searching certain things, you're looking for merchandise or stereo equipment or whatever, like camcorders. I'm really into fucking video.
Yeah.
So I'm buying a camcorder. I buy a camcorder. All of a sudden I'm getting junk mail about cameras and all kinds of shit.
They've got niche marketing down to it's such a fine focus that you can be a niche market.
Yeah,
it's not you and 5 other people or 100 people that because of the information that we surrender. See, that's my biggest fear about technology is that there was a time, and I've talked about this before. I mean, there was a time where, you know, where we didn't have cell phones. There was a time where you actually remembered a few phone numbers. you know, I mean, and now if you were to ask me mine on a bad day, I'd be hard pressed to remember. I have to check my phone. I really think that some people, if you lost your cell phone and you're a BlackBerry, I mean, you're 2 hours away from digging through garbage, wandering the streets going, what's my name? Where do I live? Do I have a job? I think I work someplace. You know,
everything will break down.
And then with the computer, and the thing is, it's like it's not a convenience. This is one of those great examples how you presented this technology. It's going to make us advance, but it's making us fucking retarded because you can bank online. You don't have to remember anything. You can Google. You don't have to. You know, you don't have to do it. You know, you can and shop online. You never have to leave your house. You don't have to think. And what are we doing with all that freed up space? Knowing Americans, not fucking much. We're just creating a blank screen so they can dangle more shiny shit in front of us. We're like, yes, I want that. It's like we have an infant mind now because of this shit. We're so prone to immediate gratification. Like, I can't even wait online at a coffee shop. I'm in Scotland. Okay, I'm in Scotland, and they're doing things the old way, which is like, you know, talking online and, you know, taking their time making the coffee. And I'm waiting 3 minutes. I'm like, what the fuck? You know, and that's the way we think, is that everything is immediate gratification. Nothing demands any reflection. Nothing has any context. No one knows about history anymore. It's just a series of pictures that they can download. You go to Wikipedia, and I think, honestly, it's all very ornate. It's all very elaborate. You need a lot of passwords, but that's all we know anymore. And outside of that, I think we're fundamentally retarded.
That's a great fucking point. Because we become so goddamn dependent on the cell phones and computers to remember our shit.
And you feel like you got to keep up. If there's a new phone, like it took me a while to get a phone that texts because my wife got one. I'm like, I don't fucking need to text. And then she'd send me a text.
You need to text.
Yeah, and then I'd pick up my phone. I might as well have a hammer and chisel and stone tablet. I was like, clink, clink, clink.
That's the fear with every
There's a bird in there going, it's a living.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the fear with any technology, too, though, because don't forget, like, electricity comes along. I mean, it's the most amazing invention, and then we are all slaves to electricity. So it's like no matter what great thing that comes along that's going to be helpful.
But you can't live without it.
But never before did it require that we surrender our intelligence, you know, out of the name of convenience. I mean, there are people that aren't capable of thinking something through. Just, you know, even, you know, like there is, that's why, you know, Jeopardy is so fucking popular. Is that, you know, apparently there are people in the world that remember shit. Yeah, I'm not necessarily one of them. I think I used to be one of them, but I don't think I'm one of them anymore. And it's frightening because once, like, I lost my BlackBerry for 2 hours, literally, the panic was so deep and so weird because, like, everything's on that.
I lost my phone for a day.
You feel stranded.
Freaking out.
But you got to keep up with the new phone.
Yeah, but if you lost your planner 10 years ago, you would have freaked out. Like, if I lost my planner a few years ago, where all my gigs were in it and all my phone numbers, I never remembered 500 numbers. There might be a few I don't remember, but I mean, I never remembered all those.
But if you lost your computer right now, with the shit that's on there, not, like, you know, credit card information, all that information, it's almost like you're losing your personality. You're losing your identity. That in the hands of somebody else and all the information that's in there. Oh, you're
right,
writing.
yeah.
I mean, it's more than just a planner.
Sure,
now.
of course. I mean, it's in a way like having your home robbed or losing your wallet times 10. But I mean, we've always had these things. It's like the computer, I think, is a great thing. That my problem is, unfortunately, I'm an addict, so I fucking pervert it. But I love when I see a guy like Louis C.K., who's a great example of taking a computer and using it for really what it's supposed to be used for. He makes me sick.
He grew up with it. You know, his mother was a programmer.
Oh, that's right.
And one time we found, it was funny, I was with Louis one time, and there was this old beat-up computer on the street. And Louis was like, let's take it up to my apartment and see what's in there. So he was able to sort of revive it, because I think he actually knows DOS.
Oh, he told us about that. Yeah,
and we found we found the guy's name and weird writings.
Oh, you're
about
part
it.
of that?
Yeah,
you told that whole story on the air.
Yeah.
And we found out all sorts of shit about
and
the
we
guy.
called the guy. We called the guy just to see if he existed. It was the weirdest thing. It was
That's so
back when he lived in Chelsea.
But that's odd, too, that people don't even... They have these the computers and don't even understand what's in them and the power of it, that you can put your entire identity out on the street in the garbage because you don't understand that it's all still there, dummy.
Yeah,
when you unplug it, it's still there.
You would think I was I was in the White House during Watergate. I got a shredder at home.
Oh,
You know,
yeah.
oh yeah, man.
Now, and that's another thing. Yeah, I got a paper shredder.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Everything goes through there.
With my name on it or anything.
Whenever a computer goes bad,
yeah,
I pull the hard drive, comes out,
bang it with a hammer,
get my RAM, and then I'm just with a Phillips head screwdriver putting holes in the fucking thing.
Yeah, like we're that important. Like, God forbid someone knows.
But it's like I do my banking online. I do have passwords on there for all various websites that I go to, and you just don't
Al-Qaeda
want
websites.
Al-Qaeda websites. Yeah.
What did you learn about Al-Qaeda, by the way? Still wondering.
No, whenever you get like one of the top muckety mucks. That are killed, and then the 8,000 second-in commands.
Just need to educate yourself a little bit.
Yeah, you want to know what's going on.
You're just seeing where you moved up in the ranks.
I'll tell you a lot of World War II stuff. So I'm looking up a lot of Nazi shit. I go to fucking sites. I go to white supremacist sites.
So you will
I go to black militant sites. I go to all those things.
Blackwater's going to recruit you.
Yeah, Blackwater's
He's one of our guys.
How great
and he shoots guns in his basement, Mark. So,
I shot my computer because I was angry with
Government's not going to look into you at all.
That's great.
I took an AR-15 and blew a hole through it.
When you want information, it's there. That's the. I mean, it does in a way. The convenience does kind of like remove a lot of the hand-to-hand shit I used to have to do, like going to the bank. But you know what? Like I kind of get my bills paid on time now, whereas I was the fucking worst before.
You're right. I'm not a Luddite. You know, I'm not a guy that thinks you should get rid of computers. I'm just saying that there's an ability that people have, which is, you know, an ability of critical thought, an ability to connect abstract thoughts, an ability to have their own opinions about things, and that I think a lot of that gets interfered because I think with convenience, why would people strain to do that? It's like when you're in college, why bother to write a term paper if you can go online and buy one? You know, why bother to go to the library and look at books and do a type of research that would engage you in a way that would sort of force you to interact with these things if you can do it easier. So I just think what gets lost is a real sense of history, a sense, an ability to think critically for yourself, an ability to figure out what's bullshit and what isn't.
Yeah, to figure out, to kind of exercise your mind. When I was a kid, me and my brother you'd be watching TV and someone would come on and you go, oh, who is that? He was from a movie, I think. And you would toil all day over where the fuck did I see that? What movie was that? And then one of you would go like 2 hours later, he was in this movie.
And that was a good moment.
Now it's like, fuck, who was that?
Google
Boom, Internet Movie Database. Okay, I know his entire fucking history. It's great. It's educational. You know a lot more. But you're not really... working out your mind.
It's harder to only get one side of the story now, though. One thing is, like, the information is so available on both sides. It's like,
but it's easier to get 18,000 wrong sides.
That's right.
That's true. Absolutely.
You have to parse through this stuff. Like, I think all the truth that you need to know. I honestly believe this. Like, even with the Kennedy thing and everything else, that the truth is out there. But now it's on you to sort of parse through bullshit, to parse through right, left, whatever information you want to make certain decisions about certain things. But whereas I think there was a time that there were people that did their homework, there were people that were respectable voices, there were people that weren't just on TV spinning shit for entertainment, that you could sort of say, I trust that guy.
The news is quoting fucking blogs now. There's some asshole sitting in his basement with his own opinion, and the news is saying, this blog site is reporting, and you're like, what the, what's your source
You mean,
here?
wait, the blog site, you mean some guy in his basement alone?
alone coming up with his own opinion on some shit.
But see, they never worried about what the source was because they used to be the guys going, people are saying. But now instead of saying that, they go, well, this blog is reporting, but it's the same thing they want to get out to the people.
But now, for some reason, it gets more credibility because it's on the computer and it's out there for other people to see.
But also, too, that because like we were talking about before, news agencies no longer do their jobs. They're cutting budgets. It's not important. So sometimes the guys who are on the blogs might actually have the story because none of the major entities that are media entities are being responsible about journalism.
But the majority of people, I'm sorry, they're too lazy to go through a lot of shit to come up and formulate a real either opinion or fact about a subject.
But were people smarter X amount of years ago? Like, I'm not saying they weren't or they were, but when you look at like the way the news is reported for so many years on 3 channels, the way you were raised by your dad is, that's the way it is. You know, we heard it on the news, and that's the way it is. I mean, it wasn't like years ago people were thirsting for information. They kind of bought what they saw, and for years it was the papers. You read the paper, and that was the news. Look at the way they're acting.
Yeah, but at least you didn't have to sort through Dance Friday and water skiing squirrels to distract you.
But you know what I'm saying? It wasn't like people were always...
But there were standards. See, the thing is that there is a way it is. And just because there's now a million different options for how it is, doesn't make it any freedom is not freedom of choice in the sense that like it just makes it more difficult to figure out what is because everything gets convoluted, everything gets spun. It's very difficult to even find the truth in any news story. And when you got 2 sides going, it's very easy just to let them cancel it out. So there's something about the intimacy of what journalism used to be that at least you could get a straight story about something that wasn't infused with opinion or spin.
You felt, the guy was truly going out there to find the truth of a story and then coming back to report it, as opposed to Bill O'Reilly and his no-spin zone, which we laugh our asses off. No spin. It's the most spun show I've ever seen in my life.
Spins more than a tornado.
I'm not making an argument about... I'm not making a journalism argument. That's probably a bad argument because I'm not saying... I do think the news had a lot more integrity X amount of years ago. I'm only saying the way people got their information. It's like, I'm not saying the Cronkite was this dirty, fucking propaganda feeding motherfucker. I just think that people back then bought it. And people today buy it. I don't think there's any difference other than the fact that there's more information available today.
I think there's a difference between too little and too much. Perhaps there was too little back then information to really formulate a good opinion on what's real or what's true or untrue, especially with stories like what was going on in Vietnam. But now there could be, but now there might be too much to fucking sift through now.
Abu Ghraib, you never would have found that out. I mean, that's a bad, because to me that wasn't the big deal. They made it. There's so many things now that you can find out.
Yeah, but Abu Ghraib came through. But that came through a real journalist source. I mean, it came through, I think, a connection that Cy Hirsch at the New Yorker
emailed.
Cy Hirsch.
They emailed,
emailed the picture.
But a real journalist. I mean, they gave it to the guy that they knew would crack it.
Sure.
I mean, this is the guy that did My Lai. I mean, he was a real dude. I mean, they definitely knew who they were sending it.
But years ago, it would he'd have to find the Baghdad photomat, develop the pictures, fucking mail them to the guy. Now it's a few touches of the keys and the pictures are there in the guy's hand.
Definitely a lot of benefits. I'm just saying that I think overall it's made individuals more isolated and less engaged in real critical thought. And I think that just because there's more information, like he was saying, it doesn't mean that it makes it more confusing in some respects.
It's another thing, like Jimmy, what you were saying about the old news as opposed to now or sources of information, news, newspaper, whatever.
Sure.
You had that. It was limited as far as quantity goes, but people got together and talked about it also. So you had people getting together and talking about what they saw on the news and giving opinions, when now you're pretty much isolated, like you say, you're online, you're really not communicating with anyone, you're posting your opinions, other people are flaming your opinion, calling you an asshole, you got fucking videos you put up that people call fake, no, it's real, so you have no clue what's authentic anymore and what's not.
Yeah, you never did, though. I mean, I don't think they're really... Even though guys like Cronkite had much more integrity than these scumbags do now, I don't think there ever was that way you were just going to know, all right, this is accurate, this is fair.
Once it was owned by corporate... it's hard. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, once big money started being made from the news, the news never fucking made money.
Right.
The news was there
to break even almost, right?
Yeah,
and
and just to kind of so the channel can go, we're informing the people. This is our civic responsibility. When our license comes up for renewal, we have to fucking do this. But the news became something that made money, that is sponsored and has a general manager and program directors, and they have to make money.
And that's why you got Dance Fridays and Poop Stories.
Because they want you to tune in.
So
I got to go check it out.
So you like surveillance?
No.
You got to check out.
I got to. What? No. I just got to. I got to change hotels. I got to be out by noon.
We're ready to wrap up.
And can I say?
So you're a fan of surveillance?
No.
No, goddammit.
But I am sitting here going, how come you can't see me on the webcam?
I was the one that started this about.
I felt all paranoid about putting you on the webcam.
I started this 40 minutes ago and then shut up for 40 minutes. So wait,
I want to say for the record, I don't want people going through my computer. I identify with the shame. I have nothing to hide. I have a lot of shame. Believe me, the searches I've been doing, it's for transcontinental flights and Trans Ams.
Anyway, you're looking for old Trans Ams? And going with Mark's thing there with the military, you'd be a general, Jimmy.
General.
They would give you a general status.
I'd love to see him just in uniform.
So they look at your computer, you're like, good news, bad news. You got to go in the Army, but we'll make you a general.
The law enforcement would ask Jimmy, why didn't you just look up AMCO? If you have a tranny problem, there's not one search here for AMCO.
Yeah, the bad news is you're a human toilet. The good news is, congratulations, General.
General. No, what's weird about this radio show? It's got to be brought up. Mark Maron, people are saying how boring this is, and then other people saying that this is one of the best radio shows they've heard in years.
That's how radio works.
That's the way it works.
It's hilarious how this shit works.
Like it or lump it, I say. Love it or leave it.
Language.
Someone was asking about CDs. If they, my CDs, if you go to markmaron.com, MarcMaron.com, you can get them there at the MySpace thing, MySpace/Mark Maron.
And for the record, we'd have you back anytime, Mark.
I appreciate it,
Don't worry, people. We'll get back to pee-pee jokes on another day.
No.
Perish the thought we have a fucking intelligent conversation.
Honestly, it's not split down the middle. It's probably
80-20.
Honestly?
Perhaps more than that.
I don't know, but I'm thinking it's 80-20.
I don't know if Jimmy was joking.
No, I'm dead serious.
Probably higher than that. Like
but those 20% of people are assholes.
But the guys that are in the 80-85% category, they've listened to the whole damn thing, listening longer than they usually do. So, Mark, we'd love to have you back anytime.
Oh, thanks, man. I had a great time. I was looking forward to this.
It's comics tomorrow and Saturday. I'm going. A bunch of us are going to go, and Jimmy just farted.
No, I didn't. I did not.
Who farted?
I would fucking tell you in a second if I cut a gasser, believe me.
I didn't.
I think we'd know in a matter of
years. You would absolutely know. Yeah, tomorrow and Saturday, Mark's here at 14th Street and 9th Avenue.
Zyklon B intestines.
It might have been my food pocket acting up. All right.
I have to plug Saturday night. My HBO special premieres.
Congratulations.
Jimmy.
Thanks, man. And
very good.
The Tuesday after the DVD comes out.
All right. Line of the day brought to you by BowDogFantasy.net. Free life scoring, stats, bios, and news that will help you win big this season in fantasy football. It's all at BowDogFantasy.net. I hear Travis is taking on the listeners. Is that fun? Is there anything there?
Yeah, it's we're doing a pick'em league, so every week, I
was told to get BowDogFantasy.net some more time today.
Oh, some more time.
Oh, so okay. You're taking on the listeners in fantasy football? How's that going, Travis?
It's the greatest, Dope. Thanks for asking.
Mark.
Take it easy, man.
Mark Maron, everyone.
Yes.
Thank you. Great time.
Thank you.
Made it easy today, sir. What, Travis?
Oh, it's just the best.
Yeah, Travis?
Uh-huh.
What's really good about it?
Well, it's on BowDogFantasy.net.
Yep.
And me and listeners get to pick football games.
Oh.
And then whoever gets the most right wins $4,000.
Do they feel bad that they're competing with a girl? Because usually girls don't know as much about football.
Yes, but I'm breaking that myth wide open.
You are?
Yes.
Okay, that even a girl can participate.
Even though I'm not a girl and boy.
Well, you say that.
Yeah, I know.
We all know the truth.
All right.
Yeah, it's fun, though.
Well, that's terrific. Yeah. BowDogFantasy.net.
This was
everybody.
about BowDogFantasy.net?
It was very natural how we just casually segged into that.
Yeah.
Huh? Yeah. Here's a runner-up line of the day.
Yeah. What is a ham radio?
Ham radio.
No, it's
big ham with an antenna.
That's the first thing I thought of, believe me.
Isn't that what you think of? Just a big, slimy piece of ham?
Just Bob Kelly with an antenna sticking out of him.
Stupid Bob.
Yeah.
Good luck with your marriage there.
Yeah, we'll talk about that. We should have called him today.
It's He's probably on a honeymoon.
It's probably fucking.
It's in Hawaii.
Here's another runner-up line of the day. And we were catching up a little bit, and you said that your wife left you?
Oh, well, what happened was she brought it to my attention that I have an anger problem. But she said it differently. She said, I'm leaving.
Very good. Mark Maron, comics this weekend. And finally, here's your line of the day.
Here comes the line of the day, line of the day.
Phil, I'm dead serious. You just won $1,000, all right?
Well, hey, guys, thanks a lot, man. You guys rock.
All right, fuck off.
Wait a minute. You can't tell the...
I use this!
That's a good line of the day.
That was fun.
Bob Kelly right now is on his honeymoon. He's at a luau with an apple in his mouth.
Wait, I was the one that just got married. Stephen S. from Bayshore. Mark rushed out before the men in black could catch up with him.
Yeah, I got to check out of my hotel.
Yeah, Mark's a very funny comedian, man. So if you're around in New York tomorrow, Saturday, go see him because he really is a good comic.
He's a really good comic. Yeah. Very interesting. And he doesn't do all politics.
No, not much.
You know what's funny, though? You talk about politics and you get people that don't like liberals. Like, believe me, I'm not a lover of the liberal mindset.
Well, that came in a few times. They think you
believe me
that you might have changed sides there.
I did notice, Ant, a little bit more than normal.
A little bit.
What happened?
A little bit.
Not liberal, but more.
I take on some of those some of that ideology that liberals have, but it's mixed and tempered and weighed out with more conservative thinking because I'm not a party line fucking robot.
No, but
that's why when people call me a right wing, you're a right wing fucking conservative, and then they call me a bedwetting liberal. It's depending on what opinion on what subject I have. I might be pro stem cell research. But then, on the other hand, I'll be something liberal that I can't think of right now.
Pro-gay marriage.
Yeah, let the homos marry.
That's right. And then spawn them with stem cells.
Stem cells to cure them of their devilish disease of homosexuality.
That's right. And then jerk them off all over the place. That's just me sexying it up.
Hey, guys, we'll see you tomorrow.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
America, America, fuck yeah, coming again to save the motherfucking day, yeah, America, fuck yeah, freedom is the only way, yeah, terrorists, your game is through, 'cause now you have to answer to America, fuck yeah, so lick my blood and suck on my bones. Fuck yeah! What you gonna do when we come for you now? It's a dream that we all share. It's the hope for tomorrow. Fuck yeah! McDonald's. Fuck yeah! Walmart. Fuck yeah! Gap. Fuck yeah! Baseball. Fuck yeah! NFL. Fuck yeah! Rock and roll. Fuck yeah! The internet. Fuck yeah! Slavery. Fuck yeah! Fuck yeah! Fuck yeah! Disney World! Fuck yeah! Porno! Fuck yeah! Valium! Fuck yeah! Reebok! Fuck yeah! Fake tits! Fuck yeah! Sushi! Fuck yeah! Taco Bell! Fuck yeah! Rodeo! Fuck yeah! Bed Bath & Beyond! Fuck yeah! Liberty! Fuck yeah! White Slip! Fuck yeah! The Alamo! Fuck yeah! Band-Aid! Fuck yeah! Las Vegas! Fuck yeah! Christmas! Fuck yeah! Immigrants! Fuck yeah! Popeye! Fuck yeah! Democrats! Fuck yeah! Republicans! Sportsmanship! Books!
Well, we got some audio from the Tonight Show appearance.
Opie and Anthony.
It's great.
They're like the hottest guys on radio.
Wow, that's really nice.
Really nice. Opie and Anthony Show on XM Satellite Radio.
It starts with an O&A plug before headlines.
Opie and Anthony Show on XM Radio.
Very nice.
Tested.
Leno approved.
They plugged us like 3 times last night on the show.
The Opie and Anthony Show.
The hottest show there is.